Chapter 1044. An uncontrollable murderous intent flashed in Wang Zhan's eyes as he said coldly, "Bitch, if not for you my son would not have died." Wang Zhan's figure flashed, and the winds and clouds changed. He arrived before Emo-chan and threw a palm strike. Under the encirclement of his aura, Emo-chan could not even move. It looked like Emo-chan would be smashed to death. Bang! An azure figure descended from the sky and glided over, shielding Emo-chan. Then he threw a punch and blocked the palm strike for Emo-chan. The son of the blue-robed emperor actually worked together to bully a girl. Your son only has himself to blame. His death is a worthy one. Wang Zhan could not kill Emo-chan with one palm strike. He could not help but feel enraged. No one in the Cloud Sea domain can stop me if I want to kill someone. Dang! 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 After pulling Emo-chan behind him, Xiao-chan did not say a word. He did not move at all, just like an old tree. As his fists danced, he blocked all of Wang Zhan's attacks. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. Wang Zhan was surprised to discover that Xiao-chen's strength was only slightly inferior to his. A small perfection blue-robed emperor's. Xiao-chen's physical body was even stronger than Wang Zhan's. He did not show any fear when clashing head-on with Wang Zhan. His strong physical body could make up for the difference in strength. Horrifying waves resounded in the surroundings, and space trembled endlessly. However, the area behind Xiao-chan remained calm and peaceful. No matter how strong the shock waves outside were, the place where Emo-chan stood was always peaceful and tranquil. Blood-killing technique. Fist breaking the 9 heavens. After another 100 moves, Wang Zhan lost his patience and directly executed his profound martial technique. Instantly, the sky behind Wang Zhan turned scarlet. An aura of massacre spread everywhere. A dense blood mist nearly turned into liquid, forming an extremely horrifying scene. Blood-killing fist. Now Xiao-chan can only protect himself. This is Wang Zhan's famous martial skill. Back then, he relied on this punch to defeat the old city lord of Shattered Cloud City with a single punch. That was how he became the new city lord. However, Xiao-chan is terrifying enough. He is still a fine line away from the blue-robed emperor. Facing the blue-robed emperor's Wang Zhan, not only can he protect himself, but he can also protect a person for such a long time. The terrifying phenomenon caused by Wang Zhan's punch immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Xiao-chan punched out, and a blood mist filled the air, pouring into his fist. Before the fist light arrived, it already pushed back space. Even the distance between him and Xiao-chan slowly widened. Xiao-chan was startled. When the blue-robed emperor executed a profound martial technique, its might was indeed too horrifying. At this moment, Xiao-chan could no longer hold back. With a flip of his hand, Xiao-chan drew the lunar shadow saber. The bright moon, peach blossoms, summer, falling leaves, white snow, lightning, blue dragon, and many other mysterious phenomena flew out from his body the instant he grasped the saber hilt. The bright moon could be perfect and flawless, the peach blossoms could last for 50 kilometers, the blazing summer sun could burn the land for 500 kilometers, the merciless autumn wind could sweep the world, the boundless winter snow could freeze the land for thousands of kilometers, and the blue dragon could soar into the sky. All these mysterious phenomena were grand and glorious. One kind of glory could illuminate one's entire life. I have thousands of kinds of glory condensed into one saber. That instant is eternity. A saber light flashed, and the instant of glory appeared as Xiao-chan chopped out. They were both profound martial techniques. However, Xiao-chen's profound martial technique was the strongest killing move that he comprehended himself. Wang Zhan, on the other hand, was merely copying his ancestors, even though his cultivation was much higher. Naturally, there was no need to say who was stronger and who was weaker. When the strong clashed, Wang Zhan's famous martial technique lasted for only a moment before crumbling. The glory that belonged to Xiao-chan seemed eternal. A horrifying wound appeared on Wang Zhan's chest. Several of his ribs were broken. This saber strike knocked him back in a sorry state. The other city lords were greatly startled and quickly flew over to catch him. Bang! Xiao-chan sheathed his saber. The land behind him remained as peaceful as before. Ao Jiao, there are still 7 blue-robed emperors left. What are my chances of victory if I use Neptune's crown? After all, you did not comprehend Neptune's crown on your own. If the 7 blue-robed emperors make a move at the same time, they will be able to shatter the domain. It will not be of much use. That is to say, I have no chance of victory. More or less. However, if you want to leave now, no one can stop you. I understand. After a quick conversation with Ao Jiao, Xiao Qian looked at the various city lords in the air, and felt that it was unfortunate. Originally, he had planned to deal with them one by one after he recovered his strength. Unexpectedly, they all came at him at the same time. That's fine. Since they all came, I'll just kill them all. If we do not eliminate this brat, we will definitely be the ones to die in the future. The 8 blue-robed emperors snorted coldly and attacked at the same time. This time they did not just send out a simple killing move. Instead, they surrounded Xiao Qian, intending to kill him. The cultivators in the distance all revealed expressions of pity. Unfortunately, Xiao Qian was a powerful, outstanding talent, a hero of his generation, and a startling talent. Yet, these older generation characters ignored their status and worked together to kill him. Even if Xiao Qian had many magic skills, he would still have to die today. No one expected such an outcome. Emo-chan, who was behind Xiao Qian, was so anxious that she started crying. She pushed Xiao Qian away and said, "Just go. Don't worry about me. I know you can leave." "You think you can leave? No one can save the two of you today. There is no way for you to survive." The 8 blue-robed emperors roared in unison, shaking the sky. Xiao Qian smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? However, I have a saber that is even higher than an emperor's. It can break the sky and chop down the moon." An azure-colored medallion appeared on Xiao Qian's fingertip. This medallion contained a saber light that the Qing emperor left behind 10,000 years ago. With a thought, Xiao Qian instantly released the saber light in the blue dragon medallion. The world immediately turned black and white. A saber light flew out of the blue dragon medallion, crossing the river of time and space. 10,000 years ago, the unrivaled Qing emperor swept through the world. His saber light reappeared in the world. Under this saber light, the 8 blue-robed emperors were chopped in half together with the space around them. This saber light split the sky. Sha! Sha! After a long time, the world regained its color. The bodies of the 8 blue-robed emperors seemed to fade away with the wind, vanishing into thin air. Dead. The 8 blue-robed emperors died just like that, vanishing into thin air. There was nothing in the air that could prove the existence of the 8 blue-robed emperors, not even a speck of dust. If one had not seen it for themselves, no one would believe that the 8 blue-robed emperors had been here. What kind of saber light was that? The world was colorless, only black and white. It crossed time and space, a saber strike that lasted 10,000 years. The blue dragon medallion on Xiao Qian's finger recovered to its original state. The saber light was no longer there. In the future, he would not be able to use it to block Emperor Wu's aura. However, it did not matter. Xiao Qian did not feel any pity or regret. Whether it was worth it or not, he felt that it was worth it. Given Xiao Qian's strength, if he wanted to leave, no one would be able to stop him. He would not need the Qing Emperor's medallion at all. However, it was worth it to help Emo-chan clear the obstacles and not leave behind a mess. As long as he had a clear conscience, it would be worth it. There was no need to care about the gains and losses. In life, there were always some things that could not be measured in terms of gains and losses. "I'm leaving. Let's meet again if fate wills it. If you have any difficulties in the future, Miss Emo-chan can go to Heavenly Star Island and look for some of my friends. Let's meet again." The hardest thing to say was parting. However, he still had to say it when he needed to. All good things must come to an end. Xiao Qian was not a wishy-washy person. Emo-chan squeezed out a smile and said, "Let's meet again. Since you said you're leaving, then leave. Stop dilly-dallying." "Right." Xiao Qian pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Before everyone's eyes, he flew into the distance. "Wait a moment. This is for you." While in the air, Xiao Qian turned around. When Emo-chan called out to him, he waved his hand, and the grief pendant quickly flew towards her. The remnant flower was like blood, filled with grief. The scarlet remnant flower had many illusions, flowing with light and vibrant colors, looking beautiful and sorrowful. The two had met because of this item and parted because of it. The sorrow of parting seemed to reflect the meaning of grief. Xiao Chan looked at the grief pendant in a somewhat distracted manner. In his rush to leave, he actually forgot about this most important item. Did he subconsciously choose to escape because he feared disappointment and loneliness? When the grief pendant arrived before Xiao Chan, he stretched out his hand and grabbed it firmly. Then, he turned his head back and happened to meet Mo Chen's gaze. Don't forget our agreement. When I reach the blue-robed emperor realm, I will definitely come and look for you. Xiao Chen smiled. This time he really smiled. This time it was no longer a white lie. I will wait for you. I will watch you knock on the emperor's door and personally watch you take off your veil. Mo Chan heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Whether he was the Blue Dragon King or Wenziren, he was still the person who stretched out his cold hand to hold hers when everyone in the world abandoned her. Given this, nothing else mattered. When the thousands of cultivators in the Cloud Sea domain felt Xiao Chen's figure slowly vanish from their sight, they all felt that the one disappearing was not Xiao Chen's figure but a living legend. In the 100,000 years of the martial epoch, there were countless people who could be called legends. Not to mention the ancient era sages. Even the Qing emperor from the later ancient era was a glorious legend. However, there was only one living legend, which was the Thunder King from the same era as the Qing emperor. Now there was probably one more person, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan. Perhaps he was truly worthy of the word legend. Xiao Chan flew quickly. Along the way, he passed by an island. Then, he slowly floated down and landed firmly on the ground. The green robe on his body slowly changed, and once again returned to white. Due to the Blue Dragon King's insignia, the clear wind robes had already advanced from an unranked secret treasure to a Peking grade secret treasure. However, it seemed like the azure energy in the medallion could not be used indefinitely. Earlier, when Xiao Chan fought with Wang Zhan, the Shattered Cloud City's city lord, the azure energy in the medallion could not be used indefinitely. When Xiao Chan fought with Wang Zhan, the clear wind robes helped him withstand a lot of pressure, neutralizing a large portion of the other party's force. This time, the clear wind robes exhausted too much energy, so it entered a state of replenishment. Xiao Chan checked the clear wind robes and did not care. The color of his robes did not affect him much. Xiao Chan stopped to wait for a person, an old friend of his from the Sky Dome realm. Taking advantage of the free time, Xiao Chan took out the Emperor Yi shooting sun bow, the greatest harvest of this trip. Then he fiddled with it with a smile. The design of the bow was exceptionally magnificent. It was a fiery red, and the two ends of the bow were like wings. When Xiao Chan gently plucked the bowstring, the wings flapped gently, and the entire bow seemed to come to life. Xiao Chan sighed with some regret. Without the item spirit, even if this bow came to life, it still lacked the most crucial charm. Chapter 1045. It had eyes but no spirit. It needed the finishing touch to revive the item spirit. Only then could this divine bow regain its former glory. Oh, that's right. Ao Jiao, I keep hearing people talk about the divine weapon ranking. What kind of existence is the divine weapon ranking? Why is it that the divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking contain divine might and rival primordial emperor treasures? Xiao Chen asked as he put away the sun-shooting bow. Ao Jiao explained, I am not clear on the exact reason. This ranking has existed since the birth of the martial epoch. As long as the divine weapon in your hand reaches a certain level, it will push down another divine weapon and automatically enter the ranking. It is that miraculous? It really is that miraculous. I heard from Sang Mu that the ranking was carved on a divine stone. In the past, his greatest wish was for the Thunder King's mulberry sword to enter the ranking when it became a divine weapon. Unfortunately, Xiao Chan smiled and said, It's fine. When the lunar shadow sword becomes a divine weapon, I will definitely let it enter the divine weapon ranking. Haha, I also look forward to that day. At that time, I will know the answer and answer your question. Ao Jiao paused for a while before saying, Your friend is here. Xiao Chan looked up and saw Xinyuan Zhantian's figure slowly appearing in his vision. As he got closer, he landed on the island. It was rare for Xiao Chan to meet Xinyuan Zhantian in the Cloud Sea domain. Naturally, he wanted to catch up with him. Before he left, he sent a voice projection to Xinyuan Zhantian. It has been 3 years since we last met. It looks like Brother Xinyuan has had a lot of fortuitous encounters. Xiao Chen said calmly. Xianyuan Zhantian's current strength was much weaker than his. However, compared to the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent, Xianyuan Zhantian was probably no weaker. Xianyuan Zhantian's will of kingship still had many areas that he could dig out. His potential was even greater. Xianyuan Zhantian did not deny it. He smiled and said, "Not bad. The sea is my true home. Here I raised my state of kingship to a will. Then, I had a fortuitous encounter and practiced a cultivation technique for merging the will into the physical body, the Battle King art. I just reached small perfection. Defeating a regular great grandmaster level martial sage is already easy. It is not difficult. Merging the will with the physical body. This was the first time Xiaochan had heard of this. How could one merge the will with the body? The next level of will was the domain. As long as the will of water was raised to the limit, it could evolve into water comprehension. The will of thunder, the will of ice, and the will of fire followed the same principle. The domain represented by the will of kingship was the king's domain. It was a very strong domain. Once Xianyuan Zhantian comprehended it, he would be able to surpass many of his opponents. Xianyuan Zhantian noticed Xiaochen's doubts. He smiled and said, "The heavenly starry ocean is a very vast world. Before the last Neptune died, the inheritance of the martial Tao had never been broken or destroyed. Many of the things related to martial Tao are even more complete than in the Kunlun continent. From what I know, the will of thunder can also fuse with the body. Fire and ice can do the same. There are even two types of will that can fuse with the body. For example, lightning, fire, wind, and snow. This world has never lacked geniuses." Xianyuan Zhantian spoke of some of his experiences in the heavenly starry ocean, widening Xiaochen's horizons. "Given your strength, there is no need for you to remain in the cloud sea domain, right?" Xiaochen asked. Xianyuan Zhantian nodded and said, "Originally, I was prepared to leave the cloud sea domain after the trip to the treasure mountain to continue seeking fortuitous encounters. After that, I would display my skills at the Four Seas Hero Gathering." "What is the Four Seas Hero Gathering?" Xiaochan looked at Xianyuan Zhantian interestedly, waiting for a detailed explanation. Xianyuan Zhantian smiled and said, "The Four Seas Hero Gathering is also known as the Four Seas Hero Gathering. It is held once every 20 years, and is a major event that will shake the entire heavenly starry ocean. It is hosted by the Lunar Palace, an immortal holy land." Immortal holy land? This was the first time Xiaochen heard of this term, so he asked out of curiosity. Xianyuan Zhantian explained, "This is a term that I gave myself. You should be familiar with holy lands. There are about 5 or 6 holy lands that still exist in the Kunlun continent. However, in my opinion, these are not immortal holy lands. They experienced the 100 Race War, and the even more horrifying War of Emperors. All the holy lands of the Kunlun continent from the ancient era, like the Firely sect, suffered a destructive blow and lost their inheritance. Only after 10,000 years, 50,000 years, or 100,000 years can they be called immortal holy lands. Because the heavenly starry ocean has always been ruled by Neptune, Neptune's inheritance has been passed down from generation to generation. There have never been any large-scale war of emperors. Hence, the holy lands attached to the palace of Neptune never lost their inheritance. Of course, there are also holy lands that disappeared in the long river of history due to insufficient luck. Now there are only 6 immortal holy lands in the heavenly starry ocean. They are the Zodiac Hall, the 5 Poison Sect, the Inyang Paradise, the Myriad Fiend Island, the Heavenly Province Academy, and the Frost Moon Palace. In the past, there was an extremely strong holy land of the Buddhist sects, the Minor Lain Temple. Unfortunately, 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor led the Dragon's Gate into the heavenly starry ocean. They targeted the Minor Lain Temple and completely destroyed it. An immortal holy land, so this is an immortal holy land. It looks like the factions of the heavenly starry ocean are much stronger than I imagined. Furthermore, there is actually a mysterious holy land of the Buddhist sects in the heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, the Qing Emperor destroyed it. Xiaochen thought to himself. Then he asked, "Is the Northern Sea Alliance not considered an immortal holy land?" Before Xiaochan entered the heavenly starry ocean, he had heard of the Northern Sea Alliance's fame. Xianyuan Zhantian shook his head and said, "Naturally, it cannot be considered one. It is just an alliance formed by many factions. Of course, its strength is no weaker than that of a holy land. Some ancient noble clans are as strong as a holy land. However, they are too closed off. In my opinion, they cannot be considered holy lands. After that, Xinyuan Zhantian sighed. Right now, the heavenly starry ocean is very vast. There are millions of sects and billions of islands. The factions are intertwined with each other, competing for resources and fighting with each other. The Holy Lands are the first to bear the brunt. It is very chaotic. No one is willing to submit to anyone else. Xiao Chun smiled and said, "It is indeed very chaotic. There are immortal Holy Lands, ancient noble clans, huge factions like the Northern Sea Alliance, and the various factions that rose up later on." Xinyuan Zhantian glanced at Xiao Chun and smiled. "Speaking of chaos, this matter actually has something to do with you. When the Qing Emperor destroyed the Neptune Palace, with the strength of the Dragon's Gate, it should have been able to suppress the various holy lands. Unfortunately, the Qing Emperor mysteriously fell, and the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. The heavenly starry ocean fell into chaos. If you can really rebuild the Dragon's Gate and reach the height of the Qing Emperor, you might be able to restore peace to the heavenly starry ocean." Unexpectedly, there was such a thing. Xiao Chun was not willing to dwell on this topic, so he changed the topic. "Let's talk about the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Why is the Lunar Palace holding such a grand event?" Xinyuan Zhantian did not find this troublesome. He explained in detail, and Xiao Chun finally understood the ins and outs of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The Lunar Palace's position transcended the world. They did not have any ambitions, but they were extremely strong, respected by everyone. The Lunar Palace originally held the Four Seas Hero Gathering to choose the outstanding young talents of the entire heavenly starry ocean to compete with the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. The Lunar Palace used the battles of the younger generation to resolve the conflicts and disputes between the heavenly starry ocean and the Penglai Sea. However, now, the Penglai Sea pursued the idea of secluding itself from the world and rarely had any conflicts with the heavenly starry ocean. The original purpose of the Four Seas Hero Gathering no longer existed. As of now, the Four Seas Hero Gathering was just a stage for the outstanding young talents of the various holy lands to bare their fangs and fight for fame. Furthermore, the Lunar Palace would take out an extremely important prize every time the Four Seas Hero Gathering was held, making the scale of the Four Seas Hero Gathering larger and larger. The Four Seas Hero Gathering was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Xinyuan Zhantian said, "There is still one more year before the Four Seas Hero Gathering begins. At that time you can go and join in the excitement." Xiao Chun shook his head and said, "I am not interested in these things. Heavenly Star Island still faces many dangers. I have to think of a way to raise my strength quickly." Xinyuan Zhantian knew that Xiao Chun was speaking the truth. After chatting for a long time, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. On this trip to the Treasure Mountain, the two of them had gained something. They definitely had to summarize their gains and could not chat for too long. Actually, you can go and take a look at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. The Frost Moon Palace is full of female disciples. Ao Jiao teased from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Under Ao Jiao's care, the most precious spirit tree in the Immortal Spirit Ring, the Lunar Cassia tree, was growing healthily. It looked like it was about to bloom again. Of course, this was because Xiao Chun had infused a peak spirit vein into the Immortal Spirit Ring. We'll see. Right now Xiao Chun was very busy. He had already taken out the 10 jade strips from the 10,000 treasure pavilion. He sent in his spiritual sense and checked anxiously, hoping to find a profound martial technique suitable for him. Profound spear technique? Heaven-burning spear technique. Xiao Chun shook his head and placed a jade strip to the side. Clearly, he could not practice this. Sword technique, staff technique, spear technique. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chun tossed out 5 or 6 jade strips. He could not use any of them. He could not help but reveal an expression of disappointment. Profound saber technique, 1,000 frost battle snow. Xiao Chun's face lit up in joy. There was finally a profound martial technique for the saber technique. He had thought that he would be really unlucky if there was no saber technique among the 10 jade strips. Furthermore, it was an ice-attributed martial technique. What Xiao Chun lacked right now was an ice-attributed martial technique. This 1,000 frost battle snow was perfect for him. Xiao Chun carefully put away this jade strip. Then he checked the other 3 jade strips and discovered that they did not have much to do with him. However, that did not matter. It was already pretty good that he could find a profound martial technique that was so compatible with him. As for the remaining 9 jade strips, he could make copies of them and auction them off. Every single one of them would fetch a sky-high price. A profound martial technique could easily fetch a price of 1 million black astral coins, perhaps even higher. With a flip of his palm, a spatial ring appeared. This was the spatial ring of the loose cultivator Gao Yongyu. Xiao Chun was already very familiar with killing people and snatching their treasures. The instant Xiao Chun killed Gao Yongyu, this spatial ring silently landed in his hand. After all, Xiao Chun had already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. Gao Yongyu's wealth would definitely bring him a great surprise. The only unfortunate thing was that Qing Emperor's saber strike was too horrifying. He had killed the 8 blue-robed emperors until not even a speck of dust remained. Naturally, there was no hope of obtaining a spatial ring. Otherwise, if Xiao Chun could obtain all the spatial rings of the 8 blue-robed emperors, his already rich wealth would soar once again. Chapter 1046. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun handed the spatial rings to Ao Jiao and got her to sort them out. He also handed the spatial rings of the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples and the young master of the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to Ao Jiao. The items in the spatial rings were all over the place, so organizing them took a lot of time. Since Ao Jiao could help, Xiao Chun was naturally happy to do so. Xiao Chun still had more important things to do. He needed to merge the Solar True Flame and the Purple Thunder True Fire, and cultivate the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow. After the heavenly laws took form, he still needed to stabilize them and make the final preparations for breaking through to the blue-robed emperor. When the time was right, he would immediately start forging the bridge to heaven. All these would require at least 2 months of closed-door cultivation. The blue-robed emperor was a bridge that connected to the other shore, a bridge to heaven that opened the emperor's door. The chasm between heaven and earth was extremely vivid. One step across it was the difference between heaven and earth. From then on, Xiao Chun would be reborn, reaching the top of the world's pyramid in 1 step. Most cultivators in the world would not be able to reach this chasm and see the emperor's door on the other shore. From martial disciple to martial master, martial grandmaster, martial saint, martial king, martial monarch and martial sage, Xiao Chun had spent 12 years cutting his way through all the obstacles. Now he finally reached a level that countless people could not reach in their lifetimes, standing before the chasm between heaven and earth. Outsiders would not know how many life and death situations Xiao Chun had experienced and how much bitterness he had suffered. No one could imagine that Xiao Chun could not cultivate normally until he was 16. He was several years slower than regular cultivators and at least 10 years slower than those outstanding talents. However, Xiao Chun relied on his tenacious perseverance to endure unimaginable loneliness and solitude. Finally, he overtook most of the outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent. He took the lead and stood before the chasm between heaven and earth. It was like what Xiao Chun had always believed in. A person's talent only determined how fast they could go. Only perseverance determined how far they could go. On a desolate island in the calm sea, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged. As long as he calmed down, he could enter a wondrous state. A natural barrier that seemed to have been cut off by someone appeared before him. At the end of the barrier was a clump of fog. Xiao Chun did not know how far away it was. He could vaguely make out a golden door in the fog. This was the emperor's door. When he finished building the bridge, the emperor's door would appear in reality. The path to heaven descended, and brightly colored heavenly flowers descended to receive him. Then the Xiao Chun would send down the heavenly road and bring him up. Xiao Chun sank his consciousness into his dantian. The 10,000 dragon-shaped heavenly sage laws all gave off a crystalline light. His potential as a martial sage had already reached its limit. He could no longer make any progress. Even if a Holy Spirit vein or a King Spirit vein was placed before him, he would not be able to absorb it. Only by transforming the heavenly sage laws into the higher level heavenly laws, becoming compatible with the world and returning to the natural state, could one continue to improve. And Chun had sovereign, Chun had spirit Wueo Qi Tiling. On the other hand, He had Spirit Wu Aochi to check if his potential had reached its limit. This was very important. If Xiao Chun had not reached its limit, he had to find out what potential he could dig out. Otherwise, if Xiao Chun started transforming his heavenly laws, he would suffer a great loss. At that time, as a blue-robed emperor, he would be much weaker than the other outstanding talents. For example, before Xiao Chun's heavenly laws took form, there were only 5,000 of them. If Xiao Chun had transformed his heavenly laws at that time, he would have lost half of his heavenly laws, becoming a blue-robed emperor and regretting it. Ao Jiao, who was helping Xiao Chun tidy up the many spatial rings, felt startled when she saw Xiao Chun's heavenly sage laws. Back then, the Thunder King's heavenly laws had also taken form. However, he had reached his limit with only 7,000 heavenly laws. Now Xiao Chun had reached this level and had 3,000 more heavenly sage laws than the Thunder King. With such a level, Ao Jiao guessed that even in the ancient era, when the martial epoch was at its most glorious, Xiao Chun would have ranked at the top, surpassing most of the predecessors. Furthermore, Xiao Chun had a peak rank 4 sage body and cultivated both his physical body and his heavenly laws. It was hard to imagine how far Xiao Chun could go in the future. Sovereign Martial Emperor Prime or even higher, the martial god realm that only appeared in legends. Seeing that Xiao Chun had no intention of opening his eyes, Ao Jiao was startled. Could it be that Xiao Chun was planning to enter the blue-robed emperor realm now? However, after thinking about it, this was normal. Xiao Chun's cultivation had fallen for 3 months before recovering. Everything came naturally when the conditions were right. There would not be any unstable cultivation or unstable foundation. Since ancient times, there had never been a great grandmaster-level martial sage who severely injured themselves, causing their cultivation to fall and cultivating bitterly again when they were about to enter the blue-robed emperor realm. No one dared to take such a risk with their hard-earned cultivation. Xiao Chun managed to reach this step because of Neptune's crown and coincidentally. Now that Xiao Chun knew the benefits of breaking through to establishing himself, he dared to attempt to enter the blue-robed emperor realm at this moment. Otherwise, even if Xiao Chun was beaten to death, he would not have purposely severely injured himself, causing his cultivation to fall to martial monarch. Xiao Chun thought about his initial predicament on the Purple Cloud warship, where 10 odd martial monarchs held their weapons to his neck. He nearly died at the hands of a minor character like a martial monarch. If word got out that the Blue Dragon King fell because of this, he would become a laughingstock mocked for thousands of years. Days passed. At some point in time, motes of electric light fell on Xiao Chun's body, increasing in number until they formed a large electric cocoon surrounding him. Ao Jiao did not find this strange. Many years ago, the Thunder King had reached this step as well. While joy appeared on Xiao Chun's face, there was also some worry. Normally, there would not be any danger in transforming heavenly sage laws into heavenly laws. However, if one rushed it, one might end up in a state of berserking chi deviation and die. Don't be too anxious because of the pressure of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. Ao Jiao felt very frustrated. As she watched Xiao Chun charge to enter the blue-robed emperor realm, she felt even more anxious than the Thunder King back then. The Thunder King was alone with no worries. However, Xiao Chun carried the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant along the way, shouldering the heavy burden of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. The pressure of the two could not be mentioned in the same breath. After much difficulty, Ao Jiao managed to clear out most of the treasures. Then she sent out a palm strike and scattered the treasures everywhere. As Xiao Chun looked at the electric cocoon, his eyes filled with worry. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. If Xiao Chun knew about this, he would definitely not know whether to laugh or cry. After a long time, a trace of calmness flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes as she turned around. Then she tidied up the scattered treasures. She blew off the dust on them and sorted them out. He was meticulous and orderly, and there was no longer any trace of frustration on his face. He only buried his worry deep in his heart. Eastern Sea, Neptune's old subordinates, in a secret room of a palace in the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's territory. When Lung Xiaofan read the news he had just received, his expression turned gloomy. Neptune's daughter, Princess Qin, lay quietly among the flowers beside Lung Xiaofan, sleeping quietly. Xiao Chun had destroyed a blue-robed emperor with 3 punches, sent the small perfection blue-robed emperor flying with 1 saber strike, and finally used his trump card to kill 8 blue-robed emperors with one saber strike. Leng Xiaofan did not feel surprised at Xiao Qin's sudden increase in strength. He continued to calmly calculate and plan in his heart. Xiao Qin carefully read every single word of the news again. Then 2 crucial scenes appeared in his mind. After swallowing 10 peak spirit veins, Xiao Qin's strength suddenly soared, and he used the Qing Emperor's medallion to kill 8 blue-robed emperors. The former meant that Xiao Qin's strength soared in such a short time. He needed to cultivate quietly to stabilize his cultivation. Xiao Qin was definitely still in the Cloud Sea domain and could not have gone far. The latter meant that the talisman that the Thunder King gave Xiao Qin had already been used up. Adding the two together, the conclusion was that this was the best opportunity to kill Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin did not have a talisman and was cultivating. If he waited for Xiao Qin to stabilize his cultivation, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Aside from some exceptions, Leng Xiaofan's guess was close to the truth. This was a rather difficult person to deal with. After a while, Leng Xiaofan sent an order to his subordinates. Tell the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace that they only need to send out 3 blue-robed emperors to search for desolate islands within 250 kilometers of where the treasure mountain appeared. Then, they will be able to find the cultivating Xiao Qin. After killing the target, he does not want the Neptune crown or all the treasures on Xiao Qin. However, he must keep the Neptune crown for him. If there is any exchange, the other party can make any requests. There were many conflicts between the Dragon Kings of the 4 seas. Everyone wanted to be the boss, to gather all the old subordinates of Neptune. As the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon King's descendant, Leng Xiaofan held great authority in the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. However, he could not order the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace around. However, as long as Leng Xiaofan passed this news to the other party, the Neptune crown on Xiao Qin would automatically attract the other party to do as he said. The sparks of lightning on the desolate island were like rain, never stopping since the start. The purple lightning cocoon lost its initial bright color and turned a deep purple. The various treasures in the spatial ring were already organized. Ao Jiao propped up her chin, her gaze never leaving the lightning cocoon. It has been 2 months. Xiao Qin has already accumulated enough. When the conditions are right, success will follow. Logically speaking, the conversion of his heavenly sage laws should have reached consummation long ago, Ao Jiao muttered. Ao Jiao muttered softly. However, she also relaxed. 2 months was enough to show that Xiao Qin did not panic or rush things. Xiao Qin still sought speed with stability. As long as nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Qin was confident of advancing to the blue-robed emperor realm. If nothing unexpected happened, Xiao Qin should be able to break out of the cocoon soon. Just as Xiao Qin thought this, Ao Jiao suddenly frowned. She gently slapped the ground and stood up. Then she looked into the distance. There were 3 powerful auras in front of them. They were rushing over quickly, and the strength of each of them was not weaker than any of the 8 city lords. 3 small perfection blue-robed emperor experts working together to charge over. They really know how to pick the right time to make their move. Ao Jiao's expression turned frosty as a murderous intent brewed in her eyes. She stretched out her hand, and the lunar shadow saber stabbed into the ground beside Xiao Qin silently flew into her grasp. Chapter 1047. Xiao Qin turned her head back to look at the lightning cocoon inside. I just knew that this fellow would not be peaceful after he becomes the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Qin's figure flashed, and Ao Jiao hugged the lunar shadow saber as she landed beside the lightning cocoon. Her figure slowly dimmed and finally vanished into thin air, as though she was no longer there. Buzz! The 3 blue-robed emperors of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace wore black dragon robes and withdrew their auras. They landed firmly on the desolate island, their eyes filled with excitement as they looked at the lightning cocoon not far away. What a fellow! The information that Leng Xiaofan brought is indeed correct. This Xiao Qin is really on a desolate island within 250 kilometers. Furthermore, he actually chose this time to make his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor. The youth on the right, the blue-robed emperor, laughed softly as he carried a saber on his back. The lightning cocoon was a sign of a lightning-attributed cultivator making his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor. Combined with the information that Leng Xiaofan brought, there was no need to guess. It was definitely Xiao Qin inside. Haha. Being able to obtain Neptune's crown and offer it to the Dragon King is a great merit. The tall, skinny, black-haired youth on the left could not hide his joy. Only the white-haired old man in the middle showed a calm expression. He remained silent as he looked around cautiously. He raised his hand and pointed, and an ice sword chi shot out from his fingertip. The moment the sword chi appeared, frost immediately covered the ground. Clearly, his will of ice had reached an extremely high level. The crystalline sword chi looked solid. When the sunlight shone on it, it gave off a boundless glow. This made the sword chi that flashed by look like a beam of light flying out of his hand. Kung Chang! When the sword chi struck the lightning cocoon, it gave off a melodious clang. Electric light flickered, and the ice sword chi turned into mist and vanished. The huge lightning cocoon did not budge at all. Not a single crack appeared. The three were stunned at the same time, feeling incredulous. The blue-robed emperor, who carried a saber on his back, was flabbergasted. What a strong lightning cocoon! What kind of accumulation did this fellow have for him to make his breakthrough to the blue-robed emperor? I'll go smash him. The tall and skinny blue-robed emperor had a fiery temper. He took a step forward and was ready to kill his way through. The white-haired old man said solemnly, "Ping Jun, be careful." "Haha, don't worry, old Chang. He's at a critical moment now. Even if he knows that we're here, he'll be helpless. He's dead for sure today." The blue-robed emperor named Ping Jun laughed madly without a care in the world. Indeed, if Xiao Chun were to stop attacking the blue-robed emperor at this moment, all his previous efforts would be in vain, but he would definitely suffer serious internal injuries from the recoil of the laws. No matter how one looked at it, fighting against three lesser-tier blue-robed emperors with a weak body was a hopeless situation. However, if he did not give up, he would only become a dead target. Passively receiving attacks from others would also result in death. No matter how one looked at it, it was a dead end. There was no possibility of survival. From tens of thousands of kilometers away, Lung Xiaofan managed to push Xiao Chun into desperate straits with just a few words. This person's stratagem could be said to be unparalleled. Unfortunately, everything in the world had a chance of survival. Out of 50, 9 out of 40 would be used. Even if one was gone, there would always be a chance of survival. This chance of survival for Xiao Chun rested on Ao Jiao. Ping Jun's figure flickered, and a red light flickered on his body. The clouds in the sky churned and strong winds blew. Horrifying energy flowed out of the heavenly law imprint in his body and gathered in his body. His body merged with the sky. As he flew over, he merged with the world. Then he suddenly attacked and punched. The energy that Xiao Chun drove seemed to move the entire world. This was the strength of the blue-robed emperor. He returned to his natural state, merging with the world and forming heavenly laws. Every move of his could bring out the power of the world. It looked like the horrifying attack was about to strike the lightning cocoon. If the berserk energy struck it, the lightning tribulation would definitely shatter. Xiao Chun, who was in the middle of it, could not continue even if he wanted to. He could only allow the blue-robed emperor to stop attacking and suffer the backlash of the law energy. However, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a resplendent saber light lit up in the void. The saber light flickered for an instant. The instant the saber light flashed, a flash of divine lightning appeared in the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky, casting darkness for 5 kilometers around. Before Ping Jun could react, this saber light struck his body. He could not dodge or defend at all. Damn it! Xiao Chun roared ferociously. At the final moment before the saber light chopped him in half, he punched Ao Jiao. Kasie! The divine lightning turned into a thunder rock. As the saber light chopped down, Ping Jun's body was chopped in half. Electric light burst out and shattered his body. When Ao Jiao suddenly attacked, the blue-robed emperor's small perfection Ping Jun was chopped into pieces, not even leaving a corpse behind. This sudden change caught the white-haired old man and the other black-haired youth off guard. They did not even have a chance to save Xiao Chun. Ao Jiao suffered a punch from Ping Jun before he died. She was significantly injured, and her body looked somewhat illusory. She was no longer as lifelike as before. However, she grasped the lunar shadow saber tightly and looked coldly at the two in front. She stood guard beside the lightning cocoon, not moving at all. Item spirit? an item spirit with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. When the two saw the situation clearly and saw the lunar shadow saber in Ao Jiao's hand, their gazes turned fervent. An item spirit with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. If such a subdivine weapon could reach divine weapon rank in the future, it would most likely rank in the divine weapon ranking. Even if it did not rank in the divine weapon ranking, it would still be an extremely precious divine weapon. Its value far surpassed that of other divine weapons. Haha, not bad. I want this saber. The black-haired youth smiled faintly and said, "The Blue Dragon King is really a human-shaped treasure trove. He has an extraordinary amount of good things on him. You want it? Are you qualified?" Just at this moment, cracks appeared in the deep purple lightning cocoon. A voice came from it. "Kase, Kase." The lightning cocoon shattered into pieces, and thousands of electric lights surged out, forming a huge purple pillar of light soaring into the sky. Xiao Chun stood in the light dressed in white. Winds blew in all directions and clouds gathered. His body merged with the heavens. With a thought he could stir up the winds and clouds. Xiao Chen's gaze was like lightning as he looked at the two in front. The aura of a king looking down on the world surged out as his gaze moved. The white-haired old man and the black-haired youth revealed horrified expressions. They could not help but take 2 steps back. Ao Jiao revealed joy on her face. Xiao Chun succeeded. After 12 years of life and death battles, he finally became an emperor. Attack together. When the white-haired old man and the black-haired youth saw that Xiao Chun had successfully broken through to the blue-robed emperor realm, they pressured them with their auras with just one look. The two steeled their hearts. They knew that if they did not work together, they had no chance of victory. They shouted coldly and charged over. Within the pillar of lightning, Xiao Chun watched the two flying over quietly. He was as unmoving as a mountain, standing like an old pine tree. He used his hands to face his enemies. The 3 blue-robed emperors merged with the heavens. Every move they made drove the power of the world. When they attacked, the world changed. The ground spun and the sky spun. The distant sea and the nearby mountain were like illusions. They appeared around the 3 like fleeting lights and passing shadows. The blue-robed emperor's combat style was already very different from that of ordinary cultivators. Just by raising his hand, he could stir up the wind and clouds. Every move he made could draw on the power of the world. Such a scene was not a mysterious phenomenon or an illusion. It was a natural phenomenon produced when the power of the world was frequently driven. Their figures flickered, and the 3 quickly exchanged 100 moves. Xiao Chun countered every move. His hands moved like lightning, moving unpredictably. He blocked all the moves of the black-haired youth and the white-haired old man. Soon 100 moves passed. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. The desolate island under them could no longer endure the power of the world driven by the 3's heavenly laws. Boom! The vast sea vanished into thin air. A huge black whirlpool appeared in the seawater, swallowing up the surrounding seawater. The 3 fell into the whirlpool, and the seawater spun on both sides, rumbling endlessly. However, the expressions of the 3 did not change. They ignored the whirlpool and continued to attack at lightning speed. The shock waves from the exchange and the power of the world driven by the heavenly laws prevented the black hole from filling up. Instead, the whirlpool expanded. Soon it reached 10 kilometers in diameter. How many heavenly sage laws did he accumulate before he tried to break through to the blue-robed emperor realm? The black-haired youth and the white-haired old man felt increasingly startled. They had already been in the blue-robed emperor realm for several decades. The power of the world that the heavenly laws could drive should far surpass that of Xiao Chen, who had just advanced to the blue-robed emperor realm. However, in reality, Xiao Chun could drive more power of the world than the 2 of them combined, even though he was fighting 1 against 2. From the very beginning, Xiao Chun had been suppressing them. As the 3 fell, the end of the whirlpool extended downwards. Bang! It extended to the bottom of the sea, spreading out in all directions. Looking down from the sky, the flat surface of the sea looked like a bottomless pit that was closing up at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The seawater suddenly merged together. The instant it merged, an overwhelming pillar of water shot out, shattering the clouds. It looked like it pierced through the sky. 3 figures leaped out of the water pillar. They were Xiao Chen's group of 3, who had just stopped fighting. In a short time, the two had already exchanged thousands of moves, fighting from the ground to the bottom of the sea, and then from the bottom of the sea to the clouds. This was the true battle between the blue-robed emperor realms. The black-haired youth and the white-haired old man appeared to be in sorry states. The instant the seawater merged, the three had shown some openings. However, the one who grasped these openings was Xiao Chun. Despite moving later, he arrived first, punching the two in the chest, severely injuring them. Even now they were in pain. Let's go. Once he becomes stronger, we will not be able to stop him, the white-haired old man said sullenly. Then the two turned and left. In the earlier 1,000 moves they had exhausted a lot of energy. Furthermore, they were injured. If they did not leave now, they would not be able to. Xiao Chun said calmly. You can come and go as you please. How can there be such a good thing? Ao Jiao saber. Ao Jiao smiled faintly and sheathed her saber. Then she turned into a beam of light and entered the saber, chasing after Xiao Chun. Ao Jiao was the lunar shadow saber's item spirit. However, most of the time, she was not willing to remain in the saber. The true might of the lunar shadow saber, the sharpness of a subdivine weapon, was rarely revealed. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and drew the lunar shadow saber the instant it brushed past him. An unparalleled sharpness spread out in the world. Metallic sounds reverberated in all directions. Boundless saber intent filled the air. Chapter 1048. Xiao Chun pushed off the air and his body suddenly spun around, executing instant of glory. Bright moon and autumn wind. A world of its own with each spin. As Xiao Chun spun around, mysterious phenomena appeared. The scene was grand and majestic. With that instant of saber light, it turned into eternal glory. The black-clad youth fleeing in the back showed a grave expression. He took out 3 ancient shields trying to block this saber. However, now that the lunar shadow saber had Ao Jiao in it, its might rivaled that of a regular divine weapon. How could a few Peking grade shields block it? This moment of instant of glory was eternal. The black-clad youth's body was chopped in half along with the shields. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and the spatial ring that the black-clad youth left behind flew into his grasp. Then, he looked at the white-haired old man who was already far away and did not give chase. Now that Xiao Chun had reached the threshold of the blue-robed emperor, as long as the great perfection blue-robed emperor did not appear, the small perfection blue-robed emperor would find it hard to suppress him. Xiao Chun looked around and found another desolate island. His body seemed to vanish into thin air as he landed on it. Some of the wondrous uses of heavenly laws could be infused into movement techniques by drawing on the power of the world. However, when one's speed reached its limit, they could increase it by 10%. This was something that Xiao Chun comprehended in the earlier battle. Ao Jiao came out of the saber, revealing a smile on her face. She opened her hand, revealing a blue-robed emperor's spatial ring. I heard their conversation. They are the people of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. That is, they are the old subordinates of Neptune, the faction of the Southern Sea Dragon King. Ao Jiao said softly. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. The other party should be here for Neptune's crown. From the moment Xiao Chun came into contact with the 7 heroes of the dragon, he felt that someone was hiding in the darkness like a venomous snake, targeting him. However, Xiao Chun did not know anything about this person. He did not know the other party's true purpose. Forget it. As long as the other party's plan didn't succeed, there would always be a chance to capture the other party. Before that, he could only continue to improve his strength. Xiao Chun collected his thoughts and smiled slightly. He handed the space ring in his hand to Ao Jiao. Thanks for your help this time. If it wasn't for Ao Jiao, who had blocked a blow for him at the most crucial moment, he would have been in grave danger. Ao Jiao took the ring and curled her lips. Hee, this is the reward you gave me. You didn't even give me a chance to relax. Xiao Chun was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, What do you want? I'll help you find it. Ao Jiao was speechless. This guy was still as dumb as before. As long as he could live well, why would she want anything? He even took her jokes seriously. However, she really wanted something. She really wanted Xiao Chun to help her find it, but she was very hesitant. She shook her head silently in her heart. Then she smiled and said, I'm just teasing you. These are the treasures I found from Gao Yongyu Chan Wenjun. and the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples. I placed all the black astral coins on them in a space ring. There is not much, just 5 million black astral coins in total. 5 million black astral coins was a very large sum. After all, not everyone had the same fortuitous encounters as Xiao Chun. Gao Yongyu was just a loose cultivator in the Cloud Sea domain. If he had not killed the 2 Sun Palace elite disciples, his black astral coins would have decreased even further. Xiao Chun lowered his head and flipped through the treasures Ao Jiao found. There were secret manuals, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, secret treasures, and several other categories. After a quick look, Xiao Chun shook his head slightly. Most of them did not catch his eye. After leaving the Cloud Sea domain, he would have to sell them off quickly. Hey, this fan is rather exquisite. Xiao Chun discovered a white fan. The frame of the fan was made of many divine materials. It was hard and sturdy, and it felt very heavy in his hand. When the fan opened up, there was a painting of a night scene on the front. There was a bright moon, a small bridge, and a flowing river. There were people admiring the moon. The scene had a gentle beauty to it. There was a poem on the back. Ao Jiao said, "This fan is pretty good. However, this fan is a strange weapon. Very few people use it. Most of them only show off their elegance and will not sell for a good price." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he put away the fan and smiled. "I will not sell this first. I have a use for it. You really like to keep people in suspense." Seeing that Xiao Chun only said half of it, Ao Jiao muttered. Then she took out a secret manual that Xiao Chun ignored. She said, "You should be able to use this." Back then, Gao Yongyu used this to hide his strength. Foundation Returning Art. Xiao Chun read out the words on the secret manual. After flipping through a few pages, his eyes lit up. This cultivation technique was not complicated. After reading it once, Xiao Chun roughly understood it. Its rank was not high, but it was very useful to Xiao Chun. As long as one learned this cultivation technique, one could hide one's true strength at any time. Unless it was someone much stronger than one, no one would discover it. Back then, Gao Yongyu used this cultivation technique to hide from everyone. Xiao Chun put away the foundation returning art and placed all the other treasures into a spatial ring. After he left the Cloud Sea domain, he would sell it. "Hey, it's empty." "It's still empty." Ao Jiao's expression changed slightly. The space in the 2 blue-robed emperor's spatial rings was chaotic. She did not see anything. When Xiao Chun heard this, he could not help but be startled. He had high hopes for the wealth of the 2 blue-robed emperor's spatial rings. Why was there nothing in the spatial rings? What's going on? Xiao Chun took a look for himself. Indeed, the spatial rings were empty. There was nothing in them. Ao Jiao lowered her head in thought. Clearly, the spatial rings of the blue-robed emperor would not be empty. This did not make sense. After a while, she came to a realization. I remember now. There should be some kind of secret treasure in the spatial rings. When the master dies, the imprint in the secret treasure vanishes. Then it explodes and destroys the space in the spatial ring. There is such a secret treasure? Xiao Chun was very surprised. His mood was somewhat depressed. The large amount of treasures that he expected was gone. Anyone would feel upset and depressed. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Secret treasures that can destroy space are extremely rare. However, they definitely exist. An ancient faction like the Divine Dragon Palace should have many of them. They should be able to prepare one for all the experts above the blue-robed emperor. This is really ruthless. Even if I die, I cannot let others benefit from it." Xiao Chun thought to himself, in the future, when I defeat the blue-robed emperor, I cannot kill him on the spot. I have to knock him unconscious first. Xiao Chun did not think about this for now. The trip to the treasure mountain had given him a bountiful harvest. 10 profound meaning jade strips were enough for him. So be it if the wealth of the 2 blue-robed emperors is gone. Right now, there are still many things that I have to do. After taking out the grief pendant, Xiao Chun revealed a nostalgic expression. Then he took out the cycle banner. Xiao Chun prepared to refine the 4th grief thrown into the cycle banner. That's right. Ao Jiao, make a trip to Starry Cloud Island. Help me see how the Mo clan is doing. Now that the 8 city lords were dead, the Cloud Sea domain would be in chaos for a long time. Xiao Chun would have a great opportunity. This would give Imochen a great opportunity. Her talent had always been limited. Now that she grasped the Book of Heavenly Works and the shattered Cloud City's city lord, who had been suppressing her, was killed by Xiao Chan, her future would be much smoother. Ao Jiao nodded. Then her figure flashed as she flew towards Starry Cloud Island. Given Ao Jiao's current strength, which rivaled the blue-robed emperor's, there was no one in the Cloud Sea domain that could threaten her. Xiao Chan was about to leave the Cloud Sea domain. With Ao Jiao going to take a look, he could rest assured. Xiao Chan took out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron and put away the Solar True Flame first. The surface of the Golden Crow Egg was already covered in cracks. In another 2 or 3 months it would successfully hatch. At that time it would be worth anticipating what kind of existence it would be. Xiao Chan took out the Golden Crow Egg and placed it aside. Then he placed the Grief Pendant in. Then, Xiao Chan started to use the Lunar True Flame to melt it. After his previous experience of merging thrones, Xiao Chan was very familiar with the process. When the sky turned dark, he successfully merged the Grief Throne into the Cycle Banner. Massacre, Death, Ruin and Grief. Now he had gathered 4 of the 7 thrones. Only 3 remained. He already had news of the Despair Throne. He did not know when he would find news of the Pain Throne and the Destruction Throne. Whoosh! Xiao Chan held the Cycle Banner and gently waved it. The banner fluttered, and starlight of 4 different colors intersected. The might of the Cycle Banner improved. When the words Massacre, Death, Ruin and Grief were used together, even the blue-robed emperor would have to retreat. Unfortunately, as long as Xiao Chan could not gather all 7 thrones, the Cycle Banner would only be in name. In the end, the will of thunder was weaker than the will of primal chaos. Even with the familiarity of the immortal will, it would still be hard to deal with Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chan wondered what the outstanding talents that went to the astral battlefield were like now. He also wondered what was so special about the experts of the Deep Abyss demon race of the same generation. Could Chu Chaoyun be in the astral battlefield as well? Xiao Chan did not think about this for now. Then he put away the Cycle Banner and moved on to the next matter. To let the Solar True Flame swallow up the Purple Thunder True Flame and strengthen it further. The Solar True Flame that Imo-chan gave Xiao Chan was much weaker than his own Lunar True Flame. Only by swallowing up the Purple Thunder True Flame could it contend with the Lunar True Flame and form the true Taiji Yin-Yang Flame diagram. The Purple Thunder True Flame was the strongest Yang attributed flame. However, it was not the strongest Yang attributed flame. Its quality was slightly weaker than the Lunar True Flame. Xiao Chan opened his palm, and the Solar True Flame and Purple Thunder True Flame's origin flame appeared in his palm at the same time. Xiao Chan gently pushed them up. The 2 clumps of light, one big and one small, quickly merged and swallowed each other up. The Purple Thunder True Fire's origin flame was deeply rooted in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. It stubbornly resisted the Solar True Flame's swallowing and even suffered a backlash. At this moment, Xiao Chan needed to make a move to suppress the Purple Thunder True Fire. The process of swallowing and merging was not smooth. It was even somewhat bumpy. After spending the entire night, Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief. The Solar True Flame had finally swallowed up the Purple Thunder True Fire. Contrary to what Xiao Chan expected, the Purple Thunder True Fire's origin flame did not seem to have completely disappeared. When he circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, he could still feel a connection with the Solar True Flame. Based on this, when the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation advanced to the 8th layer, the Solar True Flame would improve further because of the Purple Thunder True Fire. Xiao Chen's initial worries were no longer necessary. Xiao Chan calmed himself down and dealt with the many matters on hand. On the desolate island, Xiao Chan started practicing the saber, practicing the profound saber technique, Thousand Frost Battle Snow. If Xiao Chan learned this move, he would have grasped 4 profound martial techniques: Instant of Glory, Subduing Dragon Profound Slash, and the 1,000-Year Flame. Every move was an earth-shattering killing move. When executed with the strength of a quasi-emperor, its might would be even more horrifying. Chapter 1049. The last 3 moves of the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist were not profound martial techniques. However, with Xiao Chen's modifications and improvements, their destructive power was no weaker than the profound martial techniques of other cultivators. 7 days passed in a flash. Xiao Chan had practiced most of the 1,000 Frost Battle Snow. In the end, it was a profound martial technique left behind by someone else. He could not execute it as he pleased, nor did he comprehend it smoothly. Whoosh! A petite figure flew over from the distance. With a thought, Xiao Chan made the frost on the ground and the drifting snow in the sky vanish instantly. Ao Jiao landed on the ground and patted her chest. She smiled and said, "That girl is much smarter than you." She moved the Mo clan to the broken cloud sea and hid there temporarily, making it difficult for me to find her. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled. With this, he relaxed. Emo-chan was indeed a smart person. She knew that she had to endure when the time was right. "I saw you practicing the Thousand Frost Battle Snow earlier. How was it? With your comprehension ability, it should be about time, right?" Ao Jiao asked with a smile. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Yes. Proud snow bullying Frost. Thousand Frost does not accept it. The name of this saber is Proud. Snow has pride, Frost has pride. When the saber is swung, it has to bring out the pride in its bones, unleashing it without restraint." Ao Jiao entered deep thought as she sized up Xiao Chan. She said, "I suddenly discovered that the frost in this saber is very similar to you. White snow is born noble, descending from the sky. The moment it appears, it becomes the center of attention. Its pride soars to the clouds, revealing its cold light. On the other hand, frost is born from a lowly background. It is born from deep underground filled with ravines. From birth, it will be trampled on by others. However, no matter how lowly it is, no matter how ordinary it is, the pride in its bones will not die. Frost will eventually be able to defeat the white snow filling the sky." Ao Jiao's words made Xiao Chan very spirited. Then he looked into the distance. Frost battles snow. Now this Frost was going to leave this cloud sea domain. He wanted to see if the snow-covered outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean were as incredible as Xinyuan Zhantian said. Purple Cloud Island, the largest island at the edge of the Southern Sea. After crossing this island, one would officially enter the Southern Sea. The largest city on the island was called Purple Cloud City. In an inn somewhere in the city. Did you hear? 2 of the Divine Dragon Palace's supreme elders died at the hands of the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan. Haha, how could I not know about the recent uproar in the Southern Sea region? I heard that even the old Dragon King, who was in closed-door training, was nearly alarmed. Speaking of which, this Blue Dragon King is really incredible. He used a secret treasure to instantly kill the 8 blue-robed emperors in the Cloud Sea domain. The Divine Dragon Palace thought that he had lost his trump card and wanted to take advantage of the situation. In the end, they suffered a double loss and lost face. Say, do you think that there is anyone in our Southern Sea region that can match up to Xiao Chan within the same generation? Inns and taverns were always the places where cultivators gathered the most. This was also the place where news spread the fastest. The death of 2 blue-robed Emperor Supreme Elders of the Divine Dragon Palace was a major matter that could not be kept a secret. In less than a month, the news spread throughout the Southern Sea. Who could match up to the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan? When someone raised this question, the bustling inn immediately fell silent. Even the older generation blue-robed emperor died at the hands of Xiao Chan. Who in the same generation could stop him? Perhaps the holy science of the immortal Holy Lands might be able to match him. Right. Don't overestimate others. The outstanding talents of our heavenly starry ocean are not weak either. The 5 poison sects' strange poison techniques, the myriad fiend islands' ancient inheritance, and the Heavenly Province Academy's righteous chi are all at least 100,000 years old. I heard that the Lunar Palace's holy daughter is coming to our Purple Cloud City today to treat people for free. The Sun Palace's holy science and the science of the ancient noble clans are all coming after hearing the news. Is that true? The Lunar Palace's holy daughter rarely leaves Bright Moon City. Why is she here this time? Perhaps because the topic of matching up to Xiao Chan was too heavy, the topic of the inn quickly shifted to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The atmosphere turned lively once more. At a table by the window on the 2nd floor, a white-clad youth with an outstanding air and delicate features held a white fan in his hand. This person looked like he was only a Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, his aura was unfathomable. Like the icy water in a cold pool, very misty. When the youth heard this news, the wine cup that he was holding to his lips paused slightly. He revealed an interested expression as he put down the wine cup and muttered, "Lunar Palace's holy daughter? The lunar palace. That holy land with a special status far away from the mundane world. Should I go and take a look? Since the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will come after hearing the news, this is also an opportunity. I want to see how outstanding the cultivators of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean are. This person was none other than Xiao Chun, who had disguised himself and used the foundation returning art to hide his cultivation. He was on his way to the largest trading center of the Southern Sea, the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. That place was a maritime market, a sea market specially prepared for cultivators. It was boundlessly bustling and bustling, be it illegal goods of unknown origins or treasures obtained through legitimate channels, one could quickly sell them there. Furthermore, there were many merchant associations, so one would not have to worry about suffering a loss. Xiao Chun had heard that the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market was about to hold the biennial 10,000 Treasure Festival. There would be all sorts of auctions. No matter what level one was, one would be able to find the most suitable item. Not only could one sell the goods on hand, but one could also search for treasures that one wanted at the auction. At the same time, one could also experience the grand occasion of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone was very suitable. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter was very famous. Since he met her by chance, there was no harm in going and taking a look. It would not take much time. Xiao Chun waved his hand and called the waiter over. The waiter walked over with a joyful smile on his face. This young master had been very extravagant in the morning. After asking around for some information, he rewarded the waiter with 100 astral coins, equivalent to several years of his salary. When the waiter saw Xiao Chun wave his hand again, he rushed over in a hurry, afraid of being slow. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is really coming to Purple Cloud Island. Do you know why? The waiter smiled and said, Yes, she is coming. I heard that this holy daughter left Moon City half a year ago, searching everywhere for famous doctors. Everywhere she went, she would treat the injuries of others. This time, she is just passing through Purple Cloud Island and will be staying there for a few days. Her destination is the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. There are several Grandmaster alchemists hired by large merchant associations there, and they are quite famous. Xiao Chun sighed softly. Finding it strange, he said, since this Lunar Palace's holy daughter dares to treat illnesses, her medical skills should be relatively good as well. Why is she looking for famous doctors? The waiter smiled and said, I find it strange as well. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter has excellent medical skills and excellent alchemy skills. She once saved several people who were on the verge of death. However, such a person is like a fairy from heaven. How can a mere manservant like me guess the thoughts of a fairy? This made sense. It would be strange if the waiter before him knew about such a difficult problem. Xiao Chun smiled and asked, Do you know when she will arrive? Haha, I'm not sure. Perhaps she will arrive today. Perhaps she will arrive the day after tomorrow. Perhaps she will not stop at Purple Cloud Island at all, heading directly to the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. All these are possible. There are so many possibilities. In that case, there is no need to wait here. Xiao Chun picked up his wine cup and drained it in one go. Then, he placed down an astral coin and prepared to depart for the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. Everyone, quickly go to the west of the city. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter is here and has already opened her stall. Brothers, if you have any hidden injuries or internal injuries, go quickly. Otherwise, it will be a pity if you are late. Suddenly, a cultivator rushed into the inn's hall and shouted excitedly. The hall was silent for a while before it turned chaotic. The cultivators at the various tables tossed down their money and rushed to the door. Bang! In an instant, the spacious door was directly burst open, and the bustling inn was quickly emptied. Xiao Chun was flabbergasted. This was too exaggerated. Actually, if one thought about it carefully, it was not exaggerated at all. A cultivator's life would always be accompanied by pain. More or less, they would leave behind internal injuries and hidden injuries that they did not know about. Xiao Chun himself had been injured many times. However, his physical body was strong, reaching peak rank 4 sage body. He was confident that he would not leave behind any hidden injuries. The same could not be said for other cultivators. If they did not get rid of their hidden injuries, when they flared up, they would become a stubborn disease. No matter how good the spirit pills and miraculous medicines were, they would not be able to treat them. Aside from internal injuries and hidden injuries, there were also people who suffered setbacks when cultivating. Their meridians were in chaos. Now there was a person who could treat people's injuries for free. Furthermore, his medical skills had reached great heights. It would be strange if they did not fight to the death over him. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and leaped out of the window. Then, he somersaulted beautifully in the air and landed on the roof of the inn's top floor. Western part of the city, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Then, he unfurled the freedom wings and looked towards the western part of the city. Many scenes flashed before Xiao Chun's eyes like a movie. The big streets and small alleys, the sky and the ground, were all filled with cultivators rushing towards the western part of the city. The scene stopped. In front of a pavilion by a lake in the western part of the city, many young girls in their prime stood in 2 rows, maintaining order. They all had graceful figures and pretty appearances. The young girls all had smiles on their faces, and their auras were ethereal. All of them had a gentle beauty like the moon, giving people a good impression of them. However, all of them were incredibly strong. When Xiao Chun saw this, he felt startled. Unexpectedly, all of these 10-odd young girls were martial sages. There were also several arrogant young men with outstanding auras standing in front of the pavilion, helping to maintain order. These should be the outstanding talents who had come to follow the Lunar Palace's holy daughter because of her fame. There were not many cultivators in front of the pavilion yet. However, after a while, the small path in front of the lake would be filled with cultivators who had heard the news. So close yet worlds apart. Xiao Chun took a step forward and silently crossed 5 kilometers. Then he drifted down from the sky. Then, he landed in front of most of the cultivators and quietly lined up at the back of the line, which was not very long. The order of the place was very good. There was no clamor or noise. Every time a person stepped forward, a red rope would descend from the elegant pavilion and tie it to the cultivator's wrist. After the red rope was withdrawn, the young girls standing on both sides would receive instructions to inform the cultivator of the diagnosis. If there were ready-made medicinal pills, they would give them. If there were none, they would leave behind the medicinal pill recipe. This was very efficient. However, Xiao Chun could not help feeling disappointed. Originally, he thought that by lining up for treatment, he would be able to personally see this famous holy daughter. However, when he arrived, he realized that this holy daughter did not show herself at all. Chapter 1050. Xiao Chun's interest waned. He had the intention to leave. He was very confident in his body. He did not have any internal injuries or hidden illnesses. Since he could not see this woman, there was no point in continuing to line up. "It's your turn. What are you waiting for?" A melodious voice rang out. Just as Xiao Chun was thinking this, he suddenly discovered that the line in front of him was already full. The various outstanding talents in front of the pavilion all revealed displeased expressions as they looked at Xiao Chun, who was distracted. They thought that he was here to cause trouble. A few of them even had a faint baleful aura in their eyes. If Xiao Chun was really here to cause trouble, they would not mind teaching him a lesson. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly in his heart. He could only go up and go through the motions. Otherwise there would be some small trouble. Xiao Chun stepped forward and stretched out his wrist. A red string carrying a medicinal fragrance flew over from the pavilion. Whoosh! It tied itself to his wrist and tied a knot. Xiao Chun looked at the red string. However, a screen blocked his view. Even his spiritual sense could only see a mist. He could not see the holy daughter's appearance behind the mist. Xiao Chun felt a cool and refreshing energy flow through his body. Then the red string bounced back. The diagnosis was complete. However, unexpectedly, after a long time, no young girl came out from either side. No one came out to tell Xiao Chun the results of the diagnosis. There was also no medicinal pill or pill recipe for him. The others whispered to each other, not knowing what was going on. However, Xiao Chun was very clear. He did not have any hidden injuries or internal injuries. Why would they give him the medicinal pill or pill recipe? Sorry for the interruption. It looks like my body is fine. There are no hidden injuries or hidden injuries. After giving the pavilion a deep look, Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute and prepared to take his leave. He had only come here to join in on the excitement. There was nothing else to see, so naturally there was no need to stay. Haha, you are really interesting. The Holy Daughter said that your illness is beyond cure. Even a divine doctor cannot save you. We were just hesitating on whether to tell you or not. A young girl laughed coquettishly, saying something that Xiao Chen would never have thought of. Beyond cure? How could that be? Xiao Chen's physical body had been tempered several times, going through many trials and suffering 1,000 kinds of pain. After consuming 100 drops of dragon marrow, he had attained a peak rank 4 sage body. How could he be so sick that even a divine doctor couldn't save him? Young master, you still have 10 years to live. If you have any wishes, you should do them as soon as possible, said the pretty attendant softly. She also had a look of pity on her face. Xiao Chen found it a little funny. The more he said, the more ridiculous he became. He even said that he only had 10 more years to live. Perhaps the Lunar Palace's holy daughter was only SOSO. Just look at the so-called outstanding talents in front of the pavilion. They only had appearances and were not worth mentioning. Perhaps there were no experts in the entire heavenly starry ocean. At the very least, there were no eye-catching people in the same generation. How unfortunate! At such a young age, this white-robed person is already a grandmaster-level martial sage. Clearly, he is an outstanding talent of a noble clan. He can be considered a hero. Unexpectedly, he only has 10 more years to live. He a hero? Perhaps he is overexerting himself and does not know the principle of progressing step by step. That's why he fell sick. Furthermore, he does not know that and came to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter to join in the fun. That's true. Based on his appearance, he does not look like he is here to treat his injuries. He probably thinks that his cultivation is pretty good, and that he can gain the holy daughter's favor. Who knew? The Lunar Palace's holy daughter would see through his hidden illness with one glance. Serves him right. The cultivators waiting in line all had expressions of schadenfreude in their tones. When they saw a cultivator who was far more outstanding than them only have 10 more years to live, they would definitely feel some joy. I wonder where this white-robed person came from. Based on his scholarly appearance, he might be from a Confucian noble clan near the Heavenly Province Academy. I have never heard of such a person in the Heavenly Province Academy. Even some of the more famous Confucian noble clans do not have such a person. He probably came from a small clan. That should be the case. He does not seem to have any righteous chi on him. His clan probably used him as a sacrificial pawn. He still does not realize it, thinking that he can become a dragon in one leap. There were all sorts of discussions. It seemed like they all agreed with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The holy daughter said that Xiao Chen only had 10 more years to live, so he really would not live past that. The 4 youths in front of the pavilion all rejoiced in Xiao Chen's misfortune. With one glance, they could tell that Xiao Chen was not really here to seek treatment. They felt that Xiao Chen's true purpose was the same as theirs, just to get close to the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. Xiao Chen gently closed the folding fan in his hand and smiled faintly. Then he prepared to turn and leave. Young master, please wait. The holy daughter still has something to say. If you are willing to cripple your cultivation and become an ordinary person, I can lend you the Lunar Palace's longevity art. I can lend young master the Lunar Palace's longevity art. I guarantee that young master will live to 100. Xiao Chen originally had a smile on his face. Now his expression sank completely. This was really never ending. These people really could say anything. Now, they actually wanted him to cripple his cultivation. There should be a limit to the nonsense they spouted, alright? Xiao Chen stopped walking and turned around with the white folding fan in his hand. Young master, have you made up your mind? If you are really willing to cripple your cultivation, I can let young master read 3 chapters of the Lunar Palace's longevity art. When the delicate girl who spoke saw Xiao Chen turn around, she thought that he had changed his mind. She repeated what she said earlier. Her tone was gentle, but her posture contained a kind of aloof arrogance. It was as if letting Xiao Chen read the first 3 chapters of the longevity art was already a great kindness and charity. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Actually, I am also somewhat skilled in medicine. When the holy daughter took my pulse, she concluded that I have 10 more years to live. It is impolite not to reciprocate. I will also take the holy daughter's pulse and see if she is in a delirious state. You are so young, yet you are already speaking nonsense. The moment Xiao Chan said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. The lunar palace's holy daughter held an esteemed position and a high prestige. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chan dared to question the lunar palace's holy daughter, speaking rudely. She gave you kindness and saved your life. Not only did you not feel grateful, but you even slandered the holy daughter. How bold! Where did this wild brat come from? Why don't you look at where you are? How dare you behave atrociously here? A dark-skinned youth in blue among the 4 outstanding talents in front of the pavilion drew his sword in anger. Then he charged at Xiao Chan while emitting killing chi. The people on the left and right reacted too slowly. They could not help but curse this brat for being too shrewd. This was an opportunity to show off, yet this fellow snatched it away. Without hesitation, the 3 of them attacked together, charging at Xiao Chan. Haha! The 4 strongest youths of our Purple Cloud Island are attacking together. This brat is dead for sure. It is good that he is dead. He even dares to speak rudely to the holy daughter. Serves him right. In any case, he will not live for more than 10 years. It is all the same if he dies earlier or later. A small clan is indeed a small clan. They have not seen much of the world and think that Grandmaster-level martial sages are incredible. They do not know that Grandmaster-level martial sages are divided into the strong and the weak. Our Southern Sea does not need too many young Grandmaster-level martial sages like him. The girl who tried to console Xiao Chan frowned slightly when she saw the 4 outstanding talents of Purple Cloud Island surging with killing chi. However, she did not say anything in the end. Xiao Chen's words were simply too overboard. It turned out that they were cultivators of Purple Cloud Island. No wonder they were Grandmaster-level martial sages. No wonder they were not even comparable to the elite disciples of the Sun Palace in Xiao Chen's opinion. Grandmaster-level martial sages were indeed divided into the strong and the weak. However, these 4 people before Xiao Chan clearly belonged to the weakest category. Wherever they went, any Grandmaster-level martial sage would beat them into kneeling and begging for mercy. The phrase "not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth" referred to these 4 people. Xiao Chan opened his folding fan. He did not use the strength of the blue-robed emperor, only that of a Grandmaster-level martial sage. The instant he opened his folding fan, a layer of frost spread out from under Xiao Chen's feet. Crystalline white snowflakes drifted down from the sky. Proud of the snow, bullying the frost, the 1,000 frost will not submit. Xiao Chan waved his folding fan, and thousands of strands of cold saber chi soared up from the ground. These strands of saber chi carried a stubborn pride as they swept out. The 4 outstanding talents of Purple Cloud Island bore the brunt of the attack. The saber chi covered their bodies in wounds, and their auras scattered. They fell to the ground in sorry states. When their wounds came into contact with them, they immediately cried out miserably in pain. The young girls on both sides received a significant blow as well, getting knocked back and dealing with the strands of saber chi in a fluster. If Xiao Chan had not suppressed his strength, this 1,000 frost battle snow would have wiped out everyone before him. However, Xiao Chan did not have a huge grudge against Xiao Chan. It was just that he was angered by the other party's nonsense and the other party's expression of gratitude. Xiao Chan only wanted to vent his anger. He had not thought of killing anyone. Taking advantage of the flustered crowd, Xiao Chan closed his folding fan and switched it to his left hand. Then, he casually pulled out a strand of hair with his right hand. Xiao Chan flicked his finger, and a boundless saber chi appeared. The strand of hair gave off a crystalline light as it extended towards the screen in the pavilion with an unparalleled aura. Behind the screen was an elegant, fairy-like woman who was as ethereal as the moon. She wore snow-white clothes as she sat behind an elegant, red wooden table. The red string in her hand shot out unhurriedly, piercing through the screen. In a thousandth of a second, it clashed with Xiao Chen's strand of hair. Bang! The two clashed. To the white-clad woman's surprise, the strand of hair pierced through her red string, making it look like a piece of bamboo, exploding into pieces. A strong saber intent spread out in all directions. The flower vases, trees, and all the other exquisite decorations in the pavilion instantly shattered into dust. However, it was clear that Xiao Chan had held back. Otherwise, it would not just be these flower vases that shattered but the entire pavilion. The shock on the white-clad woman's face had just passed when she discovered that the strand of hair had already wrapped around her wrist, gently knotting it. A middle-aged woman with an extremely strong aura hid in the shadows behind the white-clad woman. When she saw this, she wanted to make a move to break the strand of hair. After the white-clad woman recovered from her shock, she smiled faintly and waved her hand to stop the other party. After a while, a cold chi flowed through the strand of hair and traveled through the various acupoints of the white-clad woman's body, paying special attention to several acupoints in the brain. The woman felt startled in her heart. Based on the location of the cold chi traveling through the acupoints, it was clearly an extremely profound pulse reading technique. Furthermore, it was very different from current medical techniques. Chapter 1051. Outside the pavilion, Xiao Chan tapped his hair with 4 fingers in a certain rhythm. Time slowly passed. Xiao Chen's expression turned increasingly grave, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. The Lunar Palace disciples in front had more or less dealt with the frost saber chi binding them. Xiao Chan showed a sullen expression. He could not even be bothered with the strand of hair in his hand. He tossed it aside and left, not willing to stay a moment longer, clearly preoccupied. Damn! This fellow really took the pulse of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. He profaned the holy daughter. We can't let him escape. No one had expected Xiao Chan to take the pulse of the fairy-like person in their hearts. All of them immediately flew into a rage, surrounding Xiao Chan as he turned to leave. The earlier anger vanished without a trace. Xiao Chan just wanted to leave. He threw out his folding fan and danced around him. The bright moon in the fan, the small bridge, and the flowing water seemed to appear in the real world. The gentle moon, the clear water, and the fluttering folding fan. Xiao Chan stood on a small bridge, gradually moving further away. No one could stop him for even a moment. Inside the pavilion, a strand of black hair wound around the index finger of the white-clad woman. She stood up and went to the window. As she watched Xiao Chan walk away on the moon and the bridge, her pretty eyes revealed a contemplative look. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and his white robes fluttered. Xiao Chan stepped on the moonlight and rode the bridge back. The road in front of the lake was in chaos. The people who blocked Xiao Chan all suffered significant injuries. Xiao Chan, who was in a rush to leave with a heavy heart, did not control his strength well, resulting in several severe injuries. The female Lunar Palace disciples moved about, checking on the injuries and treating them. Chaos reigned everywhere. The white-clad woman in front of the pavilion frowned slightly. The beautiful middle-aged woman with an outstanding aura behind her stepped forward and whispered, "Bingyun, this person is an expert. He might have hidden his cultivation." Yu Bingyun felt it was strange. She asked, "In Aunt Bai's eyes, he is an expert as well?" The beautiful, noble and graceful Auntie Bai smiled and said, "It's just a feeling. This person is definitely someone with a story. Unfortunately, 10 years are about to pass, and the heavens are jealous of him." Yu Bingyun lowered her head and looked at the strand of fine black hair wrapped around her index finger. She said softly, "It is possible that he is the person we are looking for?" "Really?" The woman Yu Bingyun addressed as Aunt Bai paled somewhat. "Whether it is true or not, we still have to ask him in person. Even if he did not leave his name, I have never heard of this person in the heavenly starry ocean. Judging from his attire, I wonder if the Heavenly Province Academy's young master Qingshu knows him?" Yu Bingyun looked at the strand of hair between her fingers, feeling that it was a pity. Suddenly, she looked up from the window and saw a figure rushing over in the distance at lightning speed. He was like a soaring true dragon, stepping on the auspicious clouds and withdrawing the strong winds. His roar was like the roar of a true dragon, reverberating in all directions. The many injured cultivators below immediately recognized him. They could not help but reveal astonished expressions. "It's the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Hai Tian." Indeed, when the Lunar Palace's holy daughter arrived at Purple Cloud Island, the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea will definitely come after hearing the news. The Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace was a huge faction of the Southern Sea. When Neptune was still around, it was even stronger than the immortal Holy Land's Zodiac Hall. Naturally, the purpose of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master was self-evident. He was here for the lunar palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun. Suddenly, a flickering lightning-attributed flame lit up in the western sky. A lightning-attributed flame tore through the sky and headed for the pavilion as well. The young master of an ancient noble clan, the scion of the Gongsun clan, Gongsun Yin. A strong wind blew in the northern sky. A berserk aura spread out together with the strong wind. Everyone could feel a prideful aura that looked down on the world. It's another ancient noble clan, the scion of the Shangguan clan, Shangguan Yun. Soundlessly, a person flew over from the east. He didn't seem to be making any big movements, but as he moved, the sky behind him moved forward bit by bit, giving off an oppressive feeling, as if the might of the heavens were descending. The scion of the Xia clan is here as well. The many cultivators on the ground erupted with excitement. In such a short time, nearly all the factions of the Southern Sea that could rival the immortal Holy Lands had arrived. This was a true outstanding talent. The 4 people from Purple Cloud Island were far inferior compared to him. The reputation of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter filled the sky with boundless charm. Just as everyone thought that this was the end, something happened in the central sky. A dazzling golden sun slowly descended, overshadowing the radiance of the blazing sun. Beside him there was a full moon. The sun and the moon descended together, and the sun and moon shone together, illuminating the surroundings. With such an obvious mysterious phenomenon, no one in the Southern Sea would not know. This was the holy sun of the Southern Sea's immortal holy land, the Zodiac Hall's holy daughter, Fu Hongyao. One was the top true inheritor of the Sun Palace, and the other was the top true inheritor of the Moon Palace. They were the most outstanding talents of the same generation in the Southern Sea. This was especially so for the holy son Chu Yang. He had been in closed-door cultivation for the past few years. His strength was unfathomable. Rumor had it that the location of his closed-door cultivation was the blazing sun. The palace master of the Zodiac Hall, the Prime Emperor Wu, Jin Xuani, personally guarded him. The moment the sun and moon appeared, the auras of the others immediately paled in comparison to the two, becoming slightly inferior. As the group approached the pavilion in front of the lake, they seemed to come to a tacit understanding and scattered their auras, withdrawing their sharpness. This was a show of respect for the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. They did not act presumptuously. They landed firmly and reported their identities, waiting quietly. The first to land was the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian. When he saw Gongsun Yen, he smiled faintly and said, "It looks like Brother Gongsuan's Thunderflame Warbody made a breakthrough again. If you have time, let's exchange pointers." Gongsun Yen smiled calmly and said, "It's so. However, if Brother Hai Tian wants to exchange pointers, I can accompany you at any time." The two's tone was calm. However, as they spoke, they clashed with each other, giving off a faint smell of gunpowder. "Haha, Brother Hai Tian, I heard that the Blue Dragon King recently killed 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors. Is that true?" A strong wind blew, and the scion of the ancient Shangguan clan, Shangguan Yun, landed quietly. He smiled at Hai Tian, the scion of the Xia clan, Xia Hanfeng, who wanted to arrive with heaven's might, had just landed. When he heard this, he also looked at Hai Tian curiously. The news of the Blue Dragon King Xiaochan killing 2 of the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's blue-robed emperors had spread like wildfire. These outstanding talents were all curious as to whether this was true or not. Hai Tian felt stifled, and anger appeared on his face. Just as he did not know how to answer, he saw the holy sons and holy daughters of Zodiac Hall land together. Hai Tian raised his eyebrows and his lips curled up. He said, "Shangguan Yun, I think you should go and ask Chu Yang." The Blue Dragon King nearly disfigured Fu Hongyao with one punch during his king conferral ceremony. Is there such a thing? Shangguan Yun glared at Hai Tian. Only a fool would mention this matter to Chu Yang. When Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao landed in front of the pavilion, they acted like they had not heard what Shangguan Yun said and headed straight for the doors. "Friends, the holy daughter is startled today, and the pavilion is in a mess. Aside from Miss Red Yao, it is not convenient for the other young masters to meet." The Lunar Palace's female disciple standing guard at the door said apologetically to the group. Fu Hongyao was acquainted with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter in the first place. Naturally, Yu Bingyun would not reject Fu Hongyao. Under the gazes of the others, Fu Hongyao entered the pavilion. The holy daughter is startled? Could it be that someone dares to cause trouble in the pavilion of the Lunar Palace's holy daughter? When the group saw the chaotic scene of the Lunar Palace's disciples treating the injured in the crowd, their expressions sank. That might be the case. After asking around, the expressions of Hai Tian and the others changed drastically. How audacious! Where did this fellow come from? To think that he does not know the immensity of the heavens and earth, even daring to take the holy daughter's pulse. Hai Tian said angrily. The expressions of Shangguan Yun and the others were unsightly as well. Yu Bingyun being profaned in their Southern Sea was a slap to the faces of all the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. In the future, during the Four Seas Hero Gathering, the many outstanding talents of the other sea domains would definitely mock them in Bright Moon City because of this. We have to find this person. Otherwise we will lose a lot of face. Shangguan Yun, who was at odds with Hai Tian, said something that he rarely did. Naturally, the others did not mind. This was both a good and a bad thing. In this day and age, no one could truly profane the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. How could they miss out on such an opportunity to show off before the holy daughter? The few of them acted in concert with their words. However, they were all thinking about how to obtain the greatest benefits for themselves in this matter. Only Chu Yang of the Zodiac Hall remained silent. He simply could not think of anyone in the heavenly starry ocean who dared to profane Yu Bingyun. Could it be someone from the Black Sea? That's not right. There is no such person in the Black Sea. If there were, I would definitely know who it was. Perhaps this matter is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Thousands of meters away, at the top floor of an inn, 3 or 4 dissolute cultivators with evil auras sat at a table by the window. They all had smiles on their faces as they looked at the pavilion from afar. In the entire history of the Lunar Palace, even back to the time of Neptune, only one holy daughter has ever fallen in love with a mortal. These people are really delusional. Humph! What outstanding talent! They look bright and awe-inspiring. But in front of a woman you've become so timid and polite. You don't deserve to be called a prodigy at all. That brother in white is still the best. He suits my taste. Since ancient times, he is the only one who dared to forcefully take the pulse of the holy daughter. Haha, well said. I wonder if second brother can catch up to this person? I really want to make friends with him. He definitely can. Second brother's movement technique is excellent. The same thing had a different result in the eyes of different people. At this moment, Xiao Chun clearly did not know what kind of ripples his impromptu actions had caused. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much about it, given how preoccupied he was. Xiao Chun flew all the way out of Purple Cloud Island. After traveling for an unknown distance, he stopped before a lone island. The folding fan fluttered as Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and grasped it. The bright moon, the bridge, and the flowing water were no longer there. His figure drifted over and landed on the tallest peak of the island. Standing at the summit, Xiao Chun looked at the boundless sea. He frowned heavily, thinking about something. Xiao Chun, what's wrong? Ao Jiao had long noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression, so she could not help asking. Xiao Chun gently fanned himself and said, "That Lunar Palace's holy daughter did not speak nonsense. At the very least, there was no need for her to do so. The longevity art is indeed a holy manual for maintaining one's health. It is worthy of such a grand display." Chapter 1052. That is to say, you misunderstood her? Ao Jiao smiled. Then she suddenly reacted and said, "That's impossible. How can you only have 10 years of lifespan? After you break through to the blue-robed emperor, your lifespan will increase to 1,000 years. Xiao Chun thought for a while before replying. Lifespan is divided into 2 types. One is natural lifespan and the other is physiological lifespan. Natural lifespan is easy to understand. Ordinary people's natural lifespan is 70 or 80 years. As cultivators break through their cultivation realms, their natural lifespan will increase. Physiological lifespan is the lifespan of the body. Normally speaking, the two are the same. However, sometimes there are accidents that cause the physiological lifespan to exceed the natural lifespan by too much. She is 20 years old, but her body is that of a 70 or 80-year-old. The lunar palace's holy daughter should be referring to my physiological lifespan. Ao Jiao felt that this was incredible. She asked doubtfully, "What exactly did you see when you took the holy daughter's pulse for you to change so much?" When Xiao Chan recalled that scene, he was still deeply shocked. After a long time he said, "Her physiological lifespan is like that of a baby. If there are no accidents, she will remain like that for the next 10 years. How can that be? She looks like she is at least 20 years old." Xiao Chun did not believe it either. However, that aura could not be wrong. The alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation had some knowledge of medicine. The pulse-taking technique recorded there could not be wrong. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Chan started to take the Lunar Palace's holy daughter's words seriously, no longer treating them as nonsense. After Xiao Chan calmed down and thought about it, he realized that the other party did not know him, so there was no need for her to speak nonsense. It would not do her any good. After that, he used this pulse-taking technique to check his physiological lifespan. Although it looked strong, the physiological lifespan of a peak rank 4 sage body did indeed have less than 10 years left. Xiao Chun had never thought about this problem before. The alchemy section of the Compendium of Cultivation only had a brief introduction to this, so he had not paid much attention to it. Ao Jiao came to a realization and said, "I think I know what the problem is. There's a problem with your physical body cultivation. You endured all kinds of pain and tempered your body thousands of times. When your physical body improved by leaps and bounds, you didn't pay attention to the way to nourish your body." Xiao Chen's physical body cultivation was indeed somewhat horrifying. At such a young age, he had already attained a peak rank 4 sage body. Xiao Chan had started cultivating his physical body in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, from the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. If he calculated the time, it had been less than 10 years. However, in the past 10 years, he had not done anything to nourish his body. Instead, he had used heavenly materials and earthly treasures to nourish his body. This was also because he had never met a true master on his path of cultivation. Ao Jiao had a lot of experience, but the Thunder King did not cultivate his corporeal body, and knew very little about this aspect, so he could not help Xiao Chan. Back when Xiao Chan first advanced to Martial Monarch, he had to refine his quintessence twice for each minor realm, enduring boundless pain. That path established the purity of Xiao Chen's quintessence. Even after he converted it to heavenly sage laws, his quintessence was still much denser than that of cultivators of the same generation. However, the damage to his body would be immense. At that time, Xiao Chan felt that he would be fine once he endured it. Going further, when Xiao Chan was in the lower realm, he had rashly used the strength character formula. 33-fold combat prowess was heaven-defying. As an inferior grade martial monarch, he had forced back a martial sage. Perhaps at that time, the seeds of danger had already been planted. Now, looking at the myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, Xiao Chan had been using the 10-fold combat prowess wantonly. He had probably unknowingly drained his physiological lifespan. 10-fold combat prowess, 33-fold combat prowess. Such heaven-defying existences should have a price. Suddenly, Xiao Chan recalled that in his previous life, there had also been a heaven-defying martial arts expert on Earth. At a young age he had been unrivaled, famous throughout the world. However, he had died young and mysteriously. There was a rumor that he had cultivated excessively, undergoing too much cruel training. The two remained silent. After a while, Xiao Chan recovered his emotions. He smiled and said, "It's fine. It is not too late to understand now. At the very least, I know of 2 ways to salvage the situation." "Which 2? "Naturally, the first is the Lunar Palace's longevity art. Unfortunately, that is the Lunar Palace's sacred canon. Outsiders can only read 3 chapters at most. It is impossible to read the entire book. Hence, there was no need to even think about the first method. How could the Lunar Palace lend its inherited sacred canon to outsiders? Snatching it was even more impossible. The Lunar Palace had many experts. It would be better to just marry a holy daughter. As for the second method, there is no need to beg others. It is my own blue dragon body nourishing art. Now that I think about it, I somewhat understand why this body tempering cultivation technique is called the body nourishing art and not the body tempering art. The foundation of the body-tempering art is clearly to nourish the body. When Ao Jiao heard this, she smiled and said, "Really? So, you already thought of this solution long ago? You startled me." Xiao Chun smiled helplessly in his heart. Although that was what he said, he had exhausted too much of his physiological lifespan. It had already reached a point where it could not be reversed. Even if the blue dragon body nourishing art was useful, it might be too late to realize it now. Xiao Chun was not sure. However, he did not want Ao Jiao to worry too much, so he purposely said this. The most reliable solution was still the Lunar Palace's longevity art. Just at this moment, the sound of something tearing came from behind. Xiao Chun frowned slightly and turned around to look. Xiao Chun saw a stout, dark-skinned man giving off a ruffian aura quickly flying towards him. Xiao Chun did not see any killing chi from this person or any killing intent in his eyes. Instead, he had a strange expression. How should Xiao Chun put it? This expression was one of worship. Xiao Chun felt suspicious. However, he kept his guard up and let the stout man fly in front of him. "Haha, brother, your speed is extraordinarily fast. If we had not paused on this island for a while, I would have lost you." The dark-skinned man stopped and laughed heartily. Xiao Chun smiled to himself. This person is really straightforward. I wonder why he is following me all the way here? Brother, I think very highly of you. Come with me to kidnap the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. The stout man said seriously just as Xiao Chun thought this. Xiao Chun could not help but want to laugh. This person could no longer be described as straightforward. If not for this stout man being stronger than that Sun Palace elite disciple, Xiao Chun would have thought that he had run into a madman. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter could not be casually kidnapped. Not to mention the holy daughter, Xiao Chun also sensed a great perfection blue-robed emperor expert by her side. If Xiao Chun managed to kidnap her, given the Lunar Palace's reputation, there would be no place for him in the entire heavenly starry ocean. Furthermore, the Lunar Palace disciples all had secret techniques to protect themselves. There would be no benefit in kidnapping such a person. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chun still smiled and said, "Brother, thank you for thinking so highly of me. However, I do not have such ambitions. Furthermore, I still have important matters to attend to. You will have to find someone else for such a big matter." The dark-skinned man revealed an expression of extreme regret. He said, "How unfortunate. Many people of the righteous and righteous factions want to do something but cannot. Brother, you managed to do it easily. It is too unfortunate that you do not join us." The stout man did not give up. He continued to try to persuade Xiao Chun to do great things with him. Finally, when he saw Xiao Chun's firm attitude, he smiled helplessly and said, "Brother has things to do, so I will not insist. However, with one look I can tell that brother is a kindred spirit. Tell me your name, and if you have time in the future, come to the Black Sea. I Batu will definitely take good care of you." The Black Sea. Xiao Chun felt excited. That was the place with the richest resources in the entire oceanic world. It was precisely because of the Black Sea that the many major factions of the heavenly starry ocean did not care about the resources of the starry heavens. To them, the resources of the Black Sea were an inexhaustible treasure trove. There was no need for them to go to the starry heavens. However, the Black Sea was also a place for great bandits and peak loose cultivators. This Batu before Xiao Chun did not look like a loose cultivator. He did not have the baleful aura of a loose cultivator. He should be the descendant of a famous great bandit. Xiao Chun was willing to befriend such a person. He smiled and said, "I am Mo Yun. We will meet again in the future." For a very long time, Mo Yun would be Xiao Chun's alias when he traveled the heavenly starry ocean. Batu watched as Xiao Chun flew in the direction of the 10,000 treasure sea market. Only when Xiao Chun's figure disappeared did he turn his head back. He still had an expression of pity on his face. A sea market, a market on the sea, referred to a cultivator's market that existed only in the oceanic world. There were many sea markets of various sizes in the southern sea. However, the most famous one had to be the 10,000 treasure sea market. Xiao Chun followed the sea map and walked on the water. His white robes and folding fan made him look unremarkable in the vast sea. As Xiao Chun got closer to the 10,000 treasure sea market, the number of cultivators he met increased. These people were in groups of 2 or 3. discussing the upcoming 10,000 Treasure Festival. Not only were there auctions for the various levels, but there were also professional auctions such as secret treasure auctions, medicinal pill auctions, spirit weapon auctions, and so on. Aside from these, there were also all sorts of appraisal sessions. If one had good judgment and a good character, one might be able to obtain some pleasant surprises. The biennial 10,000 Treasure Festival was considered a grand event in the Southern Sea. Many cultivators would rush over. Xiao Chan did not travel very fast. After half a month, he finally saw the landmark of the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. A gigantic statue stood on the surface of the vast sea. Its upper body was above the water, and it was tens of thousands of zhang tall. The statue was dressed like an immortal cultivator from the immortal epoch. It wore Buddhist robes and 4 carefree scarves floated above its head. The statue's left hand was stretched out in the air, and 2 fingers of its right hand formed a sword. The statue stared into the distance, piercing through space and the barrier of the sky as it looked at the distant starry heavens. The statue seemed to be forming some kind of hand seal, giving the impression that a living person had suddenly petrified after being magnified countless times. The statue froze in the river of time, trapped for a lifetime. This kind of scene could only be seen from a very far distance. However, when one got closer, one would not be able to see it clearly because it was too vast and tall. The entire 10,000 Treasure Sea Market was made up of thousands of islands of various sizes around the statue. The core island was the palm of the statue. That was a city, and the peak auctions were held there. Merchant ships stood in great numbers, and the flags of thousands of merchant associations fluttered in the wind. It was bustling, noisy, and vast. This was the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. Chapter 1053. Xiao Chun had a clear goal. He flew towards 10,000 Treasure City. The instant he flew into the air, he felt a formless pressure. This pressure came from the statue itself. Without the strength of a martial sage, one would not even be qualified to step into this 10,000 Treasure City. The higher Xiao Chun flew, the greater the pressure. If he wanted to reach the top of the statue, he would have to be at least as strong as the blue-robed emperor. Naturally, just flying to the top of the 10,000 Treasure City did not pose any pressure to Xiao Chan. The mysterious pressure was no different from air to him. In just an instant, Xiao Chun arrived above the palm. When he looked down, he could see the entire bustling and exquisite 10,000 Treasure City. There was a palace on each of the 5 fingers of the statue. The 5 city lords of 10,000 Treasure City resided in these palaces. The palace on the thumb was the most magnificent and vast. That was the residence of the top city lord, the Treasure Master. The Treasure Master's identity was mysterious and venerated. He traveled everywhere and rarely showed himself. Right now, his grandson was in charge of all major and minor matters. The one on the pinky finger was the 5th city lord, the one on the ring finger was the 4th city lord, the one on the index finger was the 3rd city lord, and the one on the middle finger was the 2nd city lord. He broke through the might of 10,000 Treasure City in one breath. At such a young age, he already has an overwhelming wealth qi. This is a very important guest. Ziying, go and entertain him personally. Do not delay him. Do your best to pull all his business into the merchant association we control. An old man in the palace on the pinky finger suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze penetrated 50 kilometers and clearly saw the white-clad Xiao Chan. This person seems to be only a grandmaster-level martial sage. Is there a need to send your daughter out personally? The girl named Ziying felt somewhat suspicious. Several great grandmaster-level martial sages and even the blue-robed emperor had appeared. But her father had not even opened his eyes. Ha, hurry up and go. If you wait any longer, when the other city lords react, you won't have this chance anymore. The old man smiled gently. His tone was gentle, but it contained a strong might. This was not an order, but it was irresistible. Ziying rejoiced in her heart. When her father said this, it would definitely be right. Aside from the mysterious treasure master, the other 4 city lords were all merchant associations from outside. An evaluation would be held every 10 years. And if the profits that the Chamber of Commerce brought to the Treasure City were too low, they would lose the right to be the city lord. This was the rule set by the Treasure Master. No matter how strong the Merchant Association's backing was, it still had to obediently follow the rules when it came to the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. The profits of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion's branch in Treasure City had been declining for the past few years. It had fallen once every 10 years, and it had already fallen from the second-ranked city lord to the fifth-ranked. If it continued to drop like this, she would probably lose her right to be the fifth city lord. A large order could reduce the pressure on Ziying. Without any warning, just as Xiao Chen was about to land, a seven-colored bridge extended from the distance to Xiao Chen's feet. Rainbow light flickered. A gorgeous rainbow bridge stretched across the sky. It was beautiful to the extreme. 5 colored heavenly flowers floated down from the sky. Many pairs of eyes in the treasure city below immediately looked up into the sky. 5 colored heavenly flowers and a 7-colored rainbow bridge. It was unknown which esteemed guest had been intercepted by one of the 5 city lords and received with the highest form of etiquette. The cultivators in the city were all martial sages at the very least. When they infused their mental energy into their eyes, they could clearly see Xiao Chen, who was very far away. This person wore white robes and held a white fan. He looked delicate and pretty, no more than 30 years old. He was a grandmaster-level martial sage. When one looked carefully at this person's face, no one had heard of him before. Several people immediately felt suspicious. How could an unknown outstanding talent receive such a grand reception from the Nine Cauldron Pavilion? The Nine Cauldron Pavilion probably misjudged him again. His business has been declining for the past few years. After this 10,000 treasure festival, he will probably lose his position as the city lord. Such mockery rang out continuously in the treasure city. The Nine Cauldron Pavilion had definitely misjudged him by receiving a grandmaster-level martial sage with such a grand reception. They would become a laughingstock and become the joke of this 10,000 treasure festival. When Xiao Chen heard Ao Jiao's explanation as he faced the 7-colored bridge, he roughly understood what was going on. This was really strange. Despite being a grandmaster-level martial sage and not being famous, he could cause such a huge commotion. This was fine as well. With someone to receive him, he could save himself some trouble. Xiao Chen was somewhat confident in the ability of the Foundation returning art to hide his cultivation. As long as he ran into some special secret treasures, it would be hard for him to be discovered. Even if he was discovered, it would not matter. With the Peak Thunder Dragon Steps and the Freedom Wings, he was confident of leaving easily even if Emperor Wu came personally. A pretty girl arrived on the bridge. This was the manager of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion in the Treasure City, Ziying. This lady is Ziying, the manager of 10,000 Cities Nine Cauldron Pavilion. Might I ask for young master's name? The girl named Ziying gave off the impression of a capable person with one glance. Her aura was very similar to Ying Qiong's. As Ziying spoke, her actions were very graceful and charming. While she was respectful, she did not give off an overly flattering feeling. Perhaps it was because Ziying's aura was very similar to Ying Qiong's, but Xiao Chen had a very good first impression of this girl. He performed a cupped fist salute as he held the folding fan in his hand and said, "I do not dare to claim my distinguished name. I am Mo Yun. You can just address me casually." The two stood on the 7-colored bridge like it was flat ground. Then the 7-colored bridge slowly shrank. It carried the two further away, drifting down towards the palace on the pinky finger. After chatting for a while, Ziying felt that Mo Yun's way of speaking was extraordinary. Her father definitely did not misjudge him. It looks like young Master Mo came because of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. I wonder if you have any special requests this time? The Nine Cauldron Pavilion is one of the top 5 merchant associations in 10,000 Treasure City. As for the backer of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion, it is considered a peak merchant association in the entire heavenly starry ocean. After chatting for a while, Ziying moved to the main topic. After a pause, she continued, "If young master has any requests, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion will definitely be able to fulfill them." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and opened his folding fan. "I do indeed have some special requests. I need secret treasures containing dragon souls in large quantities." Ziying felt somewhat disappointed. Even for Peking-grade secret treasures containing dragon souls, barring special exceptions, they would only be worth tens of millions of astral coins. This was a large order. However, it was still far from the large order that she had anticipated. As for what Xiao Chen said about large quantities, she did not care too much about it. Secret treasures were meant to be used. Cultivators could only use 1 or 2 at most. How large could the quantity be? Even so, Ziying's expression did not change. With her good upbringing, she would not put on a vile expression over such a small matter. However, this time Ziying had embarrassed herself greatly. The merchant associations of the other 4 city lords would definitely mock her for a long time. Ziying sighed in her heart. Then she smiled and said, "What kind of secret treasures containing dragon souls does young Master Mo need? I'll give you 10 million black astral coins first. Help me purchase them. If you do well, I still have a batch of goods worth tens of millions of black astral coins for you to deal with." Xiao Chun did not know what Ziying was thinking. His tone was calm as he continued speaking. When Ziying heard this, she was slightly stunned even though she was used to seeing big scenes. 10 million black astral coins meant 100 million astral coins. There was still another 100 million black astral coins to sell. Based on Xiao Chen's tone, it sounded like 100 million black astral coins were not enough. This was a huge business deal. After this transaction, the profits from the offerings might be enough for the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to become the 2nd city lord. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Xiao Chen frowned. Dragons were hidden in the depths. The sea hid dragons. It should not be too difficult to collect secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean. Ziying smiled and said excitedly, "No, absolutely not. Come, let's go down and discuss in detail." Whoosh! Just at this moment, 3 7-colored bridges streaked across the sky at the same time. Heavenly flowers fell from the sky above 10,000 Treasure City, looking like snowflakes drifting in the air. The glazed lights of various colors illuminated the entire sky. Xiao Chen and Ziying, who were about to descend to the palace on the pinky finger, turned their heads to look. They saw a group of outstanding talents accompanying the Lunar Palace's holy daughter outside 10,000 Treasure City. Everyone there had a bright name. The faction behind them could cause clouds and rain in the southern sea, or even the entire heavenly starry ocean. Whoosh! An even more resplendent and dazzling 9-colored bridge flew through the air, looking very gorgeous. Unexpectedly, the palace on the pinky finger of the treasure master also sent out an invitation, something that was rarely seen. Instantly, the entire 10,000 Treasure City stirred. Everyone forgot about the 7-colored bridge that the 9 Cauldron Pavilion sent out. Clearly, the treasure master's 9-colored bridge was directed at the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. On the Rainbow Bridge, 8 divine steeds covered in flames pulled ancient war chariots, slowly moving forward. When the people of the other 4 cities saw the people of the treasure master's residence personally coming out, they smiled faintly and tacitly took a step back. They landed at the back of the golden war chariot and went to welcome the holy daughter's group. They glanced at Ziying and a few of them smiled mockingly at her. They laughed at her for making an error in judgment. To think that Ziying treated a Grandmaster-level martial sage as a financial backer. What a joke. However, the main character had already changed. The various city lords wanted to rope in the holy daughter's group, but they could not do so. They could only rope in 1 or 2 people. A cold-faced youth with an extraordinary aura rode on the golden war chariot. He crossed the 9-colored rainbow bridge and arrived before the Lunar Palace's holy daughter's group. This cold-faced youth was the treasure master's grandson, Yi Ling. He was now the manager of 10,000 Treasure City. He was currently conversing with the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. Ziying smiled faintly. Now that she had a major client like Xiao Chun, she did not need to care about what others thought of her. All she needed to do was silently make a fortune. When Xiao Chun saw Fu Hongyao beside the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, he was mildly startled. If he guessed right, the man beside her should be the strongest person of the Sun Palace's younger generation. Young Master Mo, we should discuss the details of the secret treasures containing dragon souls. Ziying reminded him in a soft voice with a faint smile. Xiao Chun turned his head back and smiled. Let's go then. In the VIP room of the 5th City Lord's residence, Xiao Chun first asked around about the market for secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean, to see if it was as rumored. The results gave Xiao Chun a pleasant surprise. There were hidden dragons in the depths, and the sea hid dragons. This saying was not wrong at all. The secret treasures containing dragon souls in the heavenly starry ocean were much easier to find than in the Kunlun continent. Hence he had to focus on king-grade secret treasures. I wonder if there will be secret treasures containing true dragon souls in this 10,000 treasure festival? Chapter 1054. Xiao Chun asked with some anticipation. Ziying smiled apologetically and said, I don't think so. True dragons are hard to find and nearly extinct. Naturally, a true dragon's soul is even harder to find. However, I will ask around. It's fine. Xiao Chun waved his hand. He was just asking casually. If there was, it would be a pleasant surprise. If there was none, there was no need to be upset. The two started to discuss the contract. Xiao Chun took out the contract that Ziying made and took a look. There were no loopholes in it, so he signed it and handed the 10 million black astral coins to the other party. Ziying rejoiced. With this deal of 10 million black astral coins, the 9 Cauldron Pavilion would not have to worry about business for half a year. Ziying put away the contract and the black astral coins and took the opportunity to ask, I heard from young Master Emo that you still have a batch of treasures to sell. How about we settle them together? Don't worry. As long as the 9 Cauldron Pavilion can help me settle this within one day, I will definitely hand the treasures I want to sell to your merchant association. Naturally, Xiao Chun was not stupid. He had to use something to pressure the other party. Otherwise, if the other party could not do it within one day, he would not be able to deal with it. Ziying smiled and took her leave. Before she left, she called over 2 pretty girls with voluptuous figures to serve Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun waved his hand and got the 2 maidservants to wait outside, waiting for his instructions. Deep into the night, Xiao Chun drew his lunar shadow saber in a cultivation room in the courtyard for honored guests. He calmly executed the flawless saber technique, trying to infuse the will of ice into the 4-season saber technique's winter saber. Logically speaking, Xiao Chun should not be so calm. On the way to the 10,000 treasure sea market, he had consumed and refined a longevity fruit in his hand. As he expected, the longevity fruit only increased his natural lifespan and not his physiological lifespan. It would not be of any help to his current situation. Right now, if the blue dragon body nourishing art was not effective, 10 years would not be laughable at all. Xiao Chun had not reached the peak yet, had not re-established the Dragon's Gate, had not seen everything in this world, and still had many regrets. How could 10 years be enough? It looks like it will work. In the vast underground cultivation room, Xiao Chun revealed a joyful smile as he watched the destructive power of the first fusion of the Winter Saber and the Will of Ice. He had always been like this. No matter how many regrets he only had 10 years to live. He just had to face it calmly. Life still had to go on. There was no need to bemoan the state of the universe and pity the fate of mankind. There was no need to be depressed and regretful. In these 12 years he had walked many paths, met many people and made countless choices. He had never regretted any of his choices. There was no other reason. As long as he knew what he wanted, there was no need to be so conflicted. Dressed in white, Xiao Chun was even colder than the snow. His saber was cold, he was cold, but his heart was not cold. He was sharp and hot-blooded. As Xiao Chun's mental state improved, the great perfection saber soul in the will of thunder in his sea of consciousness became increasingly dense. It seemed like it would make another breakthrough soon. Xiao Chun casually stabbed his saber into the ground. Then he started practicing his palm technique, Thousand-Year Flame, amid the heavy snow. This move was Xiao Chun's original creation. When he sent out his palm strike, it showed sorrow and joy, parting and reunions, expressing lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. He could spread out his comprehensions, his lifetime's lofty sentiments, joy, anger, sorrow, and joy with one palm strike. This palm technique could still evolve in many different ways. Joy, anger, sorrow, joy, parting, and reunions. There should be many more ways. For example, at this moment, Xiao Chun thought of parting and the 10-year sorrow. As grief spread through his palm technique clearly deviated from the initial hot-bloodedness, tyranny, and berserk destruction of the Thousand-Year Flame. In its place was a boundless melancholy of parting. A faint grief lingered in Xiao Chun's heart, flowing into his every move. The fluttering of his clothes and hair seemed to speak of melancholy. The cycle banner, which was connected to Xiao Chun's mind, suddenly unfurled in the universe ring. The astral pearl refined by the grief throne shone brightly. The snowflakes were no longer there. Thousands upon thousands of blood-red remnant flowers drifted in the air. The remnant flowers were like blood, filled with grief. A scarlet moon rose up behind Xiao Chun, filling his eyes with a red light. Grief filled everything he saw. Time was like a river gushing endlessly. There was a moon by the riverside, and a lone boat moved along the river, treading on the moon. Time flowed by. 10,000 years passed. The people on the boat lived and died, changing again and again. Only the moon reigned supreme, only the moon existed. Who saw the moon for the first time by the riverside? When did the moon at the riverside first shine on people? Generations passed by endlessly. The moon at the riverside remained the same every year. Under the illumination of the scarlet moonlight, Xiao Chen's white robes looked very eye-catching among the thousands of scarlet remnant flowers, showing a different kind of grief. 1,000-year death. I have a palm strike that speaks only of sorrow, not joy. With this palm strike, Xiao Chen scattered all his grief and melancholy. He felt carefree, sweeping away all the knots in his heart. The grief on Xiao Chen's body vanished. There seemed to be boundless hope in the faint flowing light, creating all life. Without a sound, even the dust that was tiny to the point it couldn't be seen with the naked eye within the underground cultivation room was transformed into nothingness by this palm strike. The scarlet moonlight vanished, and the withered remnant flowers disappeared. The underground cultivation room was silent and empty, and the air was unprecedentedly fresh. This move shall be called 1,000-year death. Xiao Chun withdrew his hand and sheathed the saber he stabbed into the ground. Then, he walked out of the cultivation room with a trace of calmness. No matter how much grief or melancholy one felt, they should not remain in one's heart for long. After the grief passed, there would still be a bright sunny day. Otherwise one would fall into the demonic Tao, blaming heaven and others, walking to the extremes. The instant Xiao Chun turned around and left the cultivation room, he did not notice that thousands of flowers silently bloomed in the cultivation room. The remnant flowers lost their scarlet color and turned green, spreading everywhere. When the morning sun rose, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and rested for a while. Then Ziying appeared before Xiao Chun with a smile on her face. Young Master Mo, I have already used up all 10 million black astral coins. I have collected a total of 100 king-grade secret treasures, and 1,000 sage-grade secret treasures for you. Furthermore, I heard that there will be an emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul being auctioned during the 10,000 treasure festival. Unfortunately, it is damaged. Xiao Chun received the spatial ring that Ziying handed over. Then, he scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that the other party was right. He smiled faintly and said, "Damaged? That suits me. What's the price? I want to buy it at once." Ziying felt somewhat surprised. She did not know why Xiao Chun cared so much about a secret treasure with a dragon soul, not even letting go of a damaged one. 2 million black astral coins is simply too high. I have seen that emperor-grade secret treasure. Aside from the dragon soul, it is already damaged beyond recognition. As long as the dragon soul was still there, it was fine. 2 million black astral coins was not a high price. An idea formed in Xiao Chen's mind. He smiled and said, "The 9 Cauldron Pavilion is indeed very efficient. They managed to settle everything in one night. It looks like I have to give my goods to Miss Ziying." Ziying felt anticipation in her heart. She had mobilized the entire 9 Cauldron Pavilion in 10,000 Treasure City, just to see what goods Xiao Chun would take out. Bang! 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 Xiao Chun placed 9 jade strips on the table. Then he smiled gently at Ziying and gestured for her to take a seat. Ziying picked up a jade strip doubtfully and sent in her mental energy. In merely a moment her expression changed drastically. She quickly put down this jade strip and checked the other 8 jade strips. Ziying was completely stunned. The 9 jade strips actually all contained profound martial techniques. This completely surpassed her imagination. Aside from the 1,000 frost battle snow, which Xiao Chun cultivated, he took out all 10 jade strips containing profound martial techniques. Profound martial techniques were existences that surpassed heaven-ranked martial techniques. Regular cultivators would not even have heard of them. They would only appear in the top auctions. The number of profound martial techniques was an important factor that attracted the peak geniuses. Of course, Xiao Chun had copied the profound martial techniques in these 9 jade strips. He had copies of them, which he could pass on to others on Heavenly Star Island. It looked like the buyer was at a disadvantage. However, if one did not buy them, many people would fight over them. This was a scarce strategic resource. No matter which sect it was, they would never complain about having more profound martial techniques. The moment they appeared in an auction, they would immediately fetch sky-high prices. There was always a demand but no supply. Ziying's voice trembled somewhat as she asked uncertainly, "Young Master Mo, are you selling all 9 inferior-grade profound martial techniques together?" "Haha, if we are not selling them together, why should I take them out?" Xiaochen smiled. "Isn't this nonsense?" Ziying's expression flickered as if she was making a decision. After a while she said, "Young Master Mo, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. When there are many of them, they will not fetch a high price. If you auction all these inferior-grade profound martial techniques together, you will not be able to get the highest price. I have a suggestion. I wonder if young Master Mo will consider it?" The other party was right. If 9 profound martial techniques appeared at the auction at once, the price would definitely be lower. If there was only one, it might fetch 4 or 5 times the market price, reaching 3 million black astral coins. Xiaochen did not know what Ziying's suggestion was. His expression did not change as he gestured for her to continue. "I think my 9 Cauldron Merchant Association should buy these 9 jade strips at a fixed price, and not sell them during this 10,000 treasure festival. There are even larger sea fairs and auctions in Bright Moon City that our 9 Cauldron Merchant Association can handle." Not going through an auction meant that he would not have to wait for a long time. He could immediately obtain black astral coins from the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association. This was not bad. What price is the 9 Cauldron Merchant Association willing to pay? The market price of an inferior-grade profound martial technique is 1 million black astral coins. However, everyone knows that it is impossible to buy at this price. The 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is willing to pay 3 times the market price to buy all of them. Ziying smiled faintly and offered a price that Xiaochen could not resist. A single profound martial technique might fetch a sky-high price of 4 million black astral coins. However, if 9 appeared in a row, the price would definitely not be that high. Given this, Xiaochen would not lose out at all. Furthermore, he would not have to wait to obtain black astral coins. "Deal." Ziying rejoiced in her heart. She said, "Good. Young Master Mo, please wait for one day. I will have to ask my father about such a large sum of black astral coins. Of course, don't worry. There will definitely not be any problems. I will give that damaged emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul to young Master Mo as a gift." As Xiaochen watched Ziying disappear, Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring, "This 9 Cauldron Merchant Association is rather bold. It is a loss to buy them at such a price in the 10,000 Treasure Festival. However, they will definitely make a huge profit in Bright Moon City." Xiaochen smiled. The price of the 9 jade strips somewhat surpassed his expectations. Including the gift, they sold for a total of 30 million black astral coins. Chapter 1055. Including the remaining 10 million black astral coins on hand, Xiaochen now had a total of 40 million black astral coins. With such wealth, even an ordinary Emperor Wu would not be as wealthy as him. Without thinking too much, Xiaochen took out secret treasures containing dragon souls one by one and started consuming them, cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Whether he could resolve the problem of 10 years or not depended on this. Otherwise, everything else would be meaningless. After Ziying left, an urgent expression appeared on her face as she quickly rushed to where her father was in closed-door cultivation. After explaining the purpose of her visit to her father, the true leader of 10,000 Treasure City's 9 Cauldron Pavilion revealed a rare expression of excitement. "You did very well." Ziying smiled and said, "However, 30 million black astral coins will empty out the entire 9 Cauldron Pavilion's savings. We will not be able to do business for a year." "Haha, that's nothing. The profits from the 9 jade strips will be sufficient to push us to the position of the second city lord. Once we become famous, our luck will increase. Furthermore, the headquarters will definitely give you more benefits. You will even have a chance to compete for the next chief position." Ziying's father appeared very excited, speaking a lot in one breath. Ziying found this strange. "This is our internal transaction. Do we have to pay the treasure master's residence according to the usual quota?" The old man's expression froze. Then he said gravely, "The treasure master's identity is mysterious. He has more than just the 10,000 treasure sea market. You better not have such thoughts. Otherwise, if you break the rules and cause the 9 Cauldron Pavilion to be chased out of 10,000 Treasure City, only the chief can resolve this. At that time your future will be over." "Alright, I understand. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Take my medallion and go to the Treasure Pavilion to collect the black astral coins. Also, make sure to give the gifts properly. This person is someone with great luck, and is definitely not simple." As Xiao Chun consumed a large number of secret treasures containing dragon souls, his cultivation of the blue dragon body nourishing art advanced at a heaven-defying pace. 6 Dragon Force, 7 Dragon Force, 8 Dragon Force, 9 Dragon Force, 10 Dragon Force. Starting from 5 Dragon Force, Xiao Chun advanced rapidly until he reached 10 Dragon Force before stopping. After spending tens of millions of astral coins, Xiao Chun finally cleared the last minor hurdle of the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. After breaking through the barrier, the blue dragon body nourishing art would break through to the second layer and condense the blue dragon battle armor, greatly increasing its defense. Xiao Chun opened his eyes. His eyes were calm. He had finally reached the horrifying level of 10 Dragon Force with a casual strike. Back in the 9 layers of purgatory, he had seen that ghost race expert rely on his physical body to become a great grandmaster level martial sage. Now he could do it easily. But now it was clear that 10 dragon strength was not the main point. The main point was the 10 years of lifespan and whether or not his physiological lifespan had improved. After calming himself down, Xiao Chun used the pulse diagnosis technique from the Compendium of Cultivation to check his physiological lifespan. A cold current flowed throughout his body. Xiao Chun's body suddenly turned illusory, and his acupoints shone brightly. To others, Xiao Chun looked like a set of white bones sitting cross-legged, radiating crystalline light. It was not that Xiao Chun had truly turned into a set of white bones. However, this time when he executed the pulse diagnosis technique more thoroughly, it resulted in a mysterious phenomenon. The light from the bones pierced through his flesh. Boom! After a while the light faded, and the mysterious phenomenon vanished. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, he did not see any joy or dismay. The results of the pulse diagnosis technique were both good and bad. The blue dragon body nourishing art was indeed effective. However, the effects were limited. His physiological lifespan had only been extended by 10 years. The aging trend had not been eradicated. I still need the longevity art. I have to find an opportunity to speak to that holy daughter alone. No matter whether I can obtain the longevity art or not, I have to do my best to see if I can exchange for it. However, there is a great perfection expert of the blue-robed emperor beside her. That person will not give me a chance at all. I have to think of a way. Xiao Chun analyzed the situation and made up his mind. If there is no other way, I will use force. No matter what, I have to fight for an opportunity to speak alone. Dong! 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 Footsteps resounded, and the 9 Cauldron Pavilion Ziying arrived with a smile. She pushed open the door and said, "Young Master Mo, sorry for making you wait. Everything is ready." Xiao Chun received the spatial ring that Ziying handed over and carefully counted it. There were 27 million black astral coins, the exact number. There was also the incomplete Emperor-grade secret treasure with the dragon soul as a gift. Xiao Chun also handed over the 9 jade strips to Ziying. When both sides verified that there were no mistakes, they signed the transaction contract, and everything was ready. Ziying was somewhat shocked to discover that Xiao Chun's face did not change at all after receiving such a large sum of black astral coins. She did not even think about it. She really could not figure it out. Xiao Chun looked young, but his mental state was even higher than her father's. Ziying thought of something else. She said, "That's right, young Master Mo. Tonight, the young master of 10,000 Treasure City, young Master E, is holding a banquet in his residence to entertain the Holy Daughter. I received an invitation, and young Master E specifically asked for you." Young Master E was the cold-faced youth driving the ancient golden war chariot. This was the first time Xiao Chun had met him. Why would he specifically invite him to the banquet? Xiao Chun thought for a while but could not figure out the reason. So he asked Ziying for guidance. "I heard that it is the Lunar Palace's holy daughter's intention." Unexpectedly, Young Master Mo has a connection with the Holy Daughter. This is really enviable, Ziying said with a smile. The Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter, Yu Bingyun's intention? Xiao Chen originally came to 10,000 Treasure City in a low-profile manner. However, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion caused the entire city to know about it. Now, everyone knew that the Nine Cauldron Pavilion made a mistake and was going to make a fool of themselves. For no reason at all, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion was receiving a Grand Master-level martial sage with the highest form of courtesy. If Yu Bingyun wanted to, she could easily make a connection based on what others said about Xiao Chen's appearance and herself. However, Ziying clearly misunderstood. Xiao Chen did indeed have a significant connection with the Holy Daughter. However, this connection was not what the other party thought it was. For some reason, the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter wanted to meet him. Did she want to confirm his identity before settling the score? Should I go or not? Xiao Chen felt somewhat conflicted. The misunderstanding that day was rather big. Not only did he injure some Lunar Palace female disciples and scold them in front of everyone, but he also messed up the scene of the other party's treatment. Very well. I'll go with you when it's night. The misunderstanding had to be resolved eventually. As for the longevity art, Xiao Chen wanted to talk to her alone for a while, so he quickly made up his mind. Ziying revealed an expression of joy. Originally, she was worried that Xiao Chen would not go and upset the young master of 10,000 Treasure City. Now it looked like she had worried for nothing. In that case, go and make your preparations. I'll come and find you personally. After Ziying left, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand with a flip of his palm and took out the damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with a dragon soul, an ancient sword radiating desolate qi. The blade of the sword was in tatters, with nicks on both sides and cracks spreading out in the middle. Such a sword would probably shatter with just a touch. Whether the secret treasure could be used or not was not what Xiao Chen cared about. He sent in his spiritual sense. Within the shattered space, a lethargic dragon soul was lying in a dark corner of the space. It did not move at all, showing no signs of life or fighting spirit. Its eyes were closed as it waited for death. It did not even notice the spiritual sense that Xiao Chen sent in. Waiting for death? This was a dragon waiting for death. No, there was no such thing as a dragon waiting for death in this world. Even in death, a dragon's fighting spirit and hot-bloodedness would not stop. This was no longer a dragon soul. It was a worm, not worthy of being called a dragon. Xiao Chen could forget about using it to break through the bottleneck of the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense. Then he grabbed the tattered ancient sword and tossed it out of the window, turning it into a beam of light that flew far away. The damaged Emperor-grade secret treasure with the dragon soul was worth 1 million black astral coins. Yet Xiao Chen casually tossed it away without any reluctance. The moon hung high in the sky, and night quietly descended. Xiao Chen and Ziying flew in the air, heading for the luxurious palace on the thumb of the statue. This young treasure master Yiling is an extremely strong person. However, no matter how strong he is, he still has to be polite to the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter. The two did not move very fast. As they strolled in the air, they chatted idly. Ziying's tone showed some envy for the position of the Lunar Palace's Holy Daughter. The Lunar Palace had a transcendent position, vaguely above the many holy lands. It had ancient inheritances and deep accumulations. After the Dragon's Gate temporarily unified the heavenly starry ocean, the Lunar Palace's reputation soared. Now it nearly pushed the Lunar Palace to the top. Bright Moon City became the center of the entire heavenly starry ocean, connecting the various immortal holy lands. Its position was so important that no one could replace it. However, this treasure master is really mysterious. Even my father is not willing to tell me about his background, Ziying said softly. The treasure master was indeed mysterious. Rumor had it that this person occupied 10 ancient statues similar to this one in the heavenly starry ocean and transformed them into sea markets. The treasure master did not run a merchant association but relied on these sea markets. His annual income was even higher than that of several peak merchant associations. Soon, the two landed in front of the treasure master's residence. There was an endless stream of carriages in front of the gates. All the noble merchants or cultivators in 10,000 Treasure City had probably been invited. Miss Ziying, it has been a long time. How have you been? A man dressed in luxurious clothes and giving off a rich aura walked towards the two of them with a young man with purple eyes. This person had a wide smile on his face, but it gave off an inexplicable feeling of hypocrisy. When Ziying saw this person, she frowned slightly and whispered, "This is the young manager of the Flaming Wind Merchant Association's 10,000 Treasure City, Bai Zhe. The person beside him is the scion of the ancient Gongsun clan, Gongsun Yan. Gongsun Yan was born with the thunder spirit body. He grasps the will of thunder and the will of fire. He has cultivated the thunder flame war body, and is extremely famous in the Southern Sea. The Flaming Wind Merchant Association's Bai Zhe looked at Xiao Chan, and a mocking look flashed in his eyes. Haha, is this the honored guest of the Nine Cauldron Pavilion? Indeed, hearing about him is not as good as seeing him in person. Miss Ziying has good eyes. I'll take my leave first. You. Ziying could not help feeling flustered at such mockery. Her face flushed bright red. When the masters of the nearby merchant associations heard this, they all laughed loudly. Indeed, Bai Zhe had good eyes. For the sake of such a nameless person, he missed out on all the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea. After this 10,000 Treasure Festival, the Nine Cauldron Pavilion would probably suffer the consequences of being chased out of its position as the fifth city lord. Gongsun Yan glanced at Xiao Chan, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He wondered if this person was the white-robed man who profaned the Holy Daughter. Based on Xiao Chen's clothes, figure, and the white fan in his hand, it was most likely him. Chapter 1056. Gongsun Yan, who had been preparing to leave with Bai Zhe, stepped forward. He looked at Xiao Chan and asked, "Might I ask for your great name? Did you appear on Purple Cloud Island half a month ago?" Xiao Chan smiled and said, "Mo Yuan, what young Master Gongsun wants to ask is whether I was the one who took the Holy Daughter's pulse half a month ago. Indeed it was you. How reckless. You profaned the Holy Daughter and even dared to appear in our Southern Sea." Boom! Electric flames flickered in the sky. Gongsun Yan did not say anything more and directly attacked Xiao Chan. Gongsun Yan stepped forward, and electricity flickered on his body. Fire and lightning layered over each other as he threw a palm strike. When Gongsun Yan threw this palm strike, that strand of electric flame in the sky instantly lit up half the sky, making it look like the sun, illuminating a boundless aura. From the moment Gongsun Yan spoke to the moment he stored up his aura and attacked, only one breath of time had passed. With such strength, it was no wonder he did not care about regular Grandmaster-level martial sages. Even if a regular Great Grandmaster-level martial sage came, they would be instantly killed. Gongsun Yan truly lived up to his reputation as an outstanding talent. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Before the boundless electric flame, the white-robed Xiao Chen's fate was already in sight. The electric flame would strike him and burn him to ashes. Xiao Chen smiled coldly. He did not store up his aura or retreat. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he took a step forward as well. Then, Xiao Chan folded the folding fan in his hand and pointed it at the center of Gongsun Yan's ferocious palm strike. Bang! The instant the folding fan clashed with the electric flame palm strike, Xiao Chan did not move back at all. Instead, the one who moved back was Gongsun Yan with his boundless aura. The reason was none other than Gongsun Yan's arrogance. He did not draw a weapon, fighting bare-handed. Gongsun Yan thought that with his speed and aura, he could instantly suppress Xiao Chan, leaving Xiao Chan at a loss. However, Gongsun Yan did not know that to Xiao Chan, this bit of aura was nothing. Not only did he not panic, but he also immediately grasped the opening of this move. Not giving the other party a chance to retaliate, Xiao Chan leaped forward with a tap of his feet. Making use of the 2 to 3 seconds before the other party landed on the ground, he launched a flurry of attacks. His folding fan fluttered, his shoulders, his hands, his feet, his hair, all of them were sharp weapons. Before Xiao Chan, who comprehended the flawless saber Dao and had plenty of combat experience, Gongsun Yan was like a child. In just 2 to 3 seconds he had been beaten into a sorry state. He had suffered multiple blows, and he was in excruciating pain. By the time he landed on the ground, he staggered a dozen steps back. On the other hand, in the eyes of others, Xiao Chen's movements were dazzling. After images overlapped one another, and after his incredibly elegant movements, He stretched out his hand and waved his folding fan. Then he landed firmly on the ground, appearing calm and unruffled. From start to end, the strength that Xiao Chun displayed was that of an ordinary Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, in this short exchange, he beat up Gong Sun Yen like he was a child. The temperament and performance of the outstanding talents could not be seen at all. They were clumsy, pathetic, and unable to withstand a single blow. Who dares to be so unbridled in front of the Treasure Master's residence? Just as Gong Sun Yen was about to erupt with the Thunder Flame War Body and bring out his full strength, a dignified voice came from the Treasure Master's residence. Whoosh! 4 guards of the Treasure Master's residence descended from the sky. The old man leading them swept his gaze across the place, and everyone felt a sense of might and pressure in their hearts. This was a blue-robed emperor expert. The one who spoke earlier was him. The moment this person appeared, the raging Gong Sun Yen forcefully calmed down. Xiao Chun opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. Brother Gong Sun and I were just itching to spar. Senior, please don't misunderstand. The old man snorted coldly. I don't care where you come from, or what faction you have behind you. You are absolutely not allowed to make a move in this 10,000 treasure city. After saying that, the old man turned around and left with the guards who extended their hands. Before leaving, the old man gave Xiao Chun a suspicious look. Xiao Chun let the old man look, not minding it at all. A small perfection blue-robed emperor would not be able to see anything wrong with it. Gong Sun Yen scattered his aura and looked coldly at Xiao Chun. Don't get cocky. Just wait and see. Xiao Chun found this funny. He really did not get cocky. He had won too easily. There was no sense of accomplishment at all. Young Master Mo, was the person who profaned the holy daughter really you? Ziying asked in disbelief. Xiao Chun smiled and said, It's fine. There is just some misunderstanding between us. I will clear it up at the banquet. It will not bring any trouble to the 9 Cauldron Pavilion. Ziying giggled and said, Young Master Mo is overthinking. Our 9 Cauldron Pavilion is considered a peak merchant association in the heavenly starry ocean. Why would we fear this little bit of trouble? However, this little girl really did not expect that there would be someone in this world who is not afraid of death and would dare to profane the holy daughter. Profane? Why does everyone use this word? I did not even touch the other party's hand. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly and stopped explaining. Then he entered the Treasure Master's residence with Ziying. The small interlude ended, but the storm was far from over. In just a few moves, Xiao Chun had reduced the outstanding talent Gong Sun Yen to a sorry state like a child. He no longer had the air of an expert, appearing clumsy and stupid. Naturally, cultivators with good judgment would not think that Gong Sun Yen was only capable of this much. Instead, when Xiao Chun made a move, he completely countered Gong Sun Yen. Xiao Chun had predicted the enemy's moves and made judgments in advance. His rich combat experience was clearly displayed in close combat. Although Gong Sun Yen had underestimated his opponent and lost the initiative, based on the current situation, even if he had not underestimated his opponent, he would not have gained the upper hand. What was even more unexpected was that the white-clothed man in front of them was actually the person who had been rumored to be the one who had publicly profaned the saintess. There will probably be a good show to watch at the banquet. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter of Zodiac Hall, the Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian, the Xia Clan's Xia Hanfeng, and the Shang Emperor have all been invited. I wonder where does he get his confidence from? After slapping the faces of the outstanding talents of our Southern Sea's younger generation, he still dares to attend the banquet. The 9 Cauldron Pavilion will probably be implicated as well. Haha, it is best if there is excitement. This year's 10,000 Treasure Festival is indeed somewhat dull. Along with all sorts of discussions, the guests handed over their invitations and entered the Treasure Master's residence in groups of 2s and 3s. Under the full moon at night, the group walked through the quiet garden and arrived at the brightly lit hall. The banquet had already started there. The famous singers and dancers of 10,000 Treasure City had been invited. Zither music and string music reverberated in the surroundings. The young Treasure Master of 10,000 Treasure City's long and narrow table was placed in the center. Behind the table, the young Treasure Master, Yi Ling, sat on a golden jade throne, appearing very tyrannical. Yu Bingyun sat at the first table on the right. Beside her was the mysterious expert Auntie Bai, who never left her side. When Xiao Chun entered with Ziying, he clearly felt Yu Bingyun's gaze on him. However, Xiao Chun did not mind. He smiled faintly and looked back. Previously, he had not seen this girl's appearance clearly due to the white fog and a screen. This time, when Xiao Chun looked seriously, he still felt that the other party's face was obscured by a layer of mist, preventing him from seeing it clearly. Even when Xiao Chun infused his spiritual sense into his eyes, he still could not see clearly. However, he did not feel any discomfort. The other party's appearance seemed to appear in his mind easily. However, when he tried to think about it, he could not make any sense of it. This was truly strange. Aside from the holy daughter Yu Bingyun's gaze, Xiao Chun also felt several gazes on him after he sat down. Clearly, the commotion at the gates had already reached here. Among them, 3 people caught his attention. With Ziying's whispered introduction, Xiao Chun gained a rough idea of these 3 people's origins. They were the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Hai Tian. The ancient noble clan Shangguan Yun and the Xia clan's scion Xia Hanfeng were the peak outstanding talents of the Southern Sea's younger generation. These people all had extraordinary aspects. They either cultivated 2 wills, cultivated a special combat body, or cultivated a wondrous cultivation technique. If it were before the king conferral ceremony, the Xiao Chun of that time would have some reservations when facing these people. Now, however, he did not need to worry too much. Xiao Chun had already entered the blue-robed emperor realm and returned to his natural state, becoming one with the world. He had the air of a grandmaster, able to control it as he pleased. Aside from the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, the only person Xiao Chun could not see through was the young treasure master, Yi Ling, who sat in the middle and did not need to hide his tyrannical aura. The banquet had not officially started yet. If it did, the dancers would probably be sent away. Is he waiting for someone? As Xiao Chun thought this, he saw the young treasure master Yi Ling stand up from his throne. He revealed a smile and said, "Brother Chu Yang, congratulations on coming out of closed-door cultivation. After this, your name will definitely resound throughout the heavenly starry ocean, bringing honor to our southern sea." There were countless guests here. When the other outstanding talents arrived, the young treasure master only smiled and raised his cup in greeting. Now, for the sake of the Zodiac Hall's holy son, Chu Yang, he stood up alone. This showed how much importance the young treasure master placed on Chu Yang. Outside the door, the Sun Palace's Chu Yang and the Moon Palace's Fu Hongyao entered together. Immediately, everyone's gazes focused on these two. Xiao Chun squinted and sent his spiritual sense into his eyes. He discovered rings of light that could not be seen with the naked eye on Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang was like a blazing sun, radiating light everywhere. If he willed it, he could instantly turn the dark night as bright as day. Chu Yang's cultivation had already broken through the barrier of Grandmaster, reaching Great Grandmaster level martial sage. He was only one step away from the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chun thought to himself, calculating the time, that group of outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent should have reached Chu Yang's current cultivation level. Furthermore, in the astral battlefield, the strongest battlefield, Chu Yang's improvement would be even more obvious. However, Xiao Chun analyzed the situation in his heart. Aside from the few primes and Emperor Wu's inheritors, no one would be able to defeat this person. Haha, Brother Yi Ling is very considerate. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Then, together with Fu Hongyao, they went to the first table on the left that was reserved for the two of them. Yi Ling sat down again and waved his hand, dismissing the dancers. Then he raised his cup and said, "This time, the Lunar Palace's holy daughter came to my 10,000 treasure city, adding to the glory of this 10,000 treasure festival. This first cup of wine must be offered to Miss Bingyun." The others raised their cups at the same time, swaying as they toasted Yu Bingyun. She smiled faintly and did not put on any pretense. Then she raised her cup and drained it in one go. Naturally, this second cup of wine must be offered to the most dazzling young outstanding talent of our southern sea, the strongest true inheritor of the Sun Palace, Brother Chu Yang. Congratulations on coming out of closed-door cultivation. Chu Yang smiled faintly, gladly accepting the young treasure master's compliments. Then he raised his cup and drained it as well. Chapter 1057. No one had any doubts about the order of the young treasure master's toasts. It was only natural that the holy volleyball holy maiden should be the first. Calling Chu Yang the number one person of the Southern Sea's younger generation would cause the other outstanding talents to feel dissatisfied in their hearts. However, they would not show it. Everyone looked forward to who the young treasure master, Yiling, would offer the third cup of wine to. At the beginning of the banquet, the host would only toast 3 cups of wine. These 3 cups of wine represented a person's face, identity, and reputation. Given Yiling's status as the young treasure master, these 3 cups of wine were naturally very important. Everyone wanted to be the one toasting the third cup. The prodigies Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yen, Sheng Guanyun, and Xia Hanfeng were all secretly waiting. Although they didn't show it on the surface, they were already unable to restrain themselves. After the second cup of wine was drunk, everyone put down their wine cups and looked at Yiling, waiting to see which outstanding talent he would offer this cup of wine to. If there were no accidents, Hai Tian from the Southern Sea Dragon God Palace had the highest chance. After all, he was the legitimate successor of Neptune's old subordinates. Hua, the maidservant standing at the side, gently filled Yiling's empty cup. Yiling picked up his wine cup and smiled faintly. Then, he swept his gaze across the faces of the various outstanding talents. His line of sight was fixed on a person that no one would have expected. This third cup of wine is for young Master Mo Yun, who came from afar. I sincerely hope that young Master Mo will do me the honor of attending the next 10,000 Treasure Festival. To everyone's surprise, Yiling's third cup of wine was not for the various outstanding talents. Instead, he chose the unknown Xiao Chun, Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yen, and the others, who were filled with anticipation. All revealed expressions of extreme shock and disbelief. Everyone's expressions darkened. After the other 3 city lords, who were trying to rope in the geniuses, immediately understood that it was time for them to step forward. His financial backer had spent the silver from the tournament, and his status and reputation had spread far and wide. They actually didn't manage to get the third cup of wine and let a nameless kid snatch it away. In the future, which prodigy would want to do business with them? This cup of wine young Master Yi can toast, but some people can't drink. The young managers of the 3 merchant associations stood up at the same time, wanting to tear down the stage in front of all the guests. The Windfire Merchant Association is unconvinced. They feel that young Master Mo is not qualified to drink this cup of wine. The Treasure Heaven Pavilion isn't convinced. Not just anyone has the qualifications to drink the wine that young Master Yi offers. The Heavenly Cloud Chamber of Commerce is also unconvinced. Young Master Yi's wine can be toasted, but some people can't drink it. Suddenly, in front of all the guests, the young masters of the 3 chambers of commerce stood up at the same time and mercilessly pulled down Xiao Chen's stage. Xiao Chun found this strange. Firstly, he had not expected the young treasure master, Yiling, to offer this toast to him. Secondly, he could not understand why the young managers of the 3 merchant associations would react so strongly. It was just a cup of wine. If he didn't drink it, so be it. It was no big deal. However, even though he didn't care, Ziying did. Xiao Chun was her financial backer and her biggest client. If she didn't stand up for him now, who else would want to work with her in the future? Ziying put down her wine cup and said sullenly, "This is the treasure master's residence. The few of you are really tyrannical, even daring to stop the young treasure master's wine." The Windfire Merchant Association's Bai Zhe said coldly, "His origins are unknown and he is not famous. What will the outstanding talents of my Southern Sea think if we offer this toast to him?" "That's right. We do business in 10,000 Treasure City, and pay a large amount of taxes to 10,000 Treasure City every year. If the treasure master offers this toast to an outsider, we will be disappointed." The words of the 10,000 Treasure Pavilion's Chantian made it clear that the 3 merchant associations stood together, intending to work together to pressure the treasure master. Otherwise, a single merchant association would not have any say against the tyrannical treasure master's residence. The few outstanding talents remained silent. Clearly, they were extremely dissatisfied in their hearts, waiting for the treasure master to give an explanation. Coming to this 10,000 Treasure City, they spent money like it was dirt, seeking fame and profit. Unexpectedly, the young treasure master offered a third toast to an outsider at this banquet. Wasn't this slapping the faces of these outstanding talents? Such a thing happened right at the start of the banquet. The guests were all excited. Such a situation rarely happened. However, the young treasure master, Yi Ling, smiled faintly as if he had expected this long ago. He said calmly, "Young Master Mo completed a transaction worth close to 40 million black astral coins at the Nine Cauldron Merchant Association. As long as anyone can reach half of this amount, they will receive the best reception in 10,000 Treasure City, becoming an eternal honored guest of my 10,000 Treasure City. Furthermore, they will enjoy a 20% discount in the 10 great sea markets of the heavenly starry ocean." The moment Yi Ling said this, the guests in the hall goggled, not daring to believe what they heard. A transaction worth 40 million black astral coins. What kind of a sum was this? Aside from a few special blue-robed emperors, probably no one under Emperor Wu could achieve this. Everyone looked at Xiao Qin in shock. A Grandmaster-level martial sage actually completed such a huge transaction. Such a sum was probably the largest transaction in the history of the 10,000 Treasure Festival. The young managers of the 3 merchant associations stood up. First they were shocked. Then they felt embarrassed. When faced with so many gazes, they did not know how to deal with this situation, unable to advance or retreat. Such a huge transaction was completely worthy of the young treasure master's 3rd cup of wine. Compared to Mo Yun, the transactions of the other outstanding talents were like children playing house. There was no comparison at all. This time they really stuck their faces out and took the initiative to be slapped. This was a huge embarrassment. Xing felt incredibly cocky, a smile filling her face. "You mocked me. Now you know who the joke is, right?" Bai Zhe of the Flaming Wind Merchant Association was the first to react. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, young treasure master. This cup of wine should indeed be offered to young Master Mo." The people of the other merchant associations all chimed in. They all stood up and raised their wine cups, toasting Xiao Chun together. Merchants sought profit. They did not care about who could give them benefits or potential benefits. They did not care about face. What was integrity? How much was it worth? Was it worth 10 million black astral coins? Hai Tian and the others paled. They had not expected such an ending. As they looked at the people smiling and toasting Xiao Chan, the rage in their hearts slowly built up. Fu Hongyao whispered something into Chu Yang's ear. A murderous intent flashed in Chu Yang's eyes. Then he glanced at Xiao Chun with some doubt in his eyes. Xiao Chun calmly accepted the toasts of the others. He raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. Xiao Chun glanced at the Lunar Palace's holy daughter. He could not see her expression clearly. There were no fluctuations, as if she did not care about the matter of that day. However, that blue-robed emperor expert beside her kept staring at Xiao Chun like he wanted to see through him. Xiao Chen's heart sank. With this person around, it would be very difficult for him to meet Yu Bingyun alone. While Xiao Chun thought to himself, the banquet continued. The focus of the banquet was still on Yu Bingyun. Under the direction of someone, the topic shifted to Xiao Chen's blasphemy with the holy daughter on Purple Cloud Island. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said that it was a misunderstanding. She told everyone not to mind it, saving Xiao Chan some trouble. "Miss Bingyun, there is still one more year before the Four Seas Hero Gathering begins. I wonder what kind of great gift the Lunar Palace will take out for this gathering?" Indeed. Even now, the Lunar Palace is still keeping it a secret. There is no need for it, right? The topic shifted to the topic that the outstanding talents here were more concerned about. They asked about the great gift of the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "The Lunar Palace is very sincere about the great gift of this Four Seas Hero Gathering. At this point, there is indeed no need to keep it a secret." Seeing that Yu Bingyun did not intend to hide anything, everyone's curiosity could not help but be piqued. In every Four Seas Hero Gathering, the great treasure that the Lunar Palace took out would make everyone scramble for it. They wondered what kind of great treasure the Lunar Palace would take out this time. This time, the top treasure that the Lunar Palace is taking out is a divine rock from another world. This divine rock has a spirit and can suppress luck and change the earth's veins. There is a prime martial emperor writing the words Dragon's Gate on it. The noisy hall immediately turned silent. Wasn't the divine stone that Yu Bingyun spoke of, the first-ranked wondrous stone, the heaven-subduing rock? That was the mountain tablet of the Dragon Gate. The two words Dragon Gate were written by the Qing Emperor himself. Since the destruction of the Dragon's Gate, the mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate had been missing for 10,000 years. Unexpectedly, it was in the hands of the Lunar Palace. But thinking about it, it made sense. This mountain tablet was newly erected after the Dragon's Gate unified the heavenly starry ocean. After the Dragon's Gate was destroyed, the Lunar Palace rose up. It was reasonable that the Lunar Palace obtained this mountain tablet of the heavenly starry ocean. As for the mountain tablet of the Kunlun Dragon Sect's headquarters, after the fall of the Qing Emperor, the mountain tablet was immediately destroyed by his enemies. This was the only one of the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablets that had been lost outside. Great waves surged in Xiao Qin's heart. However, aside from the initial shock, he quickly recovered. This was because a pair of eyes noticed him immediately. The owner of those eyes was the Sun Palace's Chu Yang, whom even Xiao Qian somewhat feared. Hong Yao, although this person's origins are unknown, he uses a strange weapon. Furthermore, he is only a great grandmaster level martial sage. I'm afraid that you really got the wrong person. I am not completely confident either. It is just a feeling. As for the exact situation, we still have to test him out before we can know. I understand. If it really is him, I will definitely make him pay a painful price in this treasure master's residence. The two sent voice projections to each other, exchanging their opinions of this Mo Yun. Both of them suspected the other person. However, this Mo Yun used a folding fan, which was very different from the saber that Xiao Qian used. Although Fu Hongyao had a strong intuition, he still did not dare to be sure. Regardless of the two's secret conversation, everyone in the hall was extremely shocked at the Lunar Palace's gift. The heaven-subduing rock and the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. This gift was something that no one could have imagined even if they racked their brains. After tonight, the news of the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet as the gift would spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean like the wind. This would make the Four Seas Hero Gathering 1 year from now even more eye-catching, reaching an unprecedented peak. Xiao Qin's thoughts raced. Initially, he had no interest in the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Now he could not help entering deep thought. I wonder who does Miss Bingyun think will be able to suppress all the outstanding talents in this Four Seas Hero Gathering, stand out, and take the top spot to receive the gift. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "Right now this is an age of geniuses. The heavenly starry ocean is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How could Bingyun dare to make such a judgment?" Chapter 1058. I feel that our Southern Seas young Master Chu has great hope. There have always been rumors that young Master Chu cultivates in the sun. I wonder if that is true? Someone threw the question to Chu Yang. Immediately, everyone's gaze turned to Chu Yang. That's right. The Zodiac Hall dominates the Southern Sea. The Sun Palace only accepts elites as disciples. Furthermore, young Master Chu is an elite among elites. After coming out of closed-door cultivation, you will definitely gain something. Chu Yang's expression did not change. He smiled calmly and said, "It is true that I cultivate in the sun. However, the cultivation places of the outstanding talents of the Heavenly Province Academy, the Five Poison Sect, the Yinyang Paradise, the Myriad Fiend Island, and the other holy lands are not much inferior to mine. How is that an advantage?" Suddenly, Chu Yang's tone changed as he casually glanced at Xiao Qian. After a pause, he said, "Today, all the outstanding talents of the Southern Sea are here. It is rare for us to gather here. How about we exchange moves before the Four Seas Hero Gathering? That way we can improve together." Young Master Chu's suggestion is pretty good. This is a good opportunity to see the strength of the various outstanding talents. The Four Seas Hero Gathering is about to begin. I believe the many outstanding talents are already prepared. As soon as Chu Yang's voice fell, there was an endless stream of responses. The banquet immediately turned lively. In the world of cultivators, fighting was always something that made people's blood race. This was especially so for the many outstanding talents here. The fights would definitely be very exciting. Brother Yiling, what do you think? Chu Yang looked at the young treasure master. After all, this was the treasure master's residence. He needed to seek his permission before doing anything. Yiling smiled and said, I have no objections as long as the holy daughter does not mind. Yu Bingyun frowned slightly. She vaguely felt that Chu Yang's words targeted Mo Yun. After hesitating for a while, Yu Bingyun said, "It is fine to stop when necessary. Don't get caught up in a conflict of emotions." Actually, even if she did not say this, Yu Bingyun knew that it would be pointless. However, the young treasure master and Chu Yang both wanted to test Mo Yun. Even if she tried to stop them, the two would have other excuses. Later, if there are any accidents, Auntie Bai, please keep an eye on him. Don't worry, I have been watching him. Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection to Auntie Bai. It was still unclear whether this Mo Yun was the person she was looking for or not. She did not wish for anything unexpected to happen. However, he didn't know that this would cause Xiao Chan to misunderstand him even more. Xiao Chan thought that Auntie Bai was fixated on him because she still remembered what happened on Purple Cloud Island and could only use force. The young treasure master, Yiling, smiled faintly and said, "In that case, let's stop here. I also want to see how much Brother Chu Yang's strength has improved after coming out of closed-door cultivation." Chu Yang was non-committal and did not answer the question directly. He said, "There will be a chance. Let's see how other friends perform first. Brother Gongsun seems to be ready for battle." Gongsun Yen looked at Xiao Chan and walked to the center of the square. He said coldly, "That's right. Earlier outside the treasure master's residence, this one's exchange with young Master Mo is far from satisfying. Mo Yun, since young Master Chu has spoken, do you dare to spar with me again?" At this moment Xiao Chun was thinking of some plans. When he heard this, he had an idea. He stood up, opened his folding fan, and walked to the center of the arena. He used his actions to answer Gongsun Yan. Seeing Xiao Chan step forward, a fighting spirit blazed in Gongsun Yan's eyes. He had suppressed the humiliation outside the city lord's residence for a long time. Without saying anything, Gongsun Yan put on a pair of black gold gloves. Then electric light flashed as he charged at Xiao Chan. This time, Gongsun Yan did not hold back at all. He left behind a clump of lightning-attributed fire where he stood, and his body moved in an instant, vanishing from where he was. It was a simple move, but it had the explosive speed of lightning and the destructive power of flames. This move was not fancy. It relied on speed and ruthlessness. In this space that was not too vast, it held a great advantage. Under such circumstances, a regular great grandmaster level martial sage would be caught off guard and defeated in one move. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he watched Gongsun Yan, who had vanished from everyone else's sight. However, Gongsun Yan's movements appeared in slow motion in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could clearly see the trajectory of Gongsun Yan's body and the openings in his footwork. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chan moved. His body also vanished from the eyes of the weaker people. Bang! 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 The sounds of intense fighting rang out in the air. Gongsun Yan's figure appeared, flying back while vomiting blood. Xiao Chan moved like a ghost, moving forward again. He thrust his folding fan, and Gongsun Yan flew back again, crashing into the steps of Yiling's table. In the eyes of ordinary people, the scene was very simple. It was just the two disappearing one after another. Then Gongsun Yan appeared in midair with a flourishing aura. Gongsun Yan was mysteriously defeated, vomiting blood. Then he suffered a ruthless strike from Xiao Chan, severely injuring him and rendering him unable to get up. However, to the experts present, the scene was not like this. The two fought with speed, exchanging 10 moves in an instant. Every move was hair-raising, able to decide victory and defeat, deciding life and death. The intensity of this fight was no less than a great battle of 1,000 moves. Of the 10 moves, Gongsun Yan only managed to attack once before falling into defense. After doing his best to block 3 of Xiao Chen's moves, he could no longer block another. The folding fan fluttered, the bone-chilling cold wind. Every strike was horrifying. Gongsun Yan suffered 7 moves in a row. How could he not be defeated in such a sorry state? Confusion appeared in Chu Yang's eyes. The strength that this Mo Yun before him displayed was indeed that of a grandmaster-level martial sage. However, his combat experience and techniques were much higher than Gongsun Yan's. Hence, Gongsun Yan lost so decisively that everyone thought that he did not even last one round. Could it be that he really is not that person? Chuyang thought to himself. Whoosh! Xiao Chun opened his folding fan and smiled faintly. With just this much, you dare to call yourself an outstanding talent? You had better not go to the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Even if you do, you will just embarrass yourself. The Southern Sea is merely a so-so. How arrogant! Xia Hanfeng will test you out. When the scion of the Xia clan, who was also a noble clan, saw Mo Yun's arrogance, he soared up and pressed towards Xiao Chan. After learning from Gong Sun Yan's lesson, Xia Hanfeng fought steadily. He used the Xia clan's cultivation technique to imitate the might of the heavenly Tao. As he slowly descended, he threw a palm strike. It was like the hand of heaven smashing down heavily. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. This was the first time he saw such a martial technique. To think that Xiao Chan could imitate the might of the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, he was still lacking. His cultivation had not reached the level of great grandmaster level martial sage, so he was not a threat to Xiao Chan. Thousand Frost Battle Snow, unyielding pride. Xiao Chun opened his folding fan and used a profound martial technique as well. His arrogance soared, not fearing heaven or heaven. This mysterious state happened to counter Xia Hanfeng's move, Heaven's Hand. This forced Xia Hanfeng, who was about to press down, back. Xiao Chen's soaring arrogance suppressed the might of heaven. Without the might of heaven, this move naturally broke. Xiao Chan soared up and clashed with Xia Hanfeng in midair. With every move, he successfully dragged Xia Hanfeng into his rhythm. It looked like Xia Hanfeng was forced into a sorry state by Xiao Chen, about to follow in Gong Sun Yan's footsteps. The Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian and the Shangguan noble clan's Shangguan Yun, who were still muttering to themselves, shouted coldly and attacked at the same time, trying to help Xia Hanfeng out of his predicament. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. They came at the right time. Since they were willing to take the initiative to make a move, it saved him some trouble. A chaotic battle broke out, turning the place into an intense battle between four people. The three outstanding talents of the Southern Sea actually had to make a move at the same time to suppress Xiao Chan. Yi Ling, who sat in the middle, showed a sullen expression. Xiao Chen's strength somewhat surpassed his expectations. Chuyang felt somewhat anxious. Even at this point, he still had not seen the martial technique that Mo Yun used. He did not know what it had to do with Xiao Chan. Did I really mistake him? Just at this moment, something strange happened. The aura of Xiao Chan, who was being suppressed by the three, suddenly soared, reaching great grandmaster level martial sage. Clearly, it was not realistic to use grandmaster level martial sage to defeat these three. That way, Xiao Chen's plan would not succeed. Only by raising his strength further would he have a chance. When facing Xiao Chan, whose strength suddenly soared, Hai Tian and the other two were caught off guard. The first to suffer was Xia Hanfeng. He was sent flying by Xiao Chen's palm strike, knocking over 3 tables in a row. Amidst the clanging sounds, figures flew everywhere, and the place immediately became somewhat chaotic. Bang! Xiao Chan sent out another palm strike, and Shangguan Yun went flying. A strong wind blew from his body, spreading everywhere. The place turned chaotic. With the final punch, the Divine Dragon Palace's Hai Tian flew back like a meteor by Xiao Chan. The friction between his body and the air gave off a piercing sonic boom. The direction Hai Tian flew in was where the Lunar Palace's holy daughter was. Auntie Bai's expression changed slightly. Given Hai Tian's speed, if he crashed into the holy daughter, she would definitely be injured. Auntie Bai moved at lightning speed, wanting to block Hai Tian. The hall fell into complete chaos. A strong wind blew, and the heavenly might spread out, affecting all the guests. As everyone made their moves, the situation became even more chaotic. All this happened in just 2 breaths. Xiao Chan took advantage of the opening when Auntie Bai attacked to move and restrain Yu Bingyun at lightning speed. Xiao Chan used his heavenly laws to drive the power of the world. With a suppressive advantage, he instantly sealed Yu Bingyun's strength, preventing her from executing her abilities. Don't move. I just have some business with you. I won't hurt you. Xiao Chun hoisted Yu Bingyun on his shoulder and leaped out of the hall. With a few flashes, he unfurled the freedom wings and vanished from the treasure master's residence. The hall was as chaotic as ever. Loud sounds rang out endlessly. Auntie Bai had just caught the flying Hai Tian. The other party was the Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master. Furthermore, Auntie Bai was not a decisive person, So she did not want to injure Hai Tian, who knew the moment Auntie Bai landed, Yu Bingyun disappeared from her side. Seeing Xiao Chan carry Yu Bingyun away just like that, Chu Yang and Yi Ling were flabbergasted. What was going on? How could the bona fide Lunar Palace's holy daughter be carried away like that? Bang! With the holy daughter captured, how could Auntie Bai care so much? She casually tossed Hai Tian to the side. Auntie Bai unleashed a strong aura and charged forward. Her body merged with the heavens. When she took a step forward, the world moved with her. The cultivators in her way were all knocked into a mess, tumbling everywhere. Yi Ling and Chu Yang reacted. Their faces sank at the same time as they soared into the air and quickly gave chase. In a moment of desperation, the aura that the two burst out with was actually no weaker than the small perfection blue-robed emperors. The two exchanged glances. They could tell that the other had held back. Their true strength was not as simple as it looked on the surface. However, at this moment this matter was urgent. There was no time to overthink. Chasing after the person was more important. Chapter 1059. If something happened to the Holy Daughter after she was kidnapped, the Lunar Palace would definitely not sit by and do nothing. Both of them would be blamed. Boom! The sounds of intense fighting came from ahead. Aunt Bai, who was the first to rush out, seemed to be obstructed. Haha! My brother Emo is indeed someone who can do great things. No wonder he is not willing to work with us to kidnap the Holy Daughter. It turns out that he wants to do it alone. When the two of them looked over, they saw four men emitting an unruly and sinister aura, blocking Auntie Bai's path. Although Auntie Bai was suppressing the four of them, she couldn't get rid of them for a while. Ba tu. When Chu Yang saw the person who spoke, he revealed a grave expression. Yi Ling's face sank. He said in a cold voice, "How bold! The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea are truly lawless. To think that they dare to behave atrociously in the Treasure Master's residence. Brothers, let's go." Batu laughed loudly. When he saw the experts of the Treasure Master's residence surrounding them, he quickly led his four subordinates in retreat. The four worked together and each tossed out a peak-grade astral core. The astral cores expanded in the air, and horrifying energy surged out. The light illuminated the entire Treasure Master's residence, forcing back the experts of the Treasure Master's residence and Aunt Bai. When the light vanished, the few minor pirates of the Black Sea were no longer there. They gathered together and exchanged glances. More people ran out of the Great Hall. After they understood the situation, their minds were filled with confusion. They could not accept this fact. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter had been openly carried away before everyone's eyes. There was probably nothing more absurd than this. Who exactly was this Xiao Chan? Why did he kidnap the holy daughter for no reason? Senior Bai, this matter happened in the Treasure Master's residence. Yi Ling is willing to bear full responsibility. I will definitely bring the holy daughter back unharmed within 3 days. Yi Ling was rather magnanimous. His words contained strong confidence. Aunt Bai thought of some possibilities. Then she said indifferently, "I am very clear on what kind of person your grandfather is. I can also completely trust the Treasure Master's residence's faction in the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market. However, I hope that you do not need to make a move on this matter. The Lunar Palace will not vent their anger on others." As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Bai's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. Yi Ling entered deep thought. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter had been searching for doctors for the past few years. This time, when she came to the 10,000 Treasure Sea Market, she had visited several Grandmaster alchemists. His own medical skills were already unparalleled in the world, yet he still needed to find a doctor. This had always been an unsolved mystery. Now that he was mysteriously kidnapped, Aunt Bai's attitude was so vague. It really made people curious. However, since the other party had spoken, it was naturally not good for him to interfere. However, he still had to figure out Mo Yun's identity. Since when did such a person appear in the heavenly starry ocean? Xiao Chen had no idea at all. He made up his mind to expose Mo Yun's identity. Chu Yang's expression wavered. He felt that he could not see through this person. Aside from the white robes, he could not find any connection between Mo Yun and Xiao Chan. However, his intuition told him that this person was most likely the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chan. He was the one who beat up Fu Hongyao and nearly disfigured him. At this moment, Xiao Chen needed to get to the bottom of this. Even if he used all the power of an immortal holy land, he had to figure out this person's identity. The others left quietly. Great waves of fear surged in their hearts. They were destined not to sleep tonight. The Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet appeared, and the Holy Daughter was kidnapped. Furthermore, not long ago the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chan, instantly killed one of the 8 blue-robed emperors. The heavenly starry ocean, which had been peaceful for a long time, felt like a storm was brewing as the hero gathering was about to begin. On the other side, Shao Chan carried Yu Bingyun, whose cultivation was suppressed, and rushed away. After he left 10,000 Treasure City, he immediately unfurled the freedom wings and flashed into the distance. One step took him 50 kilometers. After 10 breaths, he was already 500 kilometers away. Shao Chan put away the freedom wings and calmly landed on the surface of the sea. Then he looked around. After making sure that there was no one around, he put Yu Bingyun down. Sorry, I do not have any malicious intent. It is just that the expert beside me seems to be prejudiced against me, so I had no choice but to do this. Shao Chan got straight to the point, once again expressing that he did not have any malicious intent and telling Yu Bingyun not to worry. Yu Bingyun was already angry in her heart. When she heard this, she became even angrier. Naturally, she could guess what Shao Chen's purpose in carrying her away was. It was nothing more than the matter of 10 years of her lifespan. It would have been fine as long as they talked things over. However, this fellow did not know what was wrong with him. To think that he went through so much trouble, not hesitating to cause a huge commotion in the treasure master's residence, forcefully carrying her away. What was he thinking? I told Aunt Bai to pay more attention to him, fearing that something might happen to him. However, he misunderstood that I was prejudiced against him. Thinking of this, Yu Bingyun was so angry that she started laughing, feeling helpless. No matter what, she had finally achieved her purpose. She also had some things that she wanted to discuss with him alone. Yu Bingyun rested for a while before saying calmly, I know what you want to say. However, I am powerless to do anything about it. Your cultivation of the physical body has taken a wrong turn. It is too harsh on the body, and the medicines for treating injuries have not kept up. Now, even if a divine doctor appeared, he would not be able to save you. Of course, if you can reach Emperor Wu's level within 5 years, reconstructing the golden body would not be a problem. To Yu Bingyun, the latter part of Shao Chen's words was just nonsense. She could tell that the Mo Yun before her had an extraordinary background. He had already reached the initial stage of blue-robed emperor. It was practically impossible to break through the vast chasm between blue-robed emperor and Emperor Wu within 5 years. Only during the ancient era, when the martial Tao was at its peak, did a small number of outstanding people have such accomplishments. Even the unrivaled Qing emperor of the later ancient era took 8 years to break through this stage. Shao Chen entered deep thought and asked, what will happen after 5 years? After 5 years, even if your lifespan is not up, you will lose the chance to advance to Emperor Wu's level. Your withered and aged physical body will no longer be able to reconstruct the golden body. Do I really only have 5 years left? Shao Chen's heart sank. Clinging to his last hope, he said, your sex longevity art. It's useless. When you were carrying me earlier, I secretly took your pulse. I discovered that your physiological lifespan has been delayed by 10 years. You should have a divine body nourishing art on you. Yu Bingyun interrupted him, directly extinguishing his last hope. Yu Bingyun interrupted Shao Chen's words, directly extinguishing his final hope. The effects of the longevity art are no different from the divine body nourishing art that you know. The situation is irreversible. You have already delayed it by 10 years. Even if you use the longevity art, it will not have any effect. Aside from advancing to martial emperor within 5 years, there was no other choice, which was equivalent to a dead end. Shao Chan could not help smiling in disappointment. He was filled with hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. It looked like he was about to reach the peak and realize his grand ambitions. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to reach the peak, he met with such a great calamity. Along the way, he had fought countless strong enemies in the past 12 years. Encountering such a calamity made him feel very dissatisfied. In the current Kunlun realm, 10,000 years had passed in all directions. There had never been anyone who used only 5 years to cross the chasm between the heavens and the earth. Even the Qing Emperor took 8 years. Blue Dragon King, you have been unrivaled for half your life, filled with glory and fame. Your path has been filled with legends. What is there to be dissatisfied with? If you can accept it, as long as you scatter your cultivation and stop cultivating, you can live a peaceful life. Living for more than 100 years would not be a problem. Yu Bingyun's tone was calm and peaceful. You guess my identity? Xiao Chan narrowed his eyes as he looked at this mysterious holy daughter, who he could not see clearly. When you used the blue-robed emperor's cultivation to instantly suppress me, I already guessed it. Xiao Chan smiled and said, the holy daughter's eyes are pretty good. Unfortunately, while you can guess my identity, you cannot guess my heart. I have defeated countless enemies in my life. No one can avoid defeat. How can I fall on myself? We will meet again in Bright Moon City 1 year from now. I will personally come to claim the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet. Yu Bingyun gaped slightly. How could he leave just like that? She still had something to ask. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yu Bingyun looked around and saw a few figures flying over. She somewhat understood why Xiao Chun left. Miss Bingyun, are you all right? Chu Yang and Yi Ling, who arrived at nearly the same time, slowly landed on the surface of the sea. An expert with extremely strong aura stood behind each of them. Yu Bingyun took a quick look and knew that they were the blue-robed emperor's great perfection cultivation base. In the shortest time possible, the two of them summoned their strongest strength and rushed over as fast as they could. After the two sized up Yu Bingyun, they looked into the distance, in the direction that Xiao Chan had fled in. Under the night sky there was no one in the vast sea. Unfortunately, we came too late and let that scoundrel escape. Chu Yang sighed softly, his eyes filled with heavy doubt. Yi Ling withdrew his gaze and whispered, Holy daughter, you had best return quickly. This person still has companions. I wonder if the descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea have gone far. Yu Bingyun found this strange. The descendants of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea? Why are these fellows here? If not for this group of people suddenly appearing, Mo Yun would not have left 10,000 Treasure City so easily. Whoosh! Then several figures flew over. It was Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yen and the others. They led the quasi-emperor guards they had hidden in the dark and charged over. After asking around, Hai Tian said through clenched teeth, Miss Bingyun, after we return, we should immediately put up a notice to summon all the holy lands of the entire heavenly starry ocean to capture this person. Shang Guanyun and the others all agreed, saying that they had to kill this brat. At the banquet, Mo Yun had beaten these people into sorry states, turning them into a big joke. They wished that they could kill Xiao Chan now. Yu Bingyun thought for a while and said, There's no need. Something went wrong with his cultivation and he has only 10 years left to live. He only came to me to ask me about some things and did not have any intention of harming me. Furthermore, he has a deep relationship with my lunar palace. We can't be considered enemies. There was just a misunderstanding. Yi Ling's eyes lit up. He said, Based on what the holy daughter means, you seem to know a lot about this Mo Yun? Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, Not only do I know a lot about him, but the few of you should also be familiar with him. He is the Blue Dragon King, the white-robed Xiao Chan who swept through the younger generation of the Kunlun continent. The few of them immediately gaped, tongue-tied, unable to say anything. This news caught them somewhat off guard. However, since it came from the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, it could not be wrong. Whoosh! A piercing light flashed, illuminating the night sky. Without saying anything, Chu Yang led the great perfection blue-robed emperor experts behind him in pursuit. Chapter 1060. So, he is Xiao Chan, the one who killed my divine dragon palace's blue-robed emperor. To think that I misjudged him. A murderous intent flashed in Hai Tian's eyes. He and his guards quickly followed Chu Yang, charging over. The other outstanding talents reacted. Killing chi surged out of their bodies as they gave chase without saying a word. Only the young treasure master Yi Ling showed a contemplative expression. The great perfection blue-robed emperor beside him did not rush to give chase. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, Young treasure master, are you not going to join in the excitement? Yi Ling smiled and replied casually, Miss Bingyun chose this moment to reveal Mo Yun's identity. You guessed correctly. Chu Yang's group will not be able to catch up to Xiao Chan. Young Treasure Master is still as smart as you were many years ago. In terms of intelligence, only the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young master, Lung Xiaofan, can surpass you in the heavenly starry ocean. Yu Bingyun's face, which no one could see clearly, seemed to reveal a rather cute expression. Yi Ling smiled self-mockingly. Haha. Unfortunately, even if the two of us work together, we are not even a tenth of Miss Bingyun's. Miss Bingyun seems to have something to ask of this Blue Dragon King. What is it? Why don't you tell me? Although I am not as dazzling as the Blue Dragon King, I believe that I am somewhat capable. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, Young Master Yi is being too humble. To be able to reach the young Treasure Master's level among the hundreds of the Treasure Master's grandchildren, how could he only be somewhat capable? He might even be able to compete with the Blue Dragon King. Furthermore, if this Blue Dragon King continues to temper his physical body, he will only have 10 more years to live. However, this is my matter and has nothing to do with strength. Might I ask if young Master Yi knows who in the heavenly starry ocean knows the immortal epic's alchemy? Yi Ling felt slightly stunned. Then he frowned and said, I heard that the immortal epic's alchemy is not kept in the Penglai Sea. No one knows it and it has been lost for a long time. Could it be that this Blue Dragon King knows it? Most likely, so young Master Yi won't be able to help me with this. Indeed, I can't help you. However, I do have a favor that I need the Saintess's help with. What help? Yu Bingyun revealed a curious look in her eyes. Yi Ling said unhurriedly, I received news that several major characters are preparing to work together to go to the heart of the ocean in half a month. If I have the Saintess with me, I think I have an 80% chance of escaping unscathed. Finding it strange, Yu Bingyun asked, which major character is he so unafraid of death, even daring to barge into the heart of the ocean? There are a few Emperor Wu who are nearing the end of their lifespans, or are facing a bottleneck in breaking through. Of course, they are prepared to risk their lives and go deeper. We just need to walk around the corner. It turned out that it was Emperor Wu, who was nearing the end of his lifespan and was preparing to break through to the next level. It was not hard to understand why these people had the heart to fight to the death. Yu Bingyun thought for a while before saying, if they only take risks in the corners, they can retreat easily. However, the various sea domains have entrances to the heart of the ocean. Where do they intend to go? The Southern Sea's Despair City. Otherwise, I would not have obtained this news. Yi Ling smiled faintly and said, I'll send Miss Bingyun back to 10,000 Treasure City first. He waved his hand and a bright light fell from the sky. 8 divine steeds with fur that looked like fiery glaze came down. An ancient and luxurious golden chariot flew down like a fireball, illuminating the night sky. The Treasure Master really dotes on you. With this war chariot, whether I go or not, at least your life will not be in danger. Yu Bingyun sighed softly. Clearly, she knew many secrets about this golden war chariot before her. Yi Ling did not deny it. The blue-robed emperor often takes risks in Despair City. Furthermore, there will definitely be others who obtain this news. Having one more person would be much safer. The two rode the chariot back to the city. As for the group, they chased for 5,000 kilometers under the starry night. However, they could not find any leads and could only return in frustration. On a lonely island in the vast sea, Xiao Chan, who had escaped long ago, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Vaguely, between reality and illusion, Xiao Chan stood before the chasm between heaven and earth. Bridge piers had already taken shape on both sides of him, looking resplendent with dragon heads carved on them. With a thought, Xiao Chan sank his spiritual sense to his dantian. The motes of heavenly laws were like liquefied electric light, forming an extremely blurry blue dragon seal. As Xiao Chan breathed, it absorbed the energy of the world. This was the heavenly seal, the predecessor of the heart of an emperor. Everyone's physique and cultivation technique were different. There were thousands of variations, and it was hard to find an identical heavenly seal. The blue-robed emperor's cultivation was to condense the heavenly laws of these motes of electric light into a solid heavenly seal. Then it would form the heart of an emperor, truly connecting to the world. At that time, the dragon bridge between the chasm would reach the other side. and the emperor's door would descend from the sky, descending into the real world. It was easy to say, but the difficulty was indescribable in a few words. To materialize more than 10,000 points of liquefied heavenly laws would require an unknown amount of natural energy. In any case, Xiao Chun felt that the Holy Spirit vein in the universe ring was barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. At the very least, he needed 100 Holy Spirit veins to materialize 10,000 heavenly laws. In the post-ancient era, Holy Spirit veins were extremely rare. No one would be so extravagant as to use them to cultivate. This stage was something that required time. Furthermore, this was just small perfection for the blue-robed emperor. He still had to spend time to gather the materialized heavenly laws together. Only after forming the heavenly seal could the blue-robed emperor be considered to have reached great perfection. After great perfection, the heavenly seal would form a soul. Only then would the blue-robed emperor be considered to have reached peak consummation. After that was the most crucial and dangerous step. Undergoing the great tribulation of wind and fire, evolving the heavenly seal into the heart of an emperor. After that, one could become Emperor Wu, reconstruct the golden body, and ascend to the great Tao. Each stage took an unknown amount of time. Many people guarded it for their entire lives, exhausting their lifespans, yet they could not make it to the third stage. Many people put in a lot of effort to clear the 3 stages, only to get burned to death in the great tribulation of wind and fire. What was the chasm of heaven and earth? This was the chasm of heaven and earth. Crossing it meant the difference between heaven and earth. However, the time left for Xiao Chun was only 5 years. 5 years. If Xiao Chun did not advance to martial emperor within 5 years, he could live for only 20 years. If he continued to destroy his body during these 20 years, his physiological lifespan would decrease even further. Ao Jiao remained silent in the immortal spirit ring. After she learned that the blue dragon body nourishing art and the longevity art could not help Xiao Chun, she had not said a word. Xiao Chun tried to tease her a few times, but she did not say anything. Little Ao Jiao, what's wrong? Do you not have any confidence that I can advance to martial emperor within 5 years? Xiao Chun said with a faint smile as he opened his eyes. Are you confident? The silent Ao Jiao suddenly asked. Naturally, he was not. Even the Qing Emperor took 8 years. Even if Xiao Chun reached the level of the Qing Emperor, he would not be able to escape death. Xiao Chun only had 5 years left. If he did not advance to martial emperor within 5 years, even if he cleared the great tribulation of wind and fire, his heavenly seal would not be able to evolve into a heart of an emperor. However, confidence was not important. The most important thing was not to give up on working hard. That was impossible. There was clearly little hope, yet Xiao Chun was still very confident. How was that any different from lying to himself? As the saying goes, there will always be a way out. This is not wrong. However, if the car breaks down before it reaches the mountain, even if there is a way out, you will not be able to take it. Even if there is a path, you will not be able to walk it. Ao Jiao, you understand what I mean, right? Xiao Chun recalled the words that many people in his previous life used to comfort themselves when they were in dire straits. That was right. There was always a way out. However, opportunities always came to the prepared. Regardless of whether Xiao Chun was confident or not, he could not give up or stop working hard. Once he gave up, it would really be a dead end. Ao Jiao thought about it twice before she understood Xiao Chun's meaning. She smiled and asked, "What do you plan to do now? Are you going to change your plans?" Xiao Chun's original plan was to sell off the miscellaneous items and profound martial techniques on him, before buying secret treasures containing dragon souls and cultivating the first layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art. After that, he would go to the Forbidden Land and take away the Despair Throne. After that, he would go to the Northern Sea to meet Long Fei and find a backer for Heavenly Star Island. Finally, he would return to Heavenly Star Island and meet up with Kim Tae-ho and Lan Xiaobai. He would do his best to develop Heavenly Star Island as the first step to reviving the Dragon's Gate. However, along the way there had been too many surprises. Now that he knew about the Dragon's Gate's mountain tablet, he definitely could not return so early. This was the last remaining mountain tablet of the Dragon's Gate. No matter what, Xiao Chun had to snatch it back. I should go to Despair City first and take away the Despair Throne. Xiao Chun stood up and took out the sea chart. Then, he searched for his own sea chart. Xiao Chan had left in too much of a rush last night, so he did not pay attention to where he was going. Xiao Chan had used the Freedom Wings continuously, and had already arrived at the end of the Southern Sea. If Xiao Chan continued forward, he would enter the Desolate Sea. It was a boundless sea, barren and deserted with few people. Just as Xiao Chan put away the sea chart, a soft cracking sound came from his body. With a thought, he opened his mouth and spat out the Dragon Phoenix Cauldron. Xiao Chan went forward to take a look. He saw the solar true flame and the smooth golden crow egg. Cracks appeared on it at a visible rate, cracking rapidly. Xiao Chan was somewhat surprised that the golden crow egg had hatched 1 month earlier. Joy appeared on his face. He could finally see the true appearance of the legendary divine bird that could turn into the sun. Quick! Infuse your essence blood into it. Otherwise it will fly away. Ao Jiao exclaimed urgently after she reacted. Xiao Chen's expression changed, and a strand of blood shot out from his fingertip. It turned into a beam of red light and flew towards the golden crow egg. Ka! However, Xiao Chen was too late. Just as the blood was about to touch the golden crow egg, it shattered. A golden light the size of a square centimeter spread out. This caught Xiao Chen off guard. He was temporarily blinded, and his vision turned pitch black. Xiao Chan circulated his heavenly laws and quickly recovered his vision. Then he squinted and saw the sky. A clump of light that was not inferior to the blazing sun was flying quickly to the east. Xiao Chan vaguely sensed the golden crow in the sky. Xiao Chan could feel the fear, panic, and fear in the little fellow's heart. It looked like that drop of essence blood had entered the little fellow's body at the last moment. For a long time, Xiao Chen's solar true flame had been incubating the golden crow. The two had an invisible, unbreakable connection. All Xiao Chan had to do was wait for the golden crow to tire of flying and comfort it. When the essence blood completely merged with the golden crow's blood, the golden crow would treat Xiao Chan like a relative and would no longer be like this. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's expression changed as he looked in the direction of the golden crow's departure. Oh no, it is heading to the solar star. To Xiao Chan, that place is a hopeless situation. Unless one was a martial emperor, one would not be able to enter. One needed the strength of a sovereign martial emperor. Chapter 1061. However, to the golden crow it was like a fish in water or a dragon in the sea. Xiao Chen's unmerged drop of essence blood would probably evaporate in the sun. How could he just watch the golden crow, which he had waited for so many years, fly away at the critical moment? Xiao Chen's face sank as he quickly chased after the golden crow on the water. The two suns competed with each other, creating mysterious phenomena. Fortunately, this was the Desolate Sea. If it were anywhere else, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? Bang! 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 With every step Xiao Chan took in the vast sea, he kicked up countless towering waves. His body moved like a roaming dragon as he weaved through the huge waves. Strong winds blew, and the waves surged endlessly. As Xiao Chan watched the golden crow spread its wings in the sky, he felt both startled and happy. He was happy that the little golden crow was so fast even though it had just been born. He executed his movement technique to its limits, nearly tearing space apart. However, that was all he could ensure that he would not lose track of the golden crow. What shocked him was that this guy just kept flying. He was really going to be flown away by it. Fortunately, the golden crow's intelligence was not fully developed yet. It could only fly according to its senses. If it knew how to break through the barrier of the sky, it would have flown out of the starry heavens long ago. At that time there would be more variables. At the very least, there would be no outsiders in the Desolate Sea for now. No one would compete with him. As he ran, the blazing sun rose and fell. 7 days passed just like that, but night had yet to fall. There was no other reason than the golden crow existing. The sun would never set in this Desolate Sea. After 7 days of intense running, Xiao Chan did not feel tired. However, if he continued running like this, he would soon leave the Desolate Sea. The sea map did not indicate where the Desolate Sea was, so Xiao Chan did not know. If he ran into an expert, he would be in trouble. Just at this moment, Xiao Chan suddenly felt extreme fear in the golden crow in the sky. Xiao Chan looked up and saw an arrow carrying the force of a thunderbolt shooting towards the golden crow in the sky at lightning speed. If this arrow hit, the newly born golden crow would definitely die. Oh no! Xiaochen thought to himself. He had to use 10 times his combat power again. He knew that he couldn't use a heaven-defying art like tenfold in the current state of his physical body. However, at this moment he had no choice but to use it. Xiaochen clenched his teeth and executed the myriad heaven-divine fists deities descending as he ran. The divine light tore through the sky and entered Xiaochen's body. Above the sea, Xiaochen shouted and leaped up. The emotions that he had been suppressing for the past 7 days burst out at this moment. 100 illusionary heaven dragons appeared behind Xiaochen. The dragons roared furiously and exploded with a shocking aura. The shockwaves they created caused the seawater within 50 kilometers to be lifted into the air, creating a magnificent scene. Xiaochen soared into the surging seawater. Tiny spatial cracks appeared in the void as he rose higher and higher. Xiaochen, whose speed had surpassed his limits, appeared behind the golden crow like a flash of light. He reached out and grabbed the palm-sized golden crow in his palm. Before Xiaochen could take a closer look at the golden crow, the arrow that could tear through the sky had already flown over. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes, and his left hand did its best to grab the arrow, firmly grasping it. The skin on Xiaochen's hand immediately tore, and he felt a fiery pain as a huge force assaulted him. Xiaochen shouted and stomped on the air. The strength of the blue-robed emperor burst out, driving the power of the world. No matter how great the force of the arrow was, his body remained steady in the air. Xiaochen looked in the direction where the arrow came from. At the highest point of an island 10 kilometers away, a boorish and bold man drew his bow, preparing to shoot a second arrow. Xiaochen's gaze turned cold. He turned his head back, and the arrow in his left hand shot back at an even faster speed. The boorish man was clearly startled. However, he reacted very quickly. He pushed off the ground and flew away. Boom! Xiaochen's backhand arrow struck the mountain peak under Xiaochen's feet, shattering it into countless cracks. Whoosh! The mountain shattered and dust filled the air. A beam of light tore through the dust, quickly flying towards Xiaochen. It turned out to be that boorish man. As he retreated, he did not stop shooting. Xiaochen frowned. This person's archery skills were extremely terrifying, forcing Xiaochen to use the strength of the blue-robed emperor before he could receive the arrow. The heavenly laws in his dantian drained rapidly. Xiaochen took a step forward, and the space around him flashed, showing many scenes. Using the power of the world, Xiaochen kicked, knocking away the arrow at the critical moment. Pooh! 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 9 sonic booms rang out. 9 arrows appeared in the distance, flying over from different directions and angles. Xiaochen did not know what secret technique this person used, but the arrows actually contained the power of the world. This made the arrows flying over vaguely feel like they were flying along with the void of the world. That was not all. The 9 arrows flew over from different angles, each occupying a position and forming a cage of heaven and earth. No matter how Xiaochen retreated, the world moved with him. When the 9 arrows closed in, they would always lock onto Xiaochen. Xiaochen's expression turned somewhat grave. The golden crow in his palm trembled. After flying for 7 days, the moment it relaxed, it fainted. Xiaochen placed the golden crow in his chest and pushed off with his feet, spinning his body backward. A bright moon like fire, red peach blossoms, a blazing sun, withered leaves, and many mysterious phenomena came out of Xiaochen's body. Xiaochen used the power of his heavenly laws to execute Instant of Glory again, merging it into the world. The chaotic, mysterious phenomena and the grand scene looked very real. It lacked some of the magnificence but gained a sense of completeness and nature. When the saber was drawn, a light appeared. The glory was eternal in that instant as the saber light swept out in all directions. Bang! 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 Crunching sounds rang out as the 9 deadly arrows exploded in the air. Their boundless might easily crumbled. Quickly go. After the desolate sea, it is the sea region ruled by the myriad fiend island, an immortal holy land. Ao Jiao warned from the immortal spirit ring. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and somersaulted in the air. Xiaochen flew 10 kilometers and spun around in circles, giving off a flickering electric light. A ferocious lightning dragon howled into the distance. A boorish and bold man drew his bow on the small island, even as Xiaochen fled far away, becoming only a small black dot in his vision. He did not give up. As the boorish man slowly drew the bowstring, Thunder roared in the world, rumbling everywhere. A vertical eye opened on the boorish man's forehead. Xiao Chun, which was originally just a small black dot, instantly magnified in his vision. Suddenly in his eyes it was magnified endlessly. It was as if the space had shrunk by half, and the figure in his eyes was getting closer. When the boorish man saw Xiao Chun clearly, his fingers loosened, and the arrow in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, flying for his life. After shooting this arrow, the boorish man collapsed. His vertical eye slowly closed, and sweat covered his forehead. His complexion was pale, drained of blood. Xiao Chun, who was already more than 50 kilometers away, suddenly felt his heart sink. He quickly turned around and his mind instantly tensed up. Without any hesitation, he held his saber horizontally across his chest. Pussy eye. The scabbard blocked the arrow, and Xiao Chun flew back 1 kilometer on the water, kicking up huge waves. Xiao Chun's complexion paled slightly, and cracks appeared in his internal organs. Intense pain spread throughout his body. Only after vomiting a mouthful of blood did he feel much better. Is there no end to this? When the arrow's momentum weakened, Xiao Chun flicked the scabbard and knocked it away. Then he spiraled up and threw a palm strike from 50 kilometers away. A bright moon rose up behind him. The moon was like fire, fueled by thousands of kilograms of hot-bloodedness. The Tao was filled with joy and sorrow, parting and reunions, expressing lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. The wine was an intoxicating red, and the blood was a beautiful flame. Thousand-year flame, lofty sentiments remained forever. The Tao was filled with joy and sorrow. Aside from that boorish man, there were 2 other people on the small island, a man and a woman. The man was definitely familiar to Xiao Chun. He was the strongest person of the killing sword Tao, Yan San. This person is very powerful. He looks very young, but he easily broke Second Brother's 9 stars shattering Sunday. He even opened his heavenly eye and executed the killing arrow. Even so, he could not stop this person. The woman exuding a mature charm exclaimed as she looked into the distance at Xiao Chun, who caught the arrow. The bow-wielding man was called Mu Qingyun. Fatigue appeared on his face. He smiled bitterly and said, I have been in closed-door cultivation on Myriad Fiend Island for many years. I originally thought that no one in the same generation could defeat me. Unexpectedly, before I left the Myriad Fiend Sea, I suffered such a blow. Brother San, you have been traveling the heavenly starry ocean for the past few years. Are the experts of the same generation in the heavenly starry ocean really so incredible? Mu Qingyun had used his full power, unleashed his trump card, and unleashed this arrow with absolute confidence. However, the other party still blocked it in the end. Mu Qingyun could not help but feel dispirited. He even started to doubt his own strength. Yan San's stern face did not show any expression. He said calmly, How can that be? It is just that you ran into someone you should not have. This arrow injured the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. As far as I know, this is the first time he suffered such a loss among the same generation. You should be proud of yourself. He is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. That woman's expression clearly turned startled. When Mu Qingyun heard this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. He knew Yan San's character very well. Yan San would not purposely flatter others. By saying this, Yan San was praising him. Yan San could be proud of himself without any falsehood. However, even after unleashing all his trump cards, he only managed to injure the other party. Given Mu Qingyun's proud character, he could not bring himself to smile at such praise. Suddenly, Yan San's expression changed slightly, and he shouted, Retreat! However, by the time Yan San said that, it was already too late. Night suddenly fell, and a bright moon rose into the sky. The moon was like fire, illuminating the night sky and the island under their feet. Countless figures leaped out of the full moon. Every one of them had a wild and unruly smile, filled with lofty aspirations and lofty aspirations. It was like a resonant song could be heard in the world. Singing to the moon, drinking and rejoicing, laughing at the sorrows and joys, parting and reuniting. Everyone is drunk, I am the only sober one. Others cannot see through me. Don't laugh at me for being too crazy. I am proud and arrogant all my life. 1,000-year flame, 10,000 men kill, the moon exists alone, I am wild. The thousands of figures threw palm strikes at the same time. The small island 50 kilometers away crumbled in an instant. The bow-wielding man bore the brunt of it. His internal organs ruptured, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. If not for the inherited treasure armor he wore, he would have vanished along with the island, dying without a complete corpse. Yin Shursan and that woman suffered relatively little pressure. Furthermore, they were in their peak states. They only drifted far away with the chaotic flow of the island's crumbling. Chapter 1062. The pretty girl appeared to be in a sorry state. However, Yin Shursan appeared much more relaxed. He did not even draw his heavenly ice sword yet. The girl stabilized herself and searched for the bow-wielding man's body with a flustered expression. When she saw the other party lying in the seawater, she heaved a sigh of relief and quickly flew over. However, it was not over yet. Right after the palm strike, another azure-colored saber chi shot out, splitting the seawater in half. Then dragon roars rang out from all directions as the saber chi headed for the bow-wielding man. When the pretty girl saw this startling saber chi, despair involuntarily appeared in her eyes. She could not catch up to the speed of this saber chi at all. When she landed beside the bow-wielding man, she would probably see his corpse split in half. At the critical moment, the stern Yin Shursan quickly drew his sword. A sword intent of massacre spread out, clashing with the dragon might, not giving way. Dang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, the sword blocked that saber chi. 18 forces, each stronger than the one before, layered over each other and entered Yin Shursan's body through the sword. Blood leaked out of Yin Shursan's lips. His body spun 10 times in the air, kicking up countless waves. Only then did Yin Shursan stop in the air. He looked into the distance and thought to himself, I was still too careless. After not seeing him for so many years, the strength of this old friend of mine has already surpassed my expectations. To think that a saber strike from 50,000 meters away could still have such might. Second brother, are you all right? The pretty girl asked anxiously when she landed beside the severely injured youth. Mu Qingyun smiled and said, I won't die. Never mind. Let's wait for Big Brother to come out of closed-door cultivation before going to Despair City. I really embarrassed myself at home this time. Seeing that Mu Qingyun could still joke, the pretty girl relaxed. She smiled and said, It's fine, it's fine. Since young Master Shursan said so, you can be proud. When Mu Qingyun saw that Yin Shursan broke that vast saber chi, he could not help feeling bitter. Mu Qingyun could not defeat the Blue Dragon King. It looked like this Yin Shursan hit his strength and was probably not a match for him either. Originally, Mu Qingyun was filled with pride, preparing to leave the 10,000 Demon Sea and show off his skills. Now, he knew how many heroes there were in the world. Someone had blocked the subduing dragon profound slash. Xiao Chun extended his divine sense and discovered that the one who had blocked it was someone he knew. The profound domain swordsman Yin Shursan, who wandered the heavenly starry ocean, actually appeared in the sea region ruled by the myriad fiend island. This was somewhat unexpected. Since it was Yin Shursan, the moment Xiao Chun drew his saber, Yin Shursan should have recognized him from his martial technique. After sensing for a while, he found several strong auras in the sea region behind him, startled over. Xiao Chun did not linger. He turned around and walked away. It was not that he had to kill the person who shot the arrow. He just wanted to teach him a lesson. Are you all right, Xiao Chun? Seeing that his face was still pale, Ao Jiao asked worriedly. Xiao Chun shook his head, but when he thought of that last arrow, he still felt a lingering fear. If he did not have a peak 4th level saint body, that arrow would have at least severely injured him. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the heavenly starry ocean. Sometimes this was very contradictory. Xiao Chun's strong physical body allowed him to remain undefeated among those of the same generation, not fearing any experts. Just like earlier, it could be said that this physical body saved his life. If not for this physical body, he would have died several times over. Now, it was this physical body that brought him the greatest danger on his path of cultivation. Hence, there was no need for Xiao Chun to regret cultivating his physical body like a mad demon over the past few years. There was also no need for him to regret using his 10-fold combat prowess, bringing hidden dangers to his physical body. There were always pros and cons between gains and losses. After he was safe, Xiao Chun landed on the surface of the sea. Then he casually tossed out a wooden plank from his universe ring and sat on it, drifting along with the water. Xiao Chun took out the little fellow from his embrace. The palm-sized golden crow fell into a deep sleep. The golden crow's pale yellow feathers were soft and glossy. It was petite and looked very cute. Xiao Chun could not feel any of the tyranny it had when it competed with the sun earlier. The might of a holy beast was nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chun felt somewhat suspicious. The golden crow that he had chased for 7 days and waited for 2 or 3 years could not be a scammer, right? After sizing up his surroundings, Xiao Chun tapped the golden crow's head with his right hand, trying to figure out what kind of existence it was. Pooh! The moment Xiao Chun's finger touched the golden crow's forehead, the sleeping golden crow startled awake. Then it opened its beak and spat out a golden flame. This was the solar true flame, which had been condensed to its limit. It seemed to have surpassed the limits of fire. It was just a beam of light, a resplendent beam of light. The flame was aimed at Xiao Chun's face. If it struck him, he would really be disfigured. Xiao Chun felt slightly startled. He tilted his head slightly, and the golden flame brushed past his face. After the flame shot out for 1 kilometer, it burned the air. When Xiao Chun turned his head to take a look, he was greatly startled. The place where the flame burned was pitch black. When he blinked, it looked like space had been burned through. The flame that the golden crow, which had just been born, spat out already possessed such might. No matter how many martial sages there were, they would be burned to ashes. Even Grandmaster-level martial sages would not be able to withstand this flame. However, it would still be somewhat difficult to injure the blue-robed emperor. However, this was just a newly born golden crow. It still had a vast and boundless room for growth. Xiao Chun rejoiced in his heart. After the little fellow spat out the flame on his palm, it glared at him with intelligent eyes, appearing very proud. That drop of essence blood had already completely merged into the little golden crow's body. Xiao Chun should have a rather close relationship with it now. Otherwise, the golden crow would have flown away the moment it woke up. However, when he looked at the little fellow's expression, it seemed like it looked down on him, making him feel depressed. Little golden crow, spit out another flame. Let me see. Xiao Chun wanted to see exactly how great the golden crow's potential was. However, the golden crow turned its head away, ignoring him completely. It looked like Xiao Chun had no choice but to reveal some of his true abilities. Hee, what a cute little bird. Is this really a holy beast? Just at this moment, Ao Jiao came out of the immortal spirit ring and snatched the little golden crow away. Then she started playing with it with her fingers. Xiao Chun was just about to cry out in danger. Who knew the golden crow did not flare up in Ao Jiao's hands. Instead, it became extremely docile. The golden crow closed its eyes, appearing to be enjoying itself. This made Ao Jiao very happy. This was clearly different from when Xiao Chun played with it. Little fellow, let big sister see what abilities you have, Ao Jiao said happily. The golden crow cried out and spread its wings, circling in the air. Suddenly, its feathers gave off a bright light, dazzling everyone's eyes, competing with the sun's brilliance. Boom! The golden crow opened its beak and spat out a flame. This flame was clearly much stronger than the earlier one. The surface of the flame flickered with a golden spiritual light. When it entered the seawater, pitch black holes 100 meters long silently appeared on the surface of the sea. The flame's temperature was too high. There was not even any water vapor. The seawater directly vaporized and burned into nothing. The little golden crow circled around and withdrew its light. Then it landed back in Ao Jiao's hand. Excellent! Ao Jiao praised sincerely. The solar true flame of such quality was truly horrifying. Creak! Creak! The little fellow seemed to understand Ao Jiao's praise. It cried out happily and flapped its little wings on Ao Jiao's palm, looking very cocky. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly. Whose pet is this? I spent a lot of effort to hatch this golden crow egg with my solar true flame. Furthermore, I even infused my essence blood into it. Why is it so intimate with Ao Jiao now? Hee. Don't be jealous. Little yellow feather is a boy. It is normal for it to be closer to me. Ao Jiao giggled as she stroked the golden crow. How do you know it is a boy? Xiao Chun exclaimed in shock. Suddenly he reacted and asked, Wait, what did you call it earlier? Little Yellow Feather. Don't you think this name is very appropriate? Aojiao smiled and said, Little Yellow Feather, Little Yellow Feather. Look, it likes this name. The golden crow, a bona fide holy beast, was like the blue dragon, a mythical existence of the immortal epoch. Unexpectedly, it was called such a name. Xiao Chun was speechless. However, when he thought about the name Aojiao gave by, he felt somewhat at ease. However, no matter how he listened to it, the name Little Yellow Feather sounded like a name given to a cat or dog. What's wrong? You don't like the name I gave it? Aojiao asked with a stern expression. When the golden crow in Aojiao's palm saw Aojiao's stern expression, it also glared at Xiao Chun angrily. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly and said against his will, It doesn't matter. Little Yellow Feather, just call it Little Yellow Feather. Aojiao said, That's right. Said that it is hungry. Give it something to eat then. What does it want to eat? Xiao Chun asked. Astral cores. Regular spirit pills can only be fed to spirit beasts. Holy beasts need astral cores from astral beasts. Aojiao was very familiar with this. Xiao Chun still had quite a few astral cores on hand. Without hesitating, he tossed out an inferior-grade astral core. Kase. Little Yellow Feather swallowed an inferior-grade astral core. It seemed like it did not even need to chew before digesting it. Xiao Chun tossed out 10 inferior-grade astral cores in a row. However, Little Yellow Feather did not seem satisfied at all. Xiao Chun tossed out a total of 100 astral cores. Only then did Little Yellow Feather fly back to Aojiao's shoulder in satisfaction. Then it closed its eyes and yawned in a very human-like manner, falling asleep. Xiao Chun's face twitched slightly. One inferior-grade astral core was worth 1,000 black astral coins. 100 inferior-grade astral cores would be 100,000 black astral coins. Furthermore, this was just the amount Little Yellow Feather could eat in one meal. How could Xiao Chun afford to feed it like this? He would go bankrupt. Aojiao could tell that Xiao Chun was worried. She smiled and said, It's fine. As long as it does not fight, it will not eat so much. Place it in the Holy Beast Medallion then. That Holy Beast Medallion is a precious secret treasure specially made for holy beasts during the ancient era. The space in it can allow holy beasts to grow faster. When Xiao Chun heard this, he relaxed slightly. If Xiao Chun had to spend 100,000 black astral coins for each meal every day, that would be very troublesome. The 10,000 beast images in the Holy Beast Medallion were no longer there. The 10,000 beast cauldron in Xiao Chun's hand was only an imitation of an emperor-grade secret treasure. At this cultivation realm, Xiao Chun no longer cared about it. Furthermore, he did not have the Jiang clan's special cultivation technique. Thus, he made a move on it back at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Without the 10,000 beast images, Xiao Chun could use them to raise Little Yellow Feather alone. This bona fide holy beast would have a much better future than those images. Chapter 1063. After putting Little Yellow Feather into the Holy Beast Medallion, Xiao Chun thought for a while before handing the Holy Beast Medallion to Aojiao. Aojiao remained in the immortal spirit ring, tending to the flowers and plants. With this little fellow accompanying her, it would be more lively. Aojiao smiled gently and received the Holy Beast Medallion. Then she returned to the immortal spirit ring, her face filled with joy. After looking around, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and started to circulate his energy to treat his injuries. That mysterious fiend race cultivator's final arrow tore through space and ruptured Xiao Chun's internal organs, which was not a good feeling. Floating on the vast sea, Xiao Chun sat on a wooden plank and let the water flow. Xiao Chun's injuries were not severe. After recuperating for half a day, he recovered completely. However, since Xiao Chun had used the myriad heaven divine fists deities descending earlier, he did not dare to be careless this time. He took out a king-grade essence nourishing pill and recuperated for 2 days before opening his eyes. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes as he muttered to himself, It is time to go to Despair City. The note that Long Fei sent during the king conferral ceremony mentioned the news of the Despair Throne. Despair City was a famous underwater forbidden land in the Southern Sea. The construction of the city could be traced back to the immortal epoch. This was an ancient city that had experienced the vicissitudes of time. The city had fallen into ruin long ago. no longer as prosperous as it had been in the past. Even his original name had been gradually forgotten by people. Due to the perpetual aura of despair that lingered in the city, it came to be known as Despair City. If one did not have a firm will, the intense despair would make one abandon the world and do something unimaginable like committing suicide. However, for experts who wanted to temper their wills, this place was an excellent holy land. When Long Fei first heard news about Despair City, he had determined that it was because of the Despair Throne that the city had become like this. However, Long Fei did not know where the Despair Throne was, so he only gave this clue to Xiao Qian. Aside from the aura of despair, the city also had deep-sea profound beasts, which only existed in the sea. Profound beasts were said to have evolved from immortal beasts of the immortal epoch. Even the lowest-ranked inferior-grade profound beasts were as strong as Grandmaster-level martial sages. Medial-grade profound beasts were as strong as great Grandmaster-level martial sages. Superior-grade profound beasts were existences that even the blue-robed emperor feared. As for the sage-grade profound beasts, they were as strong as Emperor Wu. They were absolute overlord-level profound beasts. Profound beasts must have profound cores within their bodies. Different types of profound cores could increase the corresponding martial artist's power. Superior-grade profound cores could even increase the strength of quasi-emperors. They were extremely profound and unfathomable. As for the saint-grade profound core, there was no need to even think about it. That kind of existence already possessed extremely high intelligence and stood at the top of the food chain. If one encountered it, one should avoid it as far as possible. Some profound kings had had many more than that. Wu even had feared profound beasts. Some king. The bones were engraved with mysterious martial skills or powerful magical powers. Hence, it would not be too surprising to run into immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea in Despair City. They were immortal cultivators who came to try their luck and search for magic skills. Furthermore, Despair City had a long history. There were remnants everywhere. If one happened to see an ancient mural, they might be able to break through their bottleneck and advance further. As the holy land of adventure in the southern sea, Despair City lived up to its name. Xiao Qian had found out about this public information on his own. As for what kind of place Despair City was, he had to go and see for himself. "Ao Jiao, have you been to Despair City?" Xiao Qian asked. Back then, the Thunder King should have been to the heavenly starry ocean. Ao Jiao came out of the immortal spirit ring and revealed an expression of reminiscence. After a while she said, "Despair City, what a distant name. The Thunder King went there in a hurry once before." However, he did not stay in Despair City for long before he entered the heart of the ocean. Now several thousand years have passed. I don't even know what it is like. The heart of the ocean. Hearing these words again, Xiao Qian could not help feeling curious. Ao Jiao noticed Xiao Qian's doubts. She smiled and said, "The heart of the ocean, the Mirage Immortal Palace, the Black Sea Immortal Burial Ground, and the distant Sea Dragon Grave are the four great forbidden lands of the oceanic world. Even Emperor Wu has to be careful in these places. There are 4 similar forbidden lands in the Kunlun continent as well. The 8 great forbidden lands contain countless mysteries. There are all sorts of divine medicines and forbidden treasures. They even contain the secret of the immortal epic's destruction. The heart of the ocean is one of the 8 great forbidden lands. It is the most mysterious forbidden land. All the places in the sea that are connected to it are holy lands of adventure." Xiao Qian asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by that?" Ao Jiao smiled and said, "Let's not talk about the entrances to the heart of the ocean in the other sea regions. Just the treasure mountain that you went to and the Despair City that you are about to go to are all connected to the heart of the ocean, which is why they are holy lands of adventure. Have you ever wondered why the profound beasts in Despair City can never be completely killed? Profound beasts do not have a strong reproductive ability. Most of the profound beasts come out from the entrance to the heart of the ocean." Xiao Qian suddenly understood. He asked, "What is the Thunder King going to the heart of the ocean for?" Ao Jiao's thoughts seemed to return to several thousand years ago. She said, "To find the answer, not to ask the heavens, not to believe in gods. Only to ask oneself, is there really a peak in the world? After Prime, is there a martial god? Martial god again?" Ing Zongtian asked the same question. The Thunder King asked the same question back then. The ancient evil king, the master of the 7 thrones, asked the same question as well. Is there really a peak in the world? Aojiao chuckled and said, Don't overthink it. All you need to do now is find the despair throne. Flap. Little yellow feather flew out of the holy beast medallion at Aojiao's waist. After not seeing it for 3 days, the color of its feathers had deepened, and it seemed to have grown bigger as well. The most obvious change was in its eyes, which now looked more intelligent and filled with light. After digesting more than 100 astral cores, it should have some effect, Xiao Chan thought to himself. Little yellow feather says that it is hungry again, and wants you to prepare food for it. Xiao Chan smiled faintly. This fellow was rather ostentatious. After feeding it 10 inferior grade astral cores, the little fellow cried out in satisfaction. Then it flew around the two happily. Just looking at the current little yellow feather, no one would imagine that it was the legendary holy beast, the golden crow. 10 days later, Xiao Chan successfully arrived at the sea region near Despair City. Along the way he heard some news. The Lunar Palace's holy daughter, Yu Bingyun, revealed Xiao Chen's identity. If he did not advance to martial emperor in 5 years, he would have only 20 years left to live. This news immediately shook the entire heavenly starry ocean. At first Xiao Chan felt somewhat confused. After asking around he found out. Back then, a few outstanding talents had forced Yu Bingyun to issue a notice, getting all the immortal holy lands and major factions of the heavenly starry ocean to issue a bounty for Mo Yun. Only then did Yu Bingyun expose Xiao Chen's identity, sparing him a lot of trouble and preventing him from being hunted down wherever he went. After learning the ins and outs, Xiao Chan smiled bitterly. When many people heard this news, they would probably be grinning from ear to ear. However, it did not matter. It was still the same old saying. Between gains and losses, there were pros and cons. Whoosh. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he calmly dived into the sea. After descending for about 10 kilometers, he felt a faint sense of despair. Naturally, given Xiao Chen's mental state, he could not be influenced by this. He followed the guidance of the sense of despair and continued moving forward. Soon the sea in front suddenly emptied. When Xiao Chen opened his mouth, he breathed in fresh air. When he looked down, a vast ancient city appeared before his eyes. An invisible barrier spread out from the city, isolating it from the seawater. Compared to the desolation above the sea, the outskirts of Despair City were extremely bustling. There was a bustling market outside the city gates. Merchants walked around and cultivators set up stalls to sell their goods. There were taverns, pharmacies, inns and shops everywhere. After Xiao Chan thought for a while, he landed in the town. There were many cultivators like him who risked their lives to seek treasures. After Xiao Chan landed, countless attentive cultivators immediately walked over with smiles on their faces. Haha! This young master, with one look, I can tell that this is your first time in Despair City. I have been in Despair City for more than 10 years and am well informed. If you want to purchase the medicinal pills corresponding to the map, I have information on all sorts of profound beasts. If you feel that you are too weak to go alone, I can find a few companions for you to adventure with. As Xiao Chan stood firmly, a martial monarch came over to pester him as well. That martial monarch gave a long speech. It was unknown how many times he had repeated this. As the saying went, one relied on one's surroundings to survive. A martial monarch was like an ant before a grandmaster-level martial sage. Normally, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. It was impossible for them to befriend each other. However, at this moment, this person relied on his familiarity with Despair City to strike up a conversation with Xiao Chan. Xiao Chan sized up this person. This person was dressed in gray robes and looked to be in his 40s. His potential had already been dug out, and he would remain a martial monarch for the rest of his life. Xiao Chan could see the shrewdness of a merchant in this person's eyes. The flattering smile on his face had already become a habit. This person's identity could not be fake. Xiao Chan said, "You are only a martial monarch. You cannot even enter Despair City. How do you know the information inside?" The gray-robed cultivator smiled and replied, "My information comes from the taverns. Furthermore, I have been here for a long time, so I have some special methods. For example, the map of Despair City that I have is not something that just anyone can obtain." Based on the gray-robed cultivator's words, the organization behind him should have a significant power near Despair City. Where there were people there would be chaos. Xiao Chun was not willing to waste time on this. He said calmly, "Give me the most detailed map of Despair City and you may leave. Since you are alone, do you not need to find other Grandmaster-level martial sages to accompany you?" the gray-robed cultivator asked. Xiao Chen's gaze sank and he said coldly, "Did you not understand what I said? What kind of joke was this?" This was not Xiao Chen's first day out adventuring. How could he casually form a companion with a stranger in such a place? Furthermore, he did not need a companion at all. The gray-robed cultivator's heart skipped a beat. He no longer had any other thoughts. He said timidly, "Yes, yes, yes. The map is for you. 1,000 black astral coins. Young master, don't find it expensive. This map contains the entire Despair City, where there are remnants, where there are profound beasts and what rank they are. It is all very clear. Furthermore, the price is set by the clan that sells the map." Chapter 1064. You get what you pay for. If you want something a little worse, I have it here. Xiao Chun received the map and took a look. Seeing that it was not wrong, he happily handed over 1,000 black astral coins. Just at this moment, a startled cry rang out. Above Despair City, there were 8 majestic horses. Its fur was like a blazing flame, pulling a golden war chariot. It descended, heading straight for Despair City. Young Treasure Master Yiling's war chariot. What's going on recently? Why are there always outstanding talents coming to Despair City? I heard that the Holy Son of the Five Poison sect is also preparing to rush over from the Eastern Sea region. The 4 titles of the Heavenly Province Academy and Susu from the Inyang Utopia are also here. Could it be that some great treasure is about to appear in Despair City? A lot of soft exclamations came from the town. A thought occurred to Xiao Chun. He asked the gray-robed cultivator beside him, "Have there been any changes in Despair City recently? Do you have any news?" The gray-robed cultivator smiled profusely and said, "I know a little, not much." When he saw the astral coins that Xiao Chun handed over, he smiled in satisfaction. Rumor has it that a few great fiends that have lived for thousands of years are nearing the end of their lifespans. Together with some major characters, they are preparing to enter the heart of the ocean to see if they can find an opportunity to change their fate. When he said that his lifespan was nearing its end, he should be referring to his natural lifespan. He wanted to find a divine medicine to extend his lifespan. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment. His natural lifespan was still very long, but the problem lay in his physiological lifespan. This kind of divine medicine was useless to him. He had a longevity fruit with him. After consuming it, there was almost no effect on his body. These geniuses are just trying their luck by following behind the big shots. Without a big shot to scout the path in the heart of the ocean, they wouldn't even dare to go to a corner. The gray-robed cultivator continued. However, the major characters have not arrived yet. These outstanding talents can only search Despair City casually and see if they can find anything. After all, there are many good things in Despair City. After obtaining the information he wanted, Xiao Chun pondered for a moment before walking into Despair City. After the gray-robed cultivator turned around, the flattering expression on his face vanished, replaced with an expression of pity. The person in front of him was generous, so he must have an extraordinary background. Unfortunately, he was too cautious and was not a newbie who had just come out for experiential training. If he had agreed to enter with someone else, he would have had more opportunities. Unfortunately, the fat sheep had flown away just like that. As he walked, Xiao Chun looked at the map. Suddenly, despair turned into howls ringing in his ears, causing him to hallucinate. Despair, what was despair? There was no way to retreat, no way to advance, besieged on all sides, all hope shattered. It was just like Xiao Chun now. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years was hopeless, his path shattered. He had a handsome face, his white robes fluttering. He had a saber and he could see. His face was delicate and pretty, and his white robes fluttered. A treasured saber hung at his waist, and his strong aura stirred up the wind and clouds. He would have that Chin's S, but his. Only he had Chin eyes. Chinry. Hu he. Xiao Chun. He Xiao the he the he the Chun. He at. Thousands of strands of saber chi shot out from the white-clad youth's body, riddling his body with thousands of holes. After laughing loudly, he jumped into the chasm, committing suicide. I hate the heavens for being unfair. Cutting off my path of life, cutting off my hope. Before he died, the white-clad youth's despair and hatred reached a peak, lingering for a long time. Despair was truly painful. Xiao Chan calmly watched everything in the illusion. Then he squinted and easily struggled free. When he looked up, he discovered that he had arrived at the city gates without realizing it. A strong wind blew continuously from the city gates, bringing with it the howls of despair. This was the reason for the earlier illusion. How scary! I'm not going to Despair City anymore. Not far away, several superior-grade martial sages, who were preparing to hunt profound beasts, struggled free from the illusion. These superior-grade martial sages paled, and their bodies trembled as they retreated continuously. There were also a few who had not struggled free from the illusion. They held their heads in pain and rolled on the ground. Their companions quickly dragged them away. As they looked at the pitch-black city gates, their eyes filled with horror. Bunch of trash. If you are not capable, then don't try to enter Despair City. Make way for this young master. Dong! 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 The sound of hooves rang out. Xiao Chan turned his head to look and saw a group of cultivators riding tall horses, shouting as they charged at the city gates. Aside from the youth leading the group, the other cultivators were all older. Unexpectedly, they were all great grandmaster level martial sages. It's the 5 poison sex people. Quickly go. Quickly go. The people lingering at the city gates immediately moved to the sides, not daring to block the way. After the immortal Holy Lands, the 5 poison sect had the worst reputation. They were tyrannical in their way of doing things and specialized in using poison. Ordinary people did not dare to offend them. Only an immortal Holy Land could send out so many great grandmaster-level martial sages. Not wanting to cause trouble, Xiao Chan moved to the side. However, when he turned his head back to size up this group of people, he wasted some time and slowed down. Pa! Rage flashed on the face of the youth leading the group. Then, he lashed his horsewhip at Xiao Chan. Stop wasting time. You are seeking death. The force behind this whip was extremely great. The sound of the horsewhip tearing through the air was ear-splitting like thunder. The air buzzed and trembled continuously. The youth who lashed out was a grandmaster-level martial sage, not much weaker than Hai Tian, Gong Sun Yen, and the others. He probably held a high position in the 5 poison sect. Xiao Chan leaned to the side and grabbed the horsewhip. Then he casually pulled it back. That youth flew off the horseback. Before he could react, Xiao Chan flung him into the city walls. Without even looking at this group of people, Xiao Chen's figure flashed, preparing to enter Despair City. Trying to leave. Stop him. The youth who crashed into the city walls grunted in pain as he hurriedly gave out orders. Whoosh! Sonic booms rang out. Xiao Chan had returned, passing through the 2 great grandmaster-level martial sages blocking him. Then he turned around and kicked the youth in midair. Kasie! Kasie! The sound of bones breaking rang out, and that person howled in pain. Then he flew back again, unable to resist at all before Xiao Chan. When the other great grandmaster-level martial sages saw the situation, they quickly retreated and rushed over to the youth. Xiao Chan landed and turned around to look at the city gates, deep in thought. Despair. This phrase really suited him now. Heaven never bars one's way. He did not know if he could find a way out of this desperate situation in Despair City. Xiao Chan simply showed off his strength. The group of immortal Holy Land's great grandmaster-level martial sages looked at Xiao Chen's back, not daring to act rashly. These great grandmaster-level martial sages had very good eyesight. Naturally, they did not think that Xiao Chan was just an ordinary great grandmaster-level martial sage. Do you dare report your name? Our 5 poison sect will definitely pay you a visit in the future. One of the great grandmaster-level martial sages said sullenly, rage burning in his eyes. Xiao Chun. After spitting out these 2 words, Xiao Chun walked calmly into Despair City. Xiao Chun. The Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. The moment these 2 simple words came out, the arrogant aura of the 5 poison sect inner sect elder who asked the question immediately diminished significantly. Everyone knew that Xiao Chun had already reached the level of the blue-robed emperor. Even if this group of people worked together, they would not be a match for him. As for accumulations, the Bushin Palace's accumulations were much stronger than the 5 poison sects. This was especially so when Xiao Chun had the Thunder King behind him. Without sufficient benefits, even if the 5 poison sect's Emperor Wu came, the 5 poison sect would not dare to do anything to Xiao Chun. How could the 5 poison sect's martial emperor experts care about this trivial matter? You bunch of trash. Didn't my brother tell you to protect me? The youth lying on the ground cursed as he watched Xiao Chun leave. A few of the elders revealed awkward expressions and whispered, "Second young master. That person is the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun. Even if we work together, we are no match for him. Why seek trouble for ourselves?" Yes, and he only has 20 years left to live. If he's unlucky, he might die even faster. Second young master doesn't have to be angry with him. After a long time, the young man slowly calmed down. Outside the city gates, when the cultivator saw the miserable and humiliated young man, they all revealed delighted expressions. Only the Azure Dragon King could deal with the tyrannical 5 poison sect, which usually did things in a tyrannical manner. Even the sacred sons of the other immortal sacred grounds were fearful, but they did not dare to be as unruly as the Blue Dragon King. With a single kick, the other party lost his temper. After reporting his name, he didn't dare to say another word. This was true tyranny. Unfortunately, such a person was destined to die young. It was simply impossible for him to advance to martial emperor within 5 years. After entering the city, Xiao Chun focused on guarding his heart. The despair lingering in the air could not affect him at all. In reality, if Xiao Chun had not wanted to take a look at the city gates, the illusion of despair would not have appeared before him. Most of the buildings in the city were dilapidated. Few were intact. With a glance, one could see countless tall buildings and broken walls. The environment was extremely complicated. The aura of despair spread everywhere. Every brick and tile seemed to carry a natural characteristic of despair. This gave Xiao Chun a lot of trouble in finding the despair throne. He needed to find the source of despair. However, the aura of despair in the city was almost the same everywhere. There was no obvious difference. In the past few thousand years, Xiao Chun was definitely not the only one who wanted the source of despair city. However, the name of despair still remained. This meant that all those people had failed. Finding a throne in this vast city was not a simple matter. Xiao Chun took out a map of Despair City and carefully looked at it. Although the city was dilapidated, there were several remnants that were still perfectly preserved. The sword mound, the drill ground, the city lord's residence, the sage plaza. Xiao Chun moved his finger along the markings on the map, counting them carefully. There were truly a lot of famous ancient remnants. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand, and the cycle banner flew out of the universe ring. The 4 astral pearls, massacre, death, ruin, and grief, flew out. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chun formed hand seals and shouted. With the life bestowal spell, the 4 astral pearls turned into 4 little birds of different colors and flew out. The 7 thrones should be able to sense each other. These 4 little birds did not need to have a destination when they flew out. They could just fly around randomly. If they were lucky, they might run into one. Roar! Right after the little birds flew, a profound beast that looked like a lion but had wings and a snake-like tail appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. Chapter 1065. Inferior Grade Profound Beast Snake Lion. Based on the information on the map, Xiao Chun immediately identified the incoming creature, and felt somewhat suspicious. Xiao Chun was in a safe zone. A profound beast like the snake lion that lived in groups should not appear here alone. Without much time to think, the snake lion with a ferocious look in its eyes spread its wings and flew at Xiao Chun at lightning speed. Pussy eye. It arrived quickly and died quickly as well. Xiao Chun casually kicked this inferior grade profound beast, shattering its bones and splattering blood everywhere. If other cultivators saw this scene, their eyeballs would pop out of their sockets. Normally, 2 Grandmaster-level martial sages would be needed to deal with an inferior-grade profound beast. With one kick, Xiao Chun exploded it. What a horrifying scene! A suction came from Xiao Chun's palm, and a dark-colored pearl flew into his hand amid the scarlet light. This is a profound core? Xiao Chun sized it up and discovered that the energy it contained was indeed pure. If a Grandmaster-level martial sage directly consumed it and refined it, it would have boundless uses. However, as the blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chun did not care for this inferior-grade profound core at all. Even a superior-grade profound core that an ordinary blue-robed emperor could refine would not be of much use to him. The energy in such a profound core was pure enough. However, there were too many impurities. Expelling the impurities from the body would be problematic. Xiao Chun wondered if Little Yellow Feather would like this profound core. Given the Golden Crow's ability to swallow, it could ignore the impurities completely. If Xiao Chun liked it, he could help it find some snacks to eat to relieve some of his pressure. Just a casual meal cost more than 100,000 black astral coins. No one would be able to accept that. When the little golden crow heard that there was food to eat, it rejoiced and flew out of the immortal spirit ring. It looked pitifully at Xiao Chun, as obedient as it could be. The little golden crow swallowed the profound core in one gulp. From its human-like eyes it first felt great. Then it looked like it ate feces, feeling extremely disgusted. Pussy eye. The little golden crow spat out a clump of black stuff like it was spitting saliva. When Xiao Chun saw it, he immediately smiled. What it spat out was all impurities. The essence was perfectly absorbed. Not bad, not bad. I'll go look for snacks for you. Hong, the little guy opened its mouth and spat out a stream of flames toward Xiao Chun, showing its great strength. Xiao Chun smiled happily and dodged it easily. Let's see if you still dare to be cocky. In the future, I'll let you eat shit every day. I know it's eating a profound pill. Little Yellow Feather continuously spat out flames at Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Chun easily dodged them. Flustered and exasperated, Little Yellow Feather could only fly back into the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chun, Little Yellow Feather said that you bullied it. What's wrong? Ao Jiao asked in confusion as she consoled the golden crow from the immortal spirit ring. It's nothing. Don't listen to this little guy's nonsense. I'm working hard to find snacks for him. It said you gave it poop. Xiao Chun smiled awkwardly. How is that possible? Do you think the Blue Dragon King is such a narrow-minded person? Then Little Yellow Feather is lying? Definitely. After you teach it a lesson, I'll find some poop for it first. That's not right. It's a profound pill. A profound pill containing immortal qi. Xiao Chun accidentally let the cat out of the bag, so he quickly stopped himself and chased after the snake lion. The desolate ancient city was in ruins. The wind rustled endlessly, and an aura of despair pervaded the place. A white figure leaped between the rubble, going further and further away. The Blue Dragon King had a smile on his face as he bickered with Ao Jiao. There was no sign of despair on his face. Xiao Chun landed firmly and silently on a broken wall. When he saw the scene in front, he revealed an expression of understanding. He now somewhat understood why the snake lion ran out of its territory. A wolf-shaped profound beast covered in pitch-black fur stood on a flat, empty ground, slowly chewing on the corpses of a few snake lions. The black profound wolf was a king-grade inferior-grade profound beast. Most medial-grade profound beasts were no match for it. The ferocious snake lions were like lambs before the black profound wolf, unable to resist at all. Since it was a king-grade inferior-grade profound beast, the immortal beast bloodline it contained would definitely be much purer. The value of its profound core would increase tenfold. My luck is pretty good. Not long after, I ran into a king-grade profound beast. With a smile, Xiao Chun squatted down and sat on the broken wall. Then, he took out the bright moon folding fan and watched the black profound wolf eat with a relaxed expression. As Xiao Chun waited, he tried to sense the astral pearls that he had turned into a small bird flying around. However, he did not find anything, so he withdrew his spiritual sense. The black profound wolf, which was happily eating, did not notice a pair of eyes not far away leisurely waiting for it to finish eating. Finished eating? Before you die, you should be satisfied with a full meal. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Then, he stood up and announced the black profound wolf's death sentence. Who knew? Something strange happened at this moment. A flying sword descended from the sky, quickly heading for the black profound wolf. It was like a star falling, kicking up a strong wind. Sand and pebbles flew and dust filled the air. A strong aura spread out, making it difficult to open one's eyes. Xiao Chun squinted slightly. A flying sword. This was a bona fide flying sword, a magic treasure of immortal cultivators. Flying swords were the most commonly used magic treasures of immortal cultivators. There were strong ones and weak ones. The one that descended was clearly not weak. Otherwise, it would not have such a huge commotion. This person would not have dared to risk coming to Despair City. Xiao Qian had often heard that immortal cultivators searching for magic skills in Despair City. He was somewhat surprised to run into one. Could it be that this black profound wolf was extraordinary? Its skeleton contained the markings of a great Dao magic skill? Thinking of this, Xiao Qian's figure flashed backward, hiding. Xiao Qian had been withdrawing his aura. Otherwise, the black profound wolf would not have been so close to him without discovering him. If Xiao Qian wanted to hide, it would be very hard for the immortal cultivators to find him. As an inferior grade king profound beast, the black profound wolf already possessed the strength of a great grandmaster level martial sage. The person who came should not be able to kill it so easily. Xiao Qian decided to observe first. Dang! The black profound wolf noticed the strange movement. A ferocious light flashed in its eyes as it roared ferociously. Then the black profound wolf stretched out its palm and smacked the flying sword back, giving off a metallic clang. At this moment, Xiao Qian, who was in the dark, clearly saw the person who arrived. It was a young immortal cultivator who looked to be in his 30s wearing blue Taoist robes. When Xiao Qian saw this person's face, he found it somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, he was stunned. It is actually him. After the flying sword was smacked back, the blue-robed cultivator clearly suffered some minor injuries. However, immortal cultivators were best at manipulating magic treasures. In a situation where magical powers were hard to find, the combat prowess of immortal cultivators mostly depended on their magic treasures. Indeed, when the blue-robed cultivator saw the flying sword smacked back, he formed hand seals with both hands, and a flaming metal net flew towards the black profound wolf. The flaming metal net grew larger, covering an extremely large area. Seeing that it would not be easy for the black profound wolf to escape, it swung its claws, flickering with a sharp, cold light. Just as the flaming metal net was about to descend, the black profound wolf moved its claws, trying to tear it apart. Who knew the instant the flaming metal net descended, it suddenly shrank and firmly bound the black profound wolf. As the flames continued to burn, the black profound wolf howled miserably as it struggled with all its might. The flaming metal net looked like it would break at any moment. The blue-robed cultivator did not dare to be careless. He moved his fingers and a few more flying swords appeared. This time the black profound wolf could not dodge. The flying swords pierced it and pinned it to the ground. Controlling several magic treasures at the same time, the blue-robed cultivator appeared to be at ease, not flustered at all. He did not rush, waiting for the black profound wolf to bleed dry before putting away the flaming metal net. However, the 7 flying swords hovered in the air, remaining vigilant and cautious. When the blue-robed cultivator landed on the ground, he kicked the black profound wolf and cursed. This beast is really strong. Can even easily smack my life flying sword back. Fortunately, I recently refined this golden flaming net. Otherwise, I would not be able to subdue this beast. After saying that, the blue-robed cultivator squatted down and formed hand seals with both hands. Light flickered as he gently tapped the black profound wolf's back. Immediately, a strange scene appeared on the black profound wolf's back. Its fur turned transparent and shiny, and flowing white lines appeared on its bones. The blue-robed cultivator rejoiced at first. However, when he saw that it was only white lines, he immediately felt disappointed. Damn! It's another ordinary magic technique. Magic skills are too hard to find. I cannot find a major magic skill. Even a minor magic skill is hard to find. I do have 2 minor magic skills that can be evolved into major magic skills. This fellow Taoist, do you want them? At some point in time, Xiao Qian had already appeared. He happened to be standing outside the line of the 7 flying swords. When the blue-robed cultivator heard the voice, he was startled and quickly retreated. When he saw Xiao Qian's face, his pupils constricted. The blue-robed cultivator pointed, and the 7 swords shot towards Xiao Qian like dragons piercing through the sun. Then he turned and fled. The 7 flying swords formed a line, displaying extraordinary might. Xiao Chun did not dare to be careless. He sent out the beautiful mountain and river painting from his right palm. Xiao Chun first blocked the fleeing blue-robed cultivator. Then, he opened the folding fan in his hand and dealt with the 7 flying swords with all his might. Thousand frost battle snow jagged bones. Snow flew everywhere and a cold wind blew. The frost for 500 kilometers around was even colder than the wind and snow. As the folding fan flew, Xiao Chun struck down the 7 flying swords. With his full power, the 7 flying swords were like toys to Xiao Chun. Of course, if it were a great grandmaster level martial sage, even an outstanding talent, they would not be as relaxed as Xiao Chun. The natal flying sword of a nascent soul cultivator was no joke. On the other side, the beautiful landscape painting and the small world of mountains and rivers had completely suppressed the blue-robed cultivator, who had no natal dharma treasure. No matter what kind of magic treasures he used, he found it hard to contend against this immortal equipment that was missing a corner. If he still had his intrinsic flying sword, he might be able to pierce through the painting, but now he was completely helpless. Just as he was about to be sucked into the painting, fear flashed across the eyes of the blue-robed cultivator. He knew better than anyone how terrifying it was to enter the world within the painting. I surrender. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you. The blue-robed cultivator shouted. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and beckoned, and the beautiful mountain and river painting escaped into his palm. This blue-robed cultivator was none other than Xiao Chun, who had been dealing with the Eternal Heavenly Sword School's matters in Hunluo Province. The cultivator he encountered had yet to enter the nascent soul realm. Chapter 1066. After so many years, when they met again in Despair City, the other party had already become a nascent soul cultivator. By relying on the might of his magic treasure, he could even kill profound beasts, equal to great grandmaster-level martial sages. If not for Xiao Chun improving faster than him, it would be hard to say how things would have turned out. It looks like you still remember me and know that I have something to ask you, Xiao Chun said indifferently. The blue-robed cultivator smiled bitterly and said, How can I not remember? I have been in the Eternal Heavenly Sword School all these years. The Blue Dragon King's name resounds like thunder in my ears. Tell me your name first. Feng Wuqing. As the blue-robed cultivator answered, he carefully looked at the 7 live flying swords that the small carriage struck down. I know a little about immortal cultivation. I know the importance of a life flying sword to a cultivator. If you want your flying swords back, you have to answer my questions honestly. Feng Wuqing knew that the blue-robed cultivator was telling the truth. Otherwise, he would not have been able to use the beautiful mountain and river painting. He said helplessly, Up to you. In any case, they are in your hands. It is impossible for me to run away. Very well. You said that you have been in the Eternal Heavenly Sword School. What have you been doing? Some hesitation appeared in Feng Wuqing's eyes. When he looked up and saw Xiao Chun's cold expression, his heart trembled for some reason. He said, Nothing much. I just helped with the preparations for refining the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill. Why are you back now? Did you successfully refine the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill? Feng Wuqing smiled and said, How can that be? With my alchemy skills, I can only make some preparations. Only my master can refine a medicinal pill that surpasses king grade. Now that I have nothing else to do, naturally, there is no need for me to remain there. Good. Let me ask you another question. Who is the True Dragon Life Replenishing Pill for? Feng Wuqing shook his head and said, I don't know. I was only in charge of filtering and refining the True Dragon remains. I was like an odd job worker. Xiao Chun smiled and said, Odd job worker? Your master is really incredible. Just a casual odd job worker is already a nascent soul cultivator. He can even kill a black profound wolf by relying on the might of his magic treasure. This teacher of mine is really something. At least if you go to the Eternal Sky Sect now, you won't even know how you died. If you think I'm exaggerating, a few of his prized disciples are also in Despair City. If you run into them, you'll know the truth. Feng Wuqing faintly smiled as he spoke, seemingly intending to provoke a conflict between Xiao Chun and his senior brothers. I will find out for myself whether it is true or not. You just have to figure out your own situation first. Let me ask you again. How much longer do you need to refine the true dragon life replenishing pill? Xiao Chun asked coldly. At the very least 2 years. For such a heaven-defying pill that can change one's fate, just the collection of the true dragon's remains took 100 years. Refining it is even more troublesome. Whether or not it will succeed is another matter altogether. Can the true dragon life replenishing pill extend physiological lifespan? Of course not. If extending one's natural lifespan is defying the heavens and changing one's fate,